Okay, welcome everyone to the first round. As normal, speeches are 7 minutes in length, with the first and last going to be protected. We will attempt to knock about the 5 and 6 minutes, after about 7 minutes to convene, and we'll stop listening, so there's no advantage for people out there. Any questions? Great, let's call upon the first speaker and open the case for the judge. Just for the embarrassing history, can someone read out the motion and the info slide? If they have it, if they don't, okay, those are ready back. I can give it to Trenton. Just a motion, that's fine. So everyone else will get I don't think anyone's fine. That was far harder than I thought.
The motion for this round is this House would attend the Queer Liberation March rather than the Stonewall50 March. Any movement of political organization is about offering unique benefits that couldn't be achieved through other venues of discussion. We think the Stonewall50 March has lost its core political character and is providing benefits that are no longer exclusive in the modern era. The actor in this debate is like a society, but specifically the LGBTQ community, in which march they should attend and pour their resources into. And as I highlight, the key strategic effect of this debate is about the unique benefits or harms occurred by each of the different Pride marches and why ours is preferable to Stonewall50. The argument I'm going to make is that it makes political messaging and perception better than on the op comparative, that it undermines Pride's key role when it is so banal and non-political in an attempt for mass appeal and prevents better action from taking place in the long run. So on that argument of politics and messaging, the thesis of this argument is that Stonewall50 is worse when compared to the Queer Liberation March at getting unique benefits. What are the unique benefits we think that Pride marches should provide? Firstly, it's about organizing the community towards external policy-based goals that will improve the lives of the queer community around the world. This is what the Stonewall March originally was about protesting police treatment of the LGBTQ community, about protesting policy that harmed them from the state and organizing politically to address that. But secondly, it's meant to provide a venue to learn about LGBTQ history, to highlight the horrible things that happened to them in the past and are continuing to this day. And thirdly, it's to highlight that acceptance and tolerance is not enough. That it's not enough to just tolerate somebody who is different from you. You should go further to create a world in which it is easier for them to live, where they are given the policy benefits that need to help them. Why does the Stonewall March fail at achieving these particular things? Firstly, it has no clear political message. Why is this the case for structural reasons? Firstly, in order to have mass appeal to the wider society, it has watered down its political message to the point of non-existence, at the point at which you want to get straight people to attend the march. You can't really do that when the march is focused on saying that straight, heteronormative society is a problem and something that we need to attack. When you're trying to get corporations into the march, highlighting anti-LGBTQ policies in corporate hiring is not something that is going to likely get them to show up. So by attempting to get mass appeal, what you've done that is made it less political, made it an excuse to have a party and seem fun, rather than something that's actually going to further the political ambitions of the LGBTQ community. But secondly, corporations have a structural incentive to have it be less political. Why is that the case? Because if you are a corporation, you have many consumer bases that you want to cater to. One of them is the LGBTQ community, but others are more right-wing or conservative individuals who, if you attach yourself to an explicitly political LGBTQ message, are less likely to be willing to buy your product. You're more likely to get backlash from your consumers when what you attach yourself to is so actively political. So corporations have an incentive to fund the Pride marches that are more moderate, to push those more than actively political things, to attempt to convince the organizers that having a more moderate march is the thing that they should particularly achieve. Why is this so particularly harmful? Firstly, it abdicates one of Pride's key historical functions, which was a ground for political organization to discuss within the LGBTQ community what we need, what will allow us to push forward into the future and create a better world. Those key political functions of organization and activism, of creating that activist culture, are undermined when Pride has lost that key political function of organization. But moreover, it's not just the internal political organization of the community, but it's the application of a key platform, of a key area and a place where you can distribute your ideology, where you have marches in the street that are actively political and able to distribute information. Something that the public has no choice but to pay attention to because of its publicity and because of its wide presence. So the application of that key political platform, because of the non-political nature of the Stonewall50 March, is particularly harmful. The second reason why I think it has failed its goals is that the presence of non-members of the LGBTQ community make it actively exclusionary to certain individuals. There are members of the LGBTQ community who are actively oppressed by the police, who are members of ethnic minorities, who are trans, and thus more likely to be the target of police violence and abuse. These groups are less likely to be involved and actively participate in your activism at the point at which you are including actors in the march who they see as antithetical to them. And this doesn't just have effects within the LGBTQ community, but it has effects between the LGBTQ community and other left-wing activist organizations. There was a massive fight between Black Lives Matter and Pride marches because Pride marches were allowing police to march in their activities. The reason why this is so harmful is when activist movements are able to band together, to have unity and support across intersectional characteristics, that's when you have a broader base of support to get political change, and you have allies from other organizations who are more willing to help and assist you. But when you include actors in the march who are antithetical to them, that's when you're less likely to get that political organization and political support that is so crucial for getting change. Why is the Queer Liberation March particularly better? Firstly, there is more political discussion. You don't need to water down your message for mass appeal. You don't have the issue of sponsorship and corporations that often prevent you from having an active political message. Yes?
You talked a lot about messages getting watered down. Maybe it would help if you explain some of those messages that you think are not currently getting out that you really think need to come out in these meetings.
So I think a couple of things. One, highlighting that tolerance isn't enough and we need active political change in order to get policy. Highlighting the problems that the trans community faces that is often left out of Pride marches because it's too political and too controversial. Highlighting how corporations often have systemic and homophobic cultures that doesn't get adequately highlighted. Matt would be happy to talk about that a lot more. Secondly, it will be more community focused. The fact that this would be less allies or less just random people from the general population means that you're more likely to have an internal discussion within the LGBT community, which allows you to create an internal conception of what you need and what you particularly want and desire. Lastly, I want to make one argument about perception. Because the Pride March has effectively become an excuse for a party, a demonstration of hedonism, because that's one of the ways that they've attempted to have mass appeal. But this perception of hedonism of the Stonewall50 March is harmful for perception, because it feeds into stereotypes of the LGBTQ community as degenerates, as people who are doing extreme activities beyond the realm of what is socially acceptable in that society, and it removes them from being an active political force that the population of political actors should be concerned with. Stonewall50 doesn't offer the unique benefits that Pride should be able to provide. The Queer Liberation March does and should attend that. Proud to propose.
Thank you very much for that speech. I'd like to call on the first speaker for the opposition.
The basics of opposition is really clear. We will first tell you why it's a progression of Stonewall to include more individuals who the Q-Lib has traditionally attracted and why that's better structurally happening at the moment. But second, we'll tell you what values do individuals ordinarily subscribe to and why that is incoherent with the movement that is the Q-Lib and the way in which it's manifest over the past 2 years before during its inception. The last thing we'll do is tell you why this form of protest attain change and why attending, say, Q-Lib just makes individuals or intersectional communities, i.e. black, queer, LGBT individuals more worse off as a result of this. First, I think it's important to characterize QLib beyond just what the Info said. Because true, it's not political, there's no police support, but the result of that has been pretty atrocious, in the sense that oftentimes these marches have become violent. They're divisive in the way in which they concentrate their efforts. And its political message, to put it in a euphemistic way that Trenton says, is oftentimes very singular, that oftentimes excludes a lot of individuals from participating. And so in that sense, what we would argue is that that's one facet of it. The other facet of it is not as common. That is, you can't find your own community to march with in as many areas as you could with Stonewall. This is extremely important framing because it means any sort of movement isn't just contingent on, say, the clear message that it brings, but also the ability of which it is to spread awareness and stop individuals from voting against LGBT interests. The first thing, why is Stonewall better now? I think there are a few changes that I've realized over a few years. The first is in 2017, when they've changed the kind of police individuals to protect gay pride marches as black cops, because there was a fear of, say, black LGBT individuals getting police abuse from individuals there. The second thing was that they've organized specific queer POC movements and leaders who have formed the leaders of those pride marches due to a growing trend of maximizing participation. There are three reasons why that's the case. The first structural reason why Stonewall has changed for the better is because oftentimes the mainstream queer interest in America, at least, like gay marriage for the largest part, has shifted, and that has been fulfilled, and so has shifted to more intersectional concerns, especially the rise of more intersectional concerns like Black Lives Matter. The second is in an attempt to capitalize on more niche markets. Given that the mainstream market has been capitalized very efficiently, they need to appeal to individuals who otherwise been on the outskirts of the community. The third is that a huge criticism of the LGBT community and its association with bad corporations has meant that the movement in itself has tried to influence corporations to reach its sponsors. So the relationship isn't necessarily one-dimensional. That is, Stonewall50 has made an increasing effort to get corporations to reform in areas where their profits are dependent on, say, are partly dependent on, say, their advertising on that particular platform. And that's important. The reason why it's important then is because we will argue that Stonewall provides the kind of march that an individual who's either queer or an ally can able to ascribe to the best. What do individuals who ascribe these values want? Three things. The first and main is mainstream acceptance, either intersectional or not, for people to recognize that you're just as anyone else. The second is very important, is group solidarity, the community to get behind them in all instances. And the third is literally just a day to celebrate the progress and how far you've come in the way in which you succeeded to liberating many of the oppression that's happened in the world. Why does QLib fail at that? I think the reason why it fails, just on a fundamental level, is because oftentimes it's extremely exclusionary in the way in which it's angry. It is always obstructionist in nature, it's not celebratory in nature in all instances. And the reason why it structurally tends to that is because there's not much regulation, not much in terms of moderation. Things like, for example, the lack of police or the lack of interest has meant that oftentimes individuals with more extreme or violent interests can hijack the protest more easily. And that means, to a large extent, the marches that you talk about here aren't about celebration, but often a cry against, say, the current situation, but not actually something that can allow for people to celebrate in the best way possible. The second thing I think is important, and it's the comparison. That is, if it's a perceptual problem on hedonism on opening government, the same perceptual problem is on hedonism exists on either side. The reason is because people often associate this with the idea of being LGBT, not necessarily the specific protest, at least for the people they're talking about. But at the same time, the perceptual problem also happens for the QLib movement. So there's not much difference on that, it's a wash. What is the difference though, is to do with the Stonewall50 and why it's more appropriate. The reason why it works is due to a few things. I think the important bit to note is that funding and political support goes a long way in getting certain policies changed. Now, the biggest criticism to this is the fact that there's no clear political message. I would point to two things. The first is, in the lead up to gay marriage, for example, there was a very clear political message there, to banners, etc., that continue to exist in different forms of policy platforms right now on the marches. But the second is, if you look at the manifestation of Stonewall50 in different countries, you look at Pink Dot in Singapore, when the light that they shine to repeal Section 3778, in most cases what we say is that when there is a platform, individuals are still able to express these political messages. It says that now it's more diverse. The pictures and videos you see show different avenues and different platforms that cannot exist and don't get the same sort of traction compared to QLib. And what's important then is that I think the kind of change that you get here is on one level awareness. But on a second level, I think the reason why this awareness is important, because oftentimes the kinds of policy we talk about aren't directly antithetical to the individuals who are likely to vote against that. Individuals just need to know that it's fine and it's necessarily a good thing that LGBT individuals get their rights. And so the level of awareness is actually a very key and crucial part to getting many of those policies going forward. Because gay marriage doesn't really affect anyone, in a sense, that everyone who is not queer. But what happens instead is that these individuals need to know that it's fine not to vote against them. And this is one platform in which that happens. But the second reason why it's important, because it helps incite individuals, but before that, I'll take on closing.
Yeah, so basically, most of the intrinsic values you cover on the downside would be non-comparative to our side, and the ones you put are premised on non-violence. Could you explain, for example, why people meeting without police get automatically non-violent or more violent?
I think the point here is there's police protection, but in your world, there's no police coming to form security. The difference is they're not exclusively there to protect protesters, and that in itself is already a comparative benefit. I think you need to the important bit here is what is health intersectional individuals who oftentimes the QLIP say they stand for. The important framing is, as an LGBT person, you need to opt for one particular Pride March. One is more accessible than the other. On that sense, there's already an inherent increase in benefit in the ability to access Pride marches in areas where you can't at the moment, because the QLIP doesn't have that kind of reach. But the second is, because it's often violent and exclusionary, only people who are willing to weather the damage are the people who go. You exclude children, people who fear for their safety. But the third reason is, by joining QLIP, you make Stonewall even worse, because you take the kind of people who would otherwise be forwarding change from the intersectional parts of the Stonewall movement, who would otherwise become leaders in those areas, to the QLIP march, which is not even as strong. What this means is it splinters the movement into a worse, much harder to forward the policies they want to. So at the end of this debate, what you need to consider is very clear. We have a movement right now that is increasingly diverse, increasingly inclusionary, but doing so would do it for the worse. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call upon the Teck speaker for the government.
Pride is something that I no longer want to attend and don't see a huge benefit from going to. If I want to go to a party, gays throw a great party. I can go to a party any night of the week and I can drink and I can dance with my friends. But if I want to go somewhere to have a genuine discussion about where the LGBT movement should prioritise its resources, what kind of policies we should go forward, how we can effectively lobby the government and achieve change, I no longer have a venue to do that, because Pride has become something that it was not meant to be. It is no longer a form for protest and discussion. It is instead basically a way to say that we are okay with the current political establishment, that Theresa May can put on a rainbow dress and say how much she loves the gays, and then that's it, everything is solved. I think that is a massive problem right now, and one that we need to deal with, and we can only deal with through a queer liberation march. I'm going to talk about two things in the speech. Firstly, I want to talk about what the purpose of Pride is, who we care about, and how we make Pride accessible for those people. And secondly, I want to talk about more about political activism and how we actually end up getting that. Before, I want to do a little bit of rebuttal on three main lines against opening opposition. The first is in their characterization of what this march is like. And I want to say that people say the word assertive a lot, but this really was assertive. Somehow, we meet together for a non-violent protest to talk about queer issues, but the police aren't there, so suddenly we're all shooting each other up. I don't see any logic as to why a non-violent protest to discuss LGBT activism is going to lead to violence. If someone comes in and starts attacking people, I'm sure then we'll probably call the police in as opposed to letting people get stabbed, but I think it's very illogical to say how it suddenly leads to violence when there's no reason given for that. The second thing is where they try and hang a lot on their case, is in saying that Stonewall and Pride has changed. It's suddenly become super inclusive and tried to cater to niche groups. And they said that's because it's been criticised for it. But the corporations who sponsor Pride and inject the millions into it that allows it to become a massive event that people know about are also the ones who do not want it to cater to niche interests. For example, what is the point of you defending black trans people who are going to make up a tiny buying demographic of your group, when by doing so you alienate the moderates who have just about got on the gay marriage train, and that's about as far as they're going to get along those lines. You obviously want to cater to the lowest common denominator group that will get you the most attention, and that's why when you walk around any city advertising for Pride, you don't see tear down the, like, I don't know, heterosexual establishment that's oppressing us, or you don't see things like make companies more inclusive to LGBT people and just eliminate discriminatory hiring practices. You can think of more catchy ways of saying that. Instead, you see love. Love is love. Rainbows, like flowers, everyone dancing. You don't see any actual political messaging wherever you look. If you go into a department store, they just put the rainbow flag up, and that's because they want to pick the lowest common denominator message, because they don't want to pick up the interest of niche groups. The second thing I want to say on this is that you can't just change corporations' opinions, and because they have no incentive to do that, just because you partner and ally with them doesn't mean you have any influence. Maybe you get one seat on one committee and you can voice your opinion in a way that you couldn't before, but if that's going to lead to substantive change, I think is very naive. In many cases, people will try and make small policy changes. One of the things that people love to say, parties love this, we're going to undergo a review. And the review happens, and that's a big announcement to make it seem like you're doing change. And then a year later, nothing's come of that review, and no substantive change has been made. So instead, you try and do whatever you can on social media to make it seem like you care, but you don't ever enforce any substantive policy issues, because the second you do, it alienates your core base. I just do not see the incentive for any corporation or party to care about niche LGBT issues where in the format they're currently doing it. The last thing they say is that Stonewall Pride can still be political. And they use one example from Pink Dot, which I think is worth noting is not Stonewall. But secondly, I think it's worth noting, I'm not sure where the space for political activism comes at Pride. Like, you're genuinely too busy dancing and having fun and chatting people up than you are to actually ever able to make those changes. I think what's also better about our Queer Liberation March is because you have more time to have political discussion, you can have a diversity of different opinions being voiced, whereas when you have limited time for discussion, you can only enforce one narrative. So, I now want to deal with what is the purpose of Pride, how do we care about, could we care about, and how do we make it more accessible? Because I think Pride should always have been a political protest. It was celebrating or commemorating the community undergoing an attack and managing to survive it. Crucially, it's an event for LGBT people, and they should be foremost in these movements. Why? Firstly, because they've got a sense of ownership from history. Secondly, because there's a need and awareness for them to be able to politically engage. And I think thirdly, because for many people, it's just one of their first experiences with the LGBT movement. If you live in like a rural area, Pride might be the first time that you've ever met someone from your community and had the chance to experience and engage in that. Why is Pride no longer safe and accessible for many people? Firstly, because I think corporations have tried to make it an alcohol-fueled party. If you look at who attends now, it is predominantly cis, white, gay men who are also the most accepted by the media and most accepted by corporations, who major corporations will put across in their social media propaganda with pictures of, or it's attractive, again, cis, white, lesbian couples as well, who also seem to be the people that companies want to push forward. Those are the kind of people who are now more likely to attend. I also know, having many friends who've experienced sexual harassment at Pride, who have found it, because of the toxic alcohol atmosphere, to be an incredibly difficult environment to survive in. I know many people who no longer feel comfortable in going. Secondly, because political parties and corporations can attend in a prominent capacity, many people feel that it's inaccessible. If you've got a right-wing political party who have structurally voted against LGBT rights, it's very hard for you to then feel safe going to a march where those people are marching with a Pride flag. Sorry, I can POI now.
So the problem with this speech is that all these descriptions of Pride is potentially correct and assertive, but the problem is, what are the structural reasons why the Queer movement of March is better than the Pride situation?
I think we've made that very clear. You can engage in political activism. If you look, there will not be corporations there, so there won't be the same incentive to make it into a drunk Pride march. I know, the way it was described in the info slide did not make it seem like it was going to be a big party. It made it seem like it was going to be like no corporations, probably not a lot of alcohol, not a lot of money spent on things, about political discussion, about political activism. Like, otherwise we're not debating two different things. So, secondly, I now want to deal with the impact and how we've managed to lead to political activism, because I think that Pride is a unique forum to be able to engage people and to be able to lead to political activism, and that's a very key important part of it. It's also a chance we are able to enrol in other organisations or groups, and I think crucially, it's a way to show the government we're not happy with the status quo, that right now the policies they're putting forward aren't good enough. Whereas I think a world where Pride is about celebration and it's just about being happy and fantastic isn't a chance to launch those kind of criticisms. So what kind of policies do we think we can launch at these kind of avenues? We can talk about who we want to help, but it isn't just attractive people who appeal to the media. It is dealing with issues that are more contentious. It is dealing, for example, with making it easier to change your gender, and maybe it's giving children better access to be able to transition. Those kind of things are controversial that the media don't want to talk about, but crucially, they cannot get it at Pride, and we're only able to get that in a political way when we have a Queer Liberation March, and very proud to propose.
Thank you very much for that speech. I'd like to call on the second speaker.
naive characterization of the queer liberation movement loses the opening government this debate. There are two facets that characterize the queer liberation movement structurally, and we told you this, and they got no response. The first is that they were overwhelmingly divisive in the way that they manifested, because I want to note here the amount of frustration that people of color in the queer movement historically felt towards their white counterparts in the way that they manifested. So the way that this occurred 2 years ago when cops entered a bar and this movement kicked off in the first place was to deny rich and white people access to those movements in that instance. The next point at which it escalated is based on racial tensions, when this year a brawl erupted between Hispanic and black members of the queer liberation movement in the first place. This is empirically true, but I'll give you the structural reasons for it in a moment. The second thing that we told you is that these movements were overwhelmingly violent. There was a danger to your life, overwhelmingly there was an enormous amount of rage, and there was very limited incentive to moderate. That is important and will be in my two issues of rebuttal. The first is on the policy argument of opening government. I want to note here just how grossly uncomparative this argument is coming from opening government. They make two claims. The first is that there is no clear message that comes out of the Pride movement in the first place. I want to reject that this is false for the reason that Razzaq gives you, which is every movement and every interview that is given at the Pride movement has a specific theme. This year it was to help the black people of colour in that queer movement who had not been enfranchised in the first place. And the reason they do that is the very actor they wanted to bash. It is because corporations overwhelmingly want to reach out to a group that has enormous volumes in labour or capacity to buy goods and services, but also to increase the number of people in disenfranchised groups such that the number of people within the Pride March increases. This is a self-correcting mechanism, because to increase the number of disenfranchised people, you have to cater to their needs, and that's what the Pride movement has done. The second thing I want to note here is the comparative, which is they say, and this is literally an assertion, that you get clear messaging from a movement that is deeply divisive, that is made up of 40 different disenfranchised groups of queer people, and therefore you come up with a clear directive. Even if you do, which is very unclear given there are a lot of conflicting interests within the queer liberation group as it stands, that message is likely to be antagonistic, it's likely to be violent, and it's likely to have that division within that because you have to prioritize the rage of different groups above others as opposed to the celebratory theme that we told you undergirds that Pride March in the first place. The second thing they say is that there is less discussion generally of policy issues. I want to note here, this is the unique benefit of their side of the house, and it's so bizarrely small that I think they lose on this basis, because they had to prove that that policy discussion manifested in something, and it was unclear why the amorphousness of that did. Let me tell you why it didn't. The first is that the queer liberation movement did not have that much power in the first place. It did not have the corporations sponsoring it during electoral campaigns. It did not have the rich money of the gay rich white men that Matt wanted to talk about in the last speech. It did not have the vehicle that was accepted by the public as the mainstream paradigm for what the queer community should look like and the legitimacy backing it. So even if you had discussions, it's unclear that you could outsource them. The second thing that we said is that it was more likely to be divisive in the first instance. The vast majority of the QLB actually does not support gay marriage because they think it is a heteronormative institution. That's hugely divisive for the thousands of men and women who have been married in same-sex couples over the years. The second is there is a blame game that is played, that white people are antagonized. They're the people who stole that money and keep us down within their movement. The last thing that we showed you is that the perceptions are bad. This undoes the huge strides we've made on assimilation, where people feel that queer people like myself or anyone else are just normal people in a community that you can live side by side on. They are seen as an angry movement, as one, as they do currently, violently march the streets, or do so with rage, do so with signs that say bring down white patriarchy, as opposed to the celebration that exists. So even if they get policy discussion, the way that people perceive that policy discussion is not useful because they don't take it to the ballot box. The second thing they say is that this is exclusionary, and they say there's no incentive for corporations to include this. The first is I'm going to reject this in the first place because it's literally just an assertion. We think that the huge strides the LGBTQ community has made in terms of getting things like gay marriage, in terms of the perceptions of people in liberal cities, and overwhelmingly these are liberal countries with liberal consumer bases, it means that this does not do as much harm as the opening government team says. The second thing that we told you is you don't need to antagonize, you don't need to overtly say that we are supporting trans people to help trans people. You can support the Pride movement. They now get, for example, a seat on your board, and you can subtly influence the process of corporations through that. The third thing that we said is that it is unclear why you need policy discussion through these spheres in the first place. The problems of the black queer community can be done in the focus groups of specific movements that cater to their pains and their suffering. That is the queer element of the Black Lives Matter movement. We proved that there are different avenues through which you can push in a non-divisive way your interests, but crucially, we proved that this was a movement that allowed you to celebrate your identity, to have that affirmation, and no other avenue exists. So you have to pick one, and I'll take opening in a minute. At best, you had some conversation, but there was huge division and an undoing of the perceptions of LGBT people that you needed to get that policy change. Versus, under our side of the house, less discussion, but a foot in the door of boardrooms, where there is a normalization of trans people, where there is the capacity to enjoy and affirm your identity, and other avenues through which you can push policy. At the end of that, ask yourself who's coming up ahead. It's clearly opening opposition, opening government.
Yeah, your characterization of what these countries are like is liberal, already accepting, already incredibly tolerant, where the LGBTQ community has already made massive inroads. If that's the case, you need to take that one step further and advocate for changes to the system rather than the previous message of toleration.
Yes, and we can do that by saying the current system is intolerant, and therefore we should change the system. What you do is antagonize those systems and say you want to bring them down in totality, which means you're far less likely to get the support you need. At the end of that, I want to tell you what this actually looks like on the ground. It is a pride movement that allows you, at the end of it, even if you disagree with that pride movement, it is one that is powerful, and we would rather have your preferences reflected on it rather than a powerless movement. We would have young queer people who do not know there's an enormous queer community that is cohesive and resilient to be able to actualize that. We wanted them to be able to be seen by the broader community as people who had legitimate identities. The Pride movement uniquely did that whilst not undoing the benefits that the LGBT community has brought. That's why we're proud to stand in opening opposition.
Thank you very much for your speech. I can call on the third speaker for the government.
We're going to win this debate by telling you that the Stonewall March, it's particularly bad because it excludes people who are difficult in normal life to participate in this kind of march, to go to the marches, to participate from the debate, and to get included in the community. But first, let me do three things. First, a little bit of framing. You can literally not adjudicate this debate from the opening half. They claim the queer thing is one thing, they claim it's another thing. They both depend on where's the place you believe this is happening. If you believe this is UK, probably they win. If you don't believe that it's UK, it's another place, probably they win. Because they both depend on the characterization and assertions that they mean on how is this protest manifestation happening. What we're going to do is not depending on that, giving you the incentives or irrelevant of the country in the world where it happens, it excludes most of the people. Second thing before our arguments, on over-impacting in this debate. The most likely thing is that none of them proves real impact in this debate, because probably it is true that in both sides we have people having riots and manifestations which bring attention. Probably in both sides we change policies, and probably none of us is going to prove to you which of us is going to bring more attention, because probably both sides bring attention. What is also true, third point, is that OO is vastly non-comparative to this debate. They say, look, here you have a day in which you include yourself in the manifestation, and it is true. What it is not true is what they make the argument depend on, which is that their way of presenting the riot and manifestation is violent. They never gave a single reason why, beyond the assertion, why this is violent. Matt gave you an analysis on why the absence of police is not enough to claim that there's violence, but there's more reasons which are structural. Regardless of the world or in the country you live, there's reasons why, regardless of no police, you don't want to have that bad things, you don't want to have violence. First, because there's a day in which you want to include yourself with the rest of the community. Second, because you actually want to claim things. No. Third, actually because it's the day in which you want to participate with others that along you and with you. What we say is you have particularly no incentive to make this a bad day, even if there's no police. Your incentive is to put the best day possible because you want to meet with your own community. At the end of the day, what we say on CG, is that regardless of the world in which you live and which you adjudicate this debate, we think that it's much more likely that the people that don't usually go to these riots go in their side. Why is this the case? First, because it excludes you to politicization. Look, there's good reasons to believe that regardless of the country or the world in which you live in, there's politicization of this march. First, what does the politicians do with this march? For example, Podemos in Spain, Syriza in Greece. They claim that this manifestation is good, that is the only way to defend the protest. They get invited to do speeches within the manifestations. Íñigo Herenh, which is a politician from Spain, which leads Podemos party, made the opening statement of the march, which is, by the way, the biggest march in the world now, and he made the speech of the opening statement. They sponsor the march. Political parties of the left normally sponsor this march. They even claim in the elections that they're only ones to support the LGBT community. What do the right party do? They directly oppose the march as a consequence of the leftists supporting it. Or they passively say that those people are just weird. The logical corollary of this is that even if the march is something that I agree with, the moderates tend to ignore it because it's perpetuated and supported by people who they don't agree with. They don't feel that they have a way to empathize with them because of the people who are promoting the riot. So our point is, regardless of the country of the world in which you live in, the incentives of the left exist to go to these parties because they claim they are the way to defend those rights. And that leads to moderate and conservatives not joining these marches as a consequence of this. We think that this is particularly bad. No, because the left or the people that already go to those marches, they'll continue going whatsoever to those marches because they're already activated as protesters. Those who are not activated as protesters, those who don't go, will never go if they keep pushing from the left wing. No. That's the first reason. There's politicization that is bad. But the second reason why it is bad at excluding people is because it excludes those same people, the moderates, to go due to the maximum participation aim. Trenton told you something weird, which is the corporations fund this and hence they push for moderation. I don't see how, I don't know how. They say maximum participation is good, and the way that you achieve it is good too. We say it is not. There's several reasons why, when you aim to maximum participation, you bring bad things. Note that even if we concede here that we have some less participation, that is probably irrelevant to the achieves of getting people. We mean not 1 million maybe, but 800,000. That is relevant to the impact of the overall protest. Why do we think that when you bring many people into the riot, you do things that are bad? First, the way you approach to it is to commercialize the manifestation. No. You bring big parties, big DJs, big people to say that the manifestation is good. You bring alcohol, you bring weirdest dresses, you make contests. Who is bringing the weirdest dress? Who is the biggest symbol in our riot? Who is, I don't know. You make things in order to provoke people from participation. OO gave you great reasons on how they do that. The point is, they fail to see who are they getting mobilized, which is the ones that were already supporting the LGBT movement, the ones that would already go. Yes, if I'm a person who already empathized with the movement and then you give me free alcohol, I will go there. No, I'll go there. But the point is, by doing this, you exclude moderates from going. Why is this true? Because they don't empathize with that. They feel that those people that over there, even if they share things with them, as in their LGBT, they don't feel persuaded by the way those things are presented. They say, I am not going to see those weird dresses over there. This is good reason why the OG's cases when they say, we don't go to these marches. This is the reason. Because people people who are moderate most times don't go to these things because they perceive them to be eccentric. They perceive them to be something weird, promoted by lefties, in which at the end of the day they share nothing with. This is only because of the thing that they promote this maximum participation in the Stonewall. At the end of the debate, you'll probably believe that in both sides people keep going to the marches, but we bring something unique, which is that the people that usually didn't go, in our world, they have more easiness to go. Those are the most important debate because they are the ones who get mobilized. The other were already, that's what we debate. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that speech. I'd like to call upon the third speaker for the opposition.
It took 50 years of courage and 50 years of blood to get to the point that you could have a gay US presidential candidate, that you could have a Supreme Court affirm the rights of LGBT people, that you could have the UK legalize gay marriage. It seemed audacious to me that having come so far and achieved so much, that the stance of the government bench was to say, we don't want those politicians there. We don't want the awareness, the important people in society. We don't want the money. We don't want the visibility. We want to go back to sitting in a corner where people do not have to look at us. We want to argue with ourselves when a lot of the structures they rely on, or say they were trying to build, already existed. What I want to do in this speech is ask something that has not been asked in this debate. Namely, what are the political challenges going forward that actually face the LGBT community across the world? And what, therefore, is the best format that Pride can take to face those challenges? I want to talk about two things, politics and history. Before that, though, I want to very briefly rebut two things from the government bench. First of all, opening government very poorly to their case centre on the idea that we need these marches to be a nexus of political discussion, that currently Pride in its form does not allow for an advanced discussion about what the movement should aim for and what it should fight for most strongly, and that is the thing that we have lost. I would notice that all of those formats for discussion already exist. The Stonewall Foundation exists, there are gay politicians, there are charities that do these things. I appreciate in the 60s when Pride began, these foundations did not exist, and it served Pride, therefore, an important function in that respect. But they do not live in the world we have today. Those important discussions, those dialogues, those judgments about strategy and direction can already occur regardless of which side of the debate they put. So I think most of the opening government case falls flat. To deal with closing government and the notion of politicization, I think there is a decent incentive, first of all, for right-wing politicians to also come to these events and stand out and get the same sort of vote-gaining opportunities. I mean, they would, for example, not be able to explain how the Tory party went from supporting Section 28 in the span of like 30 years to being the party that introduced gay marriage in the UK. The reason is that it's not as though all right-wing parties are monoliths that will never look towards different opportunities to get votes, and it's not as though there's no incentives for them to reach out. Pride movements, for exactly the reason opening government gives you, becoming more sterile and more palatable to people, are far tamer and safer things for a lot of right-wing politicians to take on board, and that's the reason they come on. The second thing is, like, it was a bit galling to say that, there would be less right-wing stick for the, radical, gay march that was, hidden away than there would be for the average LGBT march. I think a lot of the damage they talk about is realistically pretty symmetric. Substantive, first of all, political change. I want to note that the first thing I asked the opening government was to name the extreme political change that they're facing, and what we got in response was radio silence, a promise that DPM would tell us, and then nothing subsequently. What are the actual things that the LGBT community faces? Early on, a lot of the challenges were very non-adversarial towards the straight community. For instance, pushing for gay marriage does not diminish the institution of marriage for straight people by and large, or it does not need to come into their home. But a lot of the subsequent change are things that will put very real burdens on the straight community, or at least force them into prominence in a way that not previously was the case. For example, having education in school where your child might be educated about what gay people are and the way they lead their lives and why they should accept them, or having to have government funding of things like transition surgery. These are things that put real pressure on straight people and are far more difficult to sell if the movement that is trying to sell these things to you is an extreme one that doesn't want to interact with community, that lives on the fringes of society. I think it is for that reason that the incremental steps forward for the LGBT community are more difficult ones, that it's exactly the wrong moment to step back and say, we need to be more radical, we need to be less involved. What are the benefits that you get on our side of the house? First of all, politically, I think it's staggering that no one has pointed out there is a tremendous value to having politicians march in Pride and be very visible. When someone like Pete Buttigieg or like Penny Wong from Australia is at the front of these Pride marches, it very essentially both acts as a platform to discuss like what political parties are going to do for LGBT stuff going forward, and it also makes them accountable to the extent that political parties, as opposing government, want to affiliate themselves with the cause of LGBT things because that is a vote, because these things are so prominent and so watched. That means those parties do face accountability. They have to make some kind of trade-off and actually push for policies that might lose them some votes on the margin to other categories of people. If these marches are invisible, if there is no selling point, no media coverage, no reason to think these people are damaging to you if you ignore them, there is no reason why politicians will have the same incentive to get involved. The second reason why it is good is it just builds connection between political institutions and LGBT institutions. The fact that politicians march on Pride and the political groups want to organize and be involved in the running of these things mean there is communication between people who have had all the complicated discussions as to what the strategy of an LGBT movement should be and those political parties. They lose that political connection, that political infrastructure on their side, when they make it again in something that is hidden away. That does real damage to their capacity to win those sort of backroom deals or the sort of discussion that realistically is the way that politics functions. If you want to make these incremental steps, you need to be willing to play that game, not run away from it. The second thing I want to talk about is funding. Now, to reiterate, obviously, a lot of visibility just relies on, like, is it a flamboyant event? Isn't it going to get on television? Do a lot of people want to watch it? And I think the important thing to notice here is that, yes, I agree, there are some differences in various countries between what the LGBT movement should aim for and what it can realistically achieve. But to the extent that Pride remains like an internationally watched and a very visible and prominent thing, it has had influence and scope far beyond the individual countries where those marches run. It's become, synonymous with people in countries who might not have those foundational rights, saying, look, that is a place where people like me exist, I can be proud of that, and we're not going to go away. They would take that away from the community, take that platform, that ability to point to very prominent examples of important politicians in other societies, important people in our society standing up and saying, I'm not afraid of the things that you're saying are going to tear down my society, and they would replace it with a march that is invisible by its nature and refuses a large category of people. The second thing I want to talk about is history and symbolism. Before that, government.
Right now we agree that it's an incentive to cater to LGBT groups, but with Pride, all you do is put a rainbow on and have bland policies and say nothing. When we advocate for queer policies in a political way, you then have to adapt to those changes, whereas right now you just got a rainbow and say, I love the gays, and enforce rainbow policies.
I think you're conflating not being over the top with being bland with the political activism that you push for. It is not true that just because you make Pride something that is more palatable to people, that is a better optical appearance, that you've forgotten those things. It's not as though Stonewall has forgotten the right that it wants to fight for, the people running these marches, the people marching for these politicians have forgotten the things that they care about. It's they're choosing to use the leverage and the visibility to stand in that discussion, to stand there, rather than hiding away and presuming that shouting from the margins is likely to get you something. The last thing I want to talk about is history. I think that an important point of Pride is the thing I touched on before, which is that it's a symbol of hope. That people from all walks of life can come together and be LGBT, and that is something that they can be proud of and succeeded. And more importantly, it's a reminder of how far this community has come and what it has achieved over the last 50 years. Now, Matt may have better gay parties that he wants to go to. That's not the case for everyone in society. There are many people who don't have that opportunity. And to sacrifice that one rallying point, that reminder that it gets better, which is an important thing to save lives realistically for people who live in very difficult and struggling circumstances, all for the sake of, again, of a radicalization that has very little political gain, seems a tragic thing to do. Look, we exist and we're not going away was the rallying cry of a movement that gave people around the world rights in love and life for the last 50 years. It would be tragic to throw that away because the government bench found the Barclays Pride flag on their corporate marketing was a bit tacky.
Thank you very much for that speech. I think we'll have a final speaker.
Probably you have realized that in this debate every team has a completely different characterization of this demonstration, and that probably you have to adjudicate the debate in which characterization is more realistic and fits better with the world. Antonio told you that these demonstrations are completely controlled by left-wing parties, and that therefore the people of the moderate and right-wing will be excluded. No real engagement with this. I'm going to engage why this is the most likely scenario. First of all, as Antonio told you, these demonstrations have been organized by the left-wing parties since the beginning of the movement. Since the 60s or 70s in which this demonstration started to take place, the organization were part of the left-wing party, which were the only one which accepted gay people. So therefore, for many years, they are in the organizations and within
the core of the LGTB movement, which is organizing this demonstration, they are continuing doing so by tradition and because they have these spaces. Secondly, because within the political parties of the left, there is groups which are supporting the LGBT movement. I mean, in the left-wing parties, you have groups of LGBT people, and with some exceptions, in most of the right-wing parties, for example, in Spain or in Germany or in Italy, gay people does not organize within the right-wing parties because they are not well accepted inside. Therefore, it's these parties which have the possibility to put pressure in order not get into put pressure in and to control the LGTB community. And thirdly, because in most countries in the world, the LGTB voters usually vote the left-wing parties, and therefore they have a huge incentive to get involved in this circle. For these reasons, I think that Antonio's characterization is by far the most important. For put you a couple of examples, Madrid and San Francisco are the two biggest demonstrations in the world for LGTB movement. In those two demonstrations, it's more than 1 million people every year. And you know what? For the past 2 years in Madrid and San Francisco, right-wing candidates are banned from the demonstration as public people. That means that they cannot attend as part of the Partido Popular, Vox or Ciudadanos, and like Trumpists in San Francisco, because they are not allowed in the demonstration. They can go as individuals, but they cannot go as political people. That means that the only speeches politically related that you are going to receive are the ones of the left parties, and are the ones which control the demonstration. We think that this is extremely important for many reasons. Not yet. The most important is that you are excluding 50% of the population, 50% of the LGBT movement for this demonstration. Like as this is like a biological thing, you have like 50% of the people which is from right wing, which are not represented by that demonstration. They feel that they are too extravagant, that they are left, that they are all that they hate, but also gay as them. So they are not going to feel part of that movement at all. We think that somehow it's going to rebuttal the entire case of the opposition, because they say, hey, we need politicians to be there, and we say, okay, but what's the change that you're going to achieve if the only politicians involved and the only attention that you're going to get is the people which are already supporting the LGBT movement? These people are already knowing the vote that they have. Now, as the counterfactual that we would, why we think that the queer demonstration is going to be as we say it's going to be? What in the hell is the incentive for a young, for some reason, as Obrino was going to say, violent, gay supporter or fighting for their rights going to change the demonstration if they are already controlling the mainstream demonstration? They are part of the extreme left parties. They are already happy with the extravagant that this movement is. Why in hell they will change the demonstration? They are controlling, they are the actual organizer of the Gay Pride in Madrid, in San Francisco, in Berlin. They are organizing this demonstration. Why in hell will they change and go to the queer one? We think that the most natural thing to happen is that the queer one, it will be constructed as an opposition to the main one. And therefore, the moderate people, the right-wing people, the people which is not happy with being in the same demonstration with our extreme left candidate, will go to this other demonstration. So what we think will happen is that in our world, we are promoting much more inclusion, because in their world we have only that part of the population participating, being really extravagant and having some attention of the left politicians. In our world, we have a lot of population which never engaged with the LGBT movement, now really engaging. What we think, and this is the impact which Antonio brought to this debate, is that what is more important to the LGBT movement is to be transversal, to be in both sides of society, both right and left. And which is more important is to have all these people working together and feeling part of the same movement, and therefore being happy with fighting for the gay rights. Now, second point here. Why we think that we have more change in the long term in our side of the house? Well, what Ben say is that because we have politicians and all the stuff there, we have more awareness and more money, and therefore we'll change more things. First of all, I think that this is kind of over-impacting. We think that one day demonstration is not going to change at all the way that politicians see the politics, and they are not going to put a law or another law because of that. And I think that the funding that they receive is not for this. We think that the key things that change politics are A, long-term lobby, which we think is symmetrical in this debate, but second and more important, deep political calculation. Why is a right-wing party going to allow a right gay marriage? No, sorry, I have no time. The only reason is because they think that this is a good calculation for voting, that they are not going to lose votes but win votes if they do so. We think that this is much more likely to happen if the electorate, the people which vote these parties, are going to be, okay, yeah.
Look, in the eyes of a conservative person, the extreme left will always be associated with an antagonistic march like the QLib, because it will support their policy. If you're a conservative person, which march would you genuinely go to? One that is associated with extreme left, or one that is not associated?
I think I explained for all my speech why the one which is associated with the extreme left is the mainstream one, the Stonewall or whatever one, because it's the one which is controlled by the left for the entire period of time. So, as I was saying, the right-wing parties are going to change things if they think that the voters are okay with that. And that will happen if the gay voters of these platforms are engaged with the LGBT movement. They feel comfortable going to the demonstration. They feel that they have also a space within the LGBT movement. And therefore, when the politician has to vote for gay rights, they will think, is this good or bad for the next election? And they probably think that this is good. We think that this is massively more important than having a little bit more funding or to having like a little bit more publicity in press. We think that in our world we are engaging with the 50% of the population which is more necessary to have rights for these people, which is the people which is already not engaging with LGBT movement, which is the people moderate or right wing, and we get that inside of the house, making this protest more transversal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that speech. I'd like to call upon the final speaker for the opposition.
By the end of this debate, I'm genuinely unconvinced that any of the other three teams have a path forward to end the oppression of the gay body. Because opening government wants messaging without any degree of being able to implement that messaging in real politics. Opening opposition notes that the QLib movement is incredibly divisive, gives us no path forward in terms of how we actually change things, reform things. And CG talks about engagement without ever explaining to you the value of that engagement. I'm going to address these concerns in two different things. First, I'm going to talk about political change, and second of all, I want to talk about inclusion in the marches. I'm going to explain on why each metric we've beaten every other team in this round. To begin with, on political change, this was the primary claim that we got from the opening government team. And the claim that we got here was that you cannot antagonize straight allies and corporations in mainstream pride as a consequence of these corporations funding you and straight allies being a part of the movement. I want to note a few different things. The first thing I want to note is a very important observation from John, which is that discussion in this debate is symmetric, because you can talk about all of your policy concerns within Stonewall. Therefore, the more prominent question, I think, is how this kind of strategic thinking is actually brought to the public. And the observation that I want to make here is, first of all, that QLib is unlikely to reach the masses of people which are necessary for political change. If their side is about making people within the movement aware, that is possible on both sides of the house. But if the debate is about actually making sure that we normalize these messages and getting it accessible to the public, you need to make sure that straight allies are there. That's a large corporate event where many people are attending and watching, so that's where they lose. No, thank you. The second thing that I want to point out is that significant numbers of corporations are actively looking for queer messaging. This is a buyer's market. These are people who are gay billionaires like Peter Thiel, or relatively liberal companies like RuPaul's Drag Race. All of these different types of organizations are probably likely to be willing to fund these Stonewall50 without asking for any significant changes. So it's completely unclear why all companies are as monolithic as they suggest. The third thing that I want to point out is that there's a massive tension within the opening government case, because on the one hand, they say companies don't want to endorse something that is controversial, and because they're conservative, but on the other hand, they also say that these are crazy, sex-crazed parties which have lots of alcohol, something that conservative people would presumably also oppose. So I'm not really sure what opening government believes. I think the more plausible reality is that companies don't really care that much about how Pride presents itself, and as a consequence, we get all the policy reforms and all the, no thank you, messaging that they want on their side of the house. But let's finally draw a comparative, because I think it's very important to note that there was very little engagement with the material that came out from John's speech. Because, as we identified, this is not the place for policy change. As we noted, protests now deal with more difficult acts of oppression to sell to the public. This is oppression which is either more subtle or something that is more oppositional. So say things such as funding transition surgeries. And the important thing that we need to do is get significant ties between institutions and individuals so that you can get those backdoor deals, never rebutted by the closing government team. That we need to get politicians to actually endorse and assimilate within this messaging. They need to have a platform to actually spread their message, but also to be held accountable. The response that we get from closing government on this is that these parties are already left, so it's meaningless to actually have them participate. But the issue is, this allows us to push it further to the left. No, thank you. That in the Democratic nomination race, the person who comes up and gives a more liberal speech is more likely to get gay votes. And that means that you're more likely to shift the political spectrum to the left within the mainstream, like in the primaries for the Democrats, and actually get substantive change. As such, I think we get massive political benefits, particularly from being able to assimilate with mainstream political institutions, and I think because we're better able to understand the grander historical arc of Pride, that makes it easier to sell. So for instance, the historical connotation with Stonewall50, no thank you, makes Pride seem a lot more pressing and a lot more important given the oppression that occurred in the past. Second thing, on inclusion. We have two different claims about safe spaces. I'm going to deal with the opening government claim first. The claim from opening government, sure.
The Queer Liberation March and expressions of pain better highlight suffering of the population than a hedonistic party and give politicians clear issues they have to deal with. Your version of Pride observes issues through non-political tokenistic contributions with useless money for alcohol.
I mean, I just told you why it's not going to be apolitical, so that doesn't really engage with the analysis that I just gave you. But also, QLib is going to be less accessible, which means that that message won't even get out there, so I think that you don't get that benefit anyways. On inclusion, we get three different mechanisms from the opening government team as to why this hurts the safe space that Pride is, discouraging people from attending and building a community. Claim number one, that the presence of police officers is incredibly damaging for many people who choose to come to these marches. I want to point out that their side doesn't actually make many marches safer, because in lots of rural areas like the southern United States, you have safety in numbers and with police. But the problem is not internal violence. That was not the sophisticated claim coming out from opposition, but rather hate crimes or other external acts of violence that might accrue to these people. To feel comfortable to go to this march in the very first place in Texas requires that you have a sufficient mass of people, which means that the visibility and level of scale is important, but also that you have police officers who will protect you. And in those cases, these people are excluded. The second claim that we get is that there are going to be significant right-wing parties who attend these marches without any analysis. Again, if the argumentation is that mostly parties don't want to be right-wing as we get from closing, or want to go to these marches as we get from closing government, then that's probably untrue. And if it's the case that they do go, which is more true, they're likely trying to advocate for gay votes, which means that they won't be oppositional, and they'll actually be trying to cater towards them. No thanks. The last claim we get is on alcohol, and that there's lots of alcohol at these parties, so lots of people don't feel comfortable. Sure, but I think lots of people actually enjoy the alcohol environment, and it actually draws some people in. Presumably, too, if you shift some of these people into QLib, that means that that environment, no thank you, also changes, and presumably becomes more about a celebration, as many of these people who go to Pride want that celebration, and no thank you, the shift over will keep that kind of character. But what did we tell you? No thank you. First of all, we told you that you're less likely to create a relatable community, because the loss of internationalization means that you don't see people from halfway across the world who are also gay but have rights and are able to live day to day. You don't actually include people, like for instance, gay police officers or gay politicians, so on that metric, they fail. The final claim that we get is from closing government, and I think they give a very simple claim. They say that this is going to polarize the right, and this is going to polarize moderates, because this is seen as extreme and will be endorsed by right-wing parties. As John points out, it isn't rebutted. This is symmetric because it's unlikely that a right-wing voter would want to go to an extremely controversial rally, which is the premise of OG's case, because they say these need to be extreme policy changes, and therefore it's not clear why they ever prove anything on the comparative. So that means that right-wingers and moderates are unlikely to go. But probably on our side of the house, we're more likely to bring in moderates because we normalize the messaging of Pride and normalize these things. We bring it to the mainstream. We make it more likely that people view things like gay marches as part of the mainstream, as dressing flamboyantly, as okay, as we see from TV shows like RuPaul's Drag Race. At the end of this debate, we give you the clearest path forward. We provide hope for vulnerable youth, and we also make sure that we have political change that is plausible and likely. Very proud to oppose. Thank you.
Thank you for that debate. If you wait outside, we'll give you a result.
So one announcement. Judges are asked to go to the C1 room, so we can all stay here, and you can have the deliberation in C1. Alicia will guide you to the room, and now we'll have 15 minutes break for deliberation, and after 15 minutes break, we'll have the call and the justification feedback, so get back here in 18 minutes, people who are watching stream.
Są tam czy nie?
let's start with the top part and explain why opening opposition beat opening government. From opening government, we get a very clear conception of what Stonewall 50 protests tend to look like, and a well-explained reason as the message tends to be watered down or meet the lowest common denominator, particularly because of corporate interest within it. We also get the consequence of that is that you exclude minorities, and in some cases it can be over-celebratory rather than highlighting specific issues. That is broadly what we get from opening government and what other teams need to be compared with. Why does that lose to opening opposition? So I think first, in the first speech from opening opposition, we get some mitigants to that by noting that it is still the case that Stonewall can have messages. For certain reasons, you will still try to exclude individuals from the black community included because you want to maximize participation. That's fine, but that broadly only mitigates the benefits which we get from opening government. What we get, which is stronger from opening opposition, are twofold. The first is that when it comes to the major claims made by opening government, which is that we can get a discussion and a better discussion, the questions we get from opening opposition, admittedly more in the second speech than the first, is what will these discussions tend to look like? And when you get a large number of people who are quite angry with very different agendas, it is unlikely you are going to get a coherent message across, but instead get a very angry movement across. The reason why that matters is that harms the value which opening government are pushing for, which is in other words to say that when opening government claim that the Q-Lib movement will get a better message, one which is more inclusionary, by the end of the DLO speech, we get a reasonably convincing explanation that the QLM movement is unlikely to do that and is likely to be, if anything, more divisive within the movement. That at least deals with the large parts of the benefits which we get from opening government. Secondly, while I think opening government start by talking a lot about how change is important, we want political change, there actually isn't a great deal of explanation in opening government as to what that change looks like and why that is likely to manifest itself. So it is left implicit, I think, at least until a point of information we get to closing opposition, as to how, if we get a better message from the Q-Lib movement, that will actually lead to the kinds of concrete changes you want. So that's left a little bit too implicit. The reason that becomes a big problem for you is I do think we get a stronger justification from opening opposition as to why they can get change. Firstly, they note that you can have a single clear pride message, which isn't likely to be the lowest common denominator, but could be something slightly above that, which is fine. I think you probably needed a bit more to explain what that message is and why that can be so strong, but nonetheless it is there, which doesn't make it seem to be negative. And then you get considerably more attention and far more individuals engaged with that message. So even then, if we get no real indication of how opening government will get change, but a lower denominator from opening opposition, but one where they can give us more of a pathway as to why this leads to change, it seems likely then that opening opposition are beating opening government, particularly given that I think they have very compelling arguments as to why Q-Lib will not have a coherent message, or indeed even necessarily a single reasonable message, instead becomes very divisive, and therefore you don't get any kind of positive message. So even if you have your mechanism for change from opening government, that seems to lose to opening opposition. So broadly speaking, opening opposition are able to mitigate the benefits of Q-Lib effectively, and note that it is likely they are more likely to get change, and that change is going to be at least marginally good given the clear messages which are slightly more inclusionary. That's why opening op beats opening government. Closing government. So closing government had a very powerful idea in this debate, but one by the end of the debate doesn't quite stand to the attacks which we get from both government benches. So from opening government, closing government, we hear broadly one argument split into two, which is irrespective of which country you are in, there is a problem if the gay rights movement is politicized. It is likely to be politicized when you have a Stonewall 50 movement because you are inviting politicians. These will tend to be politicians from the left.
So far, that seems to be reasonable and seems to be well justified, and I think particularly in the second speech we get more justifications why that is likely to be the case. The second part of this argument is, as a result, you are going to lose 50%-ish of the voters because the right is going to be excluded, which is also reasonably justified. But the third part of that is the Q-Lib movement is likely to be able to attract those individuals. That final part really doesn't have much justification to it. And I think closing opposition are able to call you out on that. That doesn't mean this extension doesn't have value, but effectively what you now have is a movement which is reasonably attractive because it has a lot of publicity in the way opening opposition suggests is damaging in and of itself because it excludes 50% of the population. And there is then an inference that maybe not having a prominent movement at all wouldn't exclude those individuals. So in terms of the value then of the argument as made, bearing in mind that criticism from closing opposition, what we get is change is less likely because fewer people are going to be involved in it. There are two difficulties I think this then creates in comparing firstly with opening opposition. Opening opposition notes, I think very compellingly in a point of information, that those right-wing individuals are probably going to associate the gay rights movement with the left anyway. And I think to some degree closing government plays into this because your justifications as to why the right is going to be excluded include that the left has been involved in this movement from the start, left-wing party, these people tend to join left-wing parties, they tend to already vote left-wing. It doesn't seem clear to us that it seems, if anything, that you've given us a reason that irrespective of gay pride, that the left-wing movement will probably support this movement, support gay rights, while the right-wing movement will not. And I think the opening opposition point of information notes that. So that immediately, I think, weakens the change which you are suggesting. The second difficulty is, it still is a little bit unclear to us what the pathway for change your side wants, which is, I can believe by the end you're not going to win those 50%, but I think by the end of the debate it seems like if you're not going to win those 50% anyway, it is damaging. And then it becomes a real problem when you don't respond to some of the analysis which comes out from closing opposition, which is why you want those politicians involved in terms of how you could hold them accountable, because they are speaking to the same kind of point. By the end, while I can believe it is slightly more likely you exclude right-wing individuals, I think opening up and closing up are able to give you different reasons as to why that is insufficient because they're already not going to be part of the movement, or for closing opposition, that it is better that you have some politicians, even if only from the left, which I'll talk about in a moment, being involved in that movement. So that extension then lost to the two opposition teams. In comparing you with opening government, so we had a conversation which broadly went, what we get from opening government is a limited set of mechanisms to change or why harms change. We get a better structural argument as to why harms change from closing government. The reason I think in the end we still both narrowly felt that opening government beat closing government is twofold. One, while I think they are less ambitious in terms of what they are showing, I think they do more to be able to prove it, that there is going to be a watering down of the message. That is not in and of itself enough to beat you if there is at least some idea of why you can get change. And I think what we get from opening up is, at least this way, there'll be some messages which end up being more prominent, and the pain from those messages is useful in terms of mobilizing individuals. Now, when comparing that mechanism to the mechanism which is right-wing individuals don't get involved, I think even though yours is more powerful if proven, I think theirs is less powerful if proven, but I think theirs is proven while yours is less proven than theirs. So I think in the end, we felt that cumulatively, the contribution from opening government then beats what we get from closing government. Closing opposition. So there's another one of the tight calls in debate comparing closing opposition to opening opposition. But what we thought was useful of closing opposition were broadly, again, three things in terms of ascending value of importance. So like the visibility in other countries is fine, it is somewhat new, it is not overly distinct from what we get from opening opposition, but nonetheless does note there was another large constituency of individuals who are benefited, that's fine. The second addition which we get is a clearer explanation as to the problems with the government. In particular, if what the government wants is a discussion, that can happen anyway. This was mentioned in opening opposition, but I think has more detail in closing opposition. Again, I don't think those two things are going to win you the debate. So, what really then mattered is, are you able to chart a reason as to why the Stonewall movement can lead to benefits? And the specific reasons you give looks at politicians and how you can hold them accountable, building infrastructure, both between corporations and politicians, and why that can lead to a change. We thought this material was reasonably well made in the extension. I think it has more bite in the summary speech, albeit on occasion only for a few lines, for instance by noting that in the Democratic primaries it can really matter how left-wing you are, so the inclusion of this group can matter. So we thought that argument was well made, and it is simply new. Then the comparison is, why does that beat opening opposition? And I think in the end, to the degree opening opposition themselves are very clear that the question is, do you get actual change? And again, this is in opening up, but it's largely done through attention, and attention itself and individual causes mattering, where the actual translation to that to change is vague. It's not that it isn't there, it's strongly implicit that it's there, but I think it needed more justification as how you actually improve the lives of individuals. From closing opposition, I think we get an awful lot more about that. I will note there are some slight complications about this. We have different interpretations of what the problems the gay right movements face. While I do quite like what we get in the extension speeches to what is likely to be, it does seem to be very much a characterization which only applies in a handful of actual Western countries. But nonetheless, I think the underlying analysis behind that, which is you need political actors on side for lots of these changes, nonetheless works, and without as compelling a mechanism from opening up. What we get from closing up narrowly ends up beating that. And when comparing closing opposition to the Gov bench, I think that they are able to negate a lot of opening government work by noting the other areas in which you can have this discussion, which I do think mitigates a lot of opening government, and then including how you get that change, which also gets the positive impact that opening government highlights but doesn't get. And when you talk about politicians and why it is valuable to include them, and particularly even if they only come from one wing, admittedly I do think this could have done with more detail, I do think that nonetheless deals with or counterposits the value we get from closing government, and thus the closing extension also does a great deal to beat closing government in this debate. Are there any questions? Anything you want me to explain in more detail? Well, good luck and enjoy the rest of the tournament.
So the plan for now is that we have lunch in the canteen. We will be back with streaming at 2 p.m. when the draw will be released, and the debate should start somewhere around 2 p.m. So thank you very much, and see you later.
Okay, welcome everyone to round 2. As before, speeches are 7 minutes in length, with the first and last minute protected. After about 7:15, we will stop listening, so there is no advantage talking longer. And with that, I'd like to call upon the first speaker to open the case for the government.
So for the benefit of those watching at home, or wherever you might be, the motion for the round is this House, as a religious individual, would prefer to be part of a religious community that proselytizes over one that does not. This is a debate about what the good life looks like for someone who is already religious. It is not a debate about the general elements of religion, organized or otherwise, that are not specific or unique to the fact that a community has an intention and a doctrine, a support mechanism to proselytize moving forward. I want to talk about 3 big claims in the speech. First, as to why religion, in terms of playing a role in shaping the way you look at the world, has a far worse effect on you on that side of the house than ours. It's been ambiguous, but we'll see why in a second. It's more of a metaphysical claim at this point. Second of all, why your belief in the faith that you currently hold, regardless of what faith it is, and we're going to make this argument as general as possible so they can apply to a large number of belief systems, is going to be significantly stronger when you have to proselytize and challenge those faiths and find answers to those challenges. And last of all, why this induces you to be charitable and to reap the benefits of that charity, but crucially in a way that is distinct as compared to a more secular approach or a non-religious approach. So, first argument on the metaphysics of it. I think there are 2 possible reasons why a religious community might decide not to attempt proselytization on a large scale. One is a deeper doctrinal belief, as some religions hold, that you simply cannot be saved, and that making any attempt to try and save you by telling you about the presence of a religion or to convert you is not going to change that outcome. That salvation is intrinsic as opposed to something to do with the choices that you make. The reason I think this is a far worse belief to hold about the people around you is that very often, most people don't live entirely in pseudo-religious communities. What that means is that they will interact with individuals like family members, friends, or colleagues who are not at the point of beginning members of that community. And the way you then look at these individuals is that they're incredibly helpless, they can't be saved, and you know they're doomed to damnation. But it also means that in the worst cases, no, you view them as sinful, you view them as less than you. I think one of these might be worse than the other, but either way, it shapes your relationships with them, which is why this is important. It is important because you over time can't help but see their lives as less than yours in some way, wasted in some way, or worse. And I think that is damaging to the fact of trying to hold a positive conversation with them, to trust them, to confide your secrets to them, or whatnot. More importantly, it also becomes hard to build those relationships over time because you just struggle with the fact that on some level they're doomed and there's nothing you can do about it. That makes you feel incredibly helpless as well. The second conceivable explanation for this is that you think they can be saved, but your religious community chooses not to focus those efforts on such individuals. For instance, by choosing to focus those resources inward. The reason that's even worse in some cases is because that agency, you could have saved them if you tried to tell them about it, perhaps not all of them, but you could at the very least have given them a fighting chance to stave off what is likely to be an infinity in hell, however that hell looks like, means that, again, in your interactions with them, you feel incredibly complicit with the fact that they're going on their daily lives, not realizing because of an effort that you could have made, that their lives and their afterlives can be made significantly better. So I think either way, on our side of the house, a world in which you try and proselytize is a world in which you, whether or not it's the truth, consistently believe you are doing your best to make the people around you better. In essence, it means they are worth saving, and that is a far more aspirational and positive view of the people around you. That is a good thing in the way we build relationships. Second, your belief in faith is stronger. Why is this? When you proselytize, you have to answer and respond to challenges to that faith and how it fits the modern world. Because you are persuading individuals who, by definition, don't already buy into the belief system you are trying to get them to buy into. Why is it good? Because in the process of hearing those challenges and answering those responses by doing things like seeking advice from religious leaders or in interpreting religious doctrine in a way that allows you to be consistent with your current behavior, whether or not you actually end up changing your views on a lot of these things, you become a lot more grounded and understand why you hold those views or how those views are consistent with other parts of your belief system when you are in the process of proselytizing and answering those challenges. No, this argument has nothing to do with whether you actually successfully proselytize someone. It is the process of perpetually trying to proselytize a broad range of society that means you have to answer a broad range of views. Why is this important? 3 reasons. 1, because a lot of religions involve surviving temptation, either to switch to an alternate religion or to just become secular. The easiest way for you as a religious individual, as the motion stipulates, to fight that is to have a strong grounded belief in the tenets of that system which are renewed over time. It's a Millsian argument about free speech and is applied to a religious context. Second, it is easy as well to feel dominated or insecure in a rationality/scientifically dominated world, which is yet another reason to think that if you over time can find ways of explaining your faith that are consistent, even if they're not believed by everyone, that makes you much more likely to believe that amidst the challenges that other people will be levying at you. Last of all, to the extent that most religions give you some sort of moral dictum, it is easier to follow that moral code when you believe the underlying doctrinal system. So the benefits of a religion telling you to do a good thing are amplified by the fact that you are not likely to question whether that religion is dogmatically correct, and as a result, whether the stuff it tells you to do to be a good person is correct as well. I'll take a quick.
At best, what Teck explains why we have you when you're proselytizing. What happens when you're not?
Cool, we'll get to that. Well, I mean, look, when you're not proselytizing, you will be reaping the benefits of that proselytization because you'll be much more secure in those beliefs. That's the way this argument, by the way, applies. The last thing I want to say here is that it is also, conversely, easier to persuade religious leaders to accept moderate changes to the depth of the times on the premise that this is beneficial to a proselytizing end. This argument this appeal does not exist in religions who do not actively seek to proselytize for the reason that there is no need to cater to a, for example, younger generation as the Catholic Church is doing across the developed world, because there simply isn't a need to expand the number of people by actively persuading them. Instead, what you then care about is preserving fidelity to the movement as it is. I.e., if you as an individual are dissatisfied, it is easier to persuade, if other people share this view, as is statistically likely, I guess, it is easy to make persuasions to change the interpretation of religious doctrine if you are in a community where the avenue of proselytization is a good political quote-unquote justification for this. Last of all, this allows you to be charitable in a way that is unique. The first thing I want to deal with very briefly is that at some point this might say, it is better to channel resources internally as opposed to persuading people outside. I don't think this is 100% true, for the reason that there's a balance to be struck, and likely we will strike that balance. The reason for this is to proselytize individuals who do not already believe in the doctrinal system. They don't see someone living a tough lives in the middle of this community and go, oh, but that toughness is justified because of whatever religious dictate it might be. Because they're not buying for that system yet. In other words, the way you proselytize is partly about explaining the validity of your system, but it's also about showing that members of your community are thriving, that they are leading good lives and their needs are taken care of both soulfully and spiritually as well as materially, which is why there will be a good balance between resources that are allocated and towards proselytizing, as well as helping the community remain broadly intact and helping each other out. But the positive thing we want to forward here is that proselytizing through the form of charity is a good thing for individuals, for the simple reason that it helps them create meaning in their life and feel like they're making a difference. The reason it is superior to a secular version of it is, one, on the secular end of things, there is a far weaker justification for why you are doing this, which means that it either happens a lot less frequently, or even when it does happen, it feels a lot more like a chore, as opposed to something you are happy to do because of some divine promise in the afterlife, or because it is something that you genuinely believe in as part of a larger system of beliefs. For all these reasons, we propose.
Thank you for that speech. I'd like to call upon the first speaker for the opposition.
Okay, opening opposition case is going to be very simple. We're going to talk about how this kind of communities reduce the liberty and opportunity of make choose by these people, because the community is so close and makes so clear dogmas that you're not going to be able to choose between different alternatives in life, and your life is therefore going to be much worse. Before, two contentions in what opening government has said. First, they make a really weird argument about people cannot be safe and like you abandon these people if you are not making proselytism, when I think it's just the other way around. Most religions, or at least most mainstream religions in the world, what they think is not that they are abandoning the people which do not believe in the same God or in the same values. Most religions, actually Islam or Catholicism, make this, or at least moderate Islam, this very clear, is that you can save yourself through your behavior and not through the way you believe in something. Actually, Catholics even have a dogma for this. You can get salvation without believing in the Christian God if you go through a good life and you have good actions with this. While when you are a proselytism, you're almost implying the other way around. You mean that you have to spend a lot of time doing this because this is really important, and this is so important is because you are acting to salvate or to somehow help these people to go to the heaven or whatever. Therefore, I think that the people which think that is going not to be salvated is in their side of the house. And think what impact that is. If you are doing this all the time that you think this is so important, you are going to get extremely frustrated when this does not work. And we think that this is the most likely outcome in vast majority of cases, because people, or A, are already deeply religious in a different way that you are in a different community, or B, you don't really care so much about religion and you think that these people is like really intense people that you don't want to chat with. I think that the percentage of success of these people transforming the opinion on the religion of the people is increasingly really low, and therefore they're going to be really frustrated. Even if they are right and mainstream religions also think that the people that don't believe in the same God is going to be to the hell, they will be not so frustrated because they're not putting all the efforts in this task, and therefore they're not like the entire time of their life watching how all the people which is not converting to the religion, they think, oh, one more fail, and this person which I was not able to convert now is going to go to the hell. I think that that's much tougher. And secondly, about the reaffirmation religion, I don't really trust why it's so important to put all your effort, your intellectual effort in reaffirming your religion when you can reaffirm other things, for example, in relation with other people, which also brings happy to you. But secondly, I think that the rebuttal of frustration also applies here. I think that it would be really frustrating to think that you have really good basic religious ideas, but you are unable to put those ideas in the head of other people. Now, going to the case of open opposition, our main point is that this is going to reduce vastly the freedom and the liberty of the people in this community. Why? We think this community has to be really strict, and they have to share really common values which are really common and very limit the capability of fluctuating. Why? Three mechanisms of this. First, because you have to have a unique message to sell to these people. If you want to proselytize, you have to have some kind of dogma which is really clear in order to have all the people which is doing the proselytism in the same direction. Actually, usually it's like a big head or a big boss which is the one which directs this proselytism and say which are the important dogmas and the important values you have to sell. Second, because we think that you have to involucrate a lot in this kind of communities, like really a lot. You have to read a lot and investigate as they say. You have to form groups to work and divide like the city for the places you want to go door to door. And thirdly, even your success in the community depends on how good you are selling this product, this religion to other people. Therefore, you have to put a lot of effort in being good in this. That means that, this is the third part, probably you will spend lots of time in community, you will have to interiorize a lot the values that they have, and they will be, a lot of control of those values. We think that this is incredibly bad for at least 2 or 3 impacts. First, we think that you will have really little space to have a different kind of religion than that community. That means that in our world, we have like the possibility of reinterpret the religion and live the religion our way, but in their case, it's much more difficult because we are in a process of constant making a homogeneous idea of this religion, and therefore I will have less choosing to be like my own way of religion. But secondly, a more practical point of view, I think that first it will be much more stigmatization for the people which go out of this line, for example, people which get divorced or which have some kind of a feeling of sexual liberty. This is few cases, but they exist in many communities, and they will be much more stigmatized. And thirdly, and related with this second, there will be much high pressure over the people to follow those rules. That means that because my entire life is focused in that community, I spend so much time, so many hours in my day doing this community life with the religion, it will be much more pressure on me to follow their values. If I get divorced now, I will have no friends. They will make me feel really sad. They will be all the time pointing me with the finger. That means that I have much more pressure to follow their values, and therefore, even if I think I should not do something, probably I will be somehow forced by the social pressure to do it. Yeah, close.
Being a member of a community that proselytizes does not imply that you're personally doing it as a full-time job.
Obviously, it's not, but in the comparative with our world, it's more in our world than in his world. I mean, probably if you don't spend so much time doing this, there will be no such a proselytized community. What we think with this argument is that obviously it's communities which do not proselytize, which are also really strict, but that's not necessary. But on the other hand, when you want to proselytize and have a unique message and this kind of community, you have to be very strict with your dogma and to try to make an homogeneous values in that community, and that restrict a lot the liberty of the people. Second part of our case, we think that this will enforce a lot the relationship with third person or persons outside this community. First, because of the characterization of these people as the people look to these people. Most people think that the witnesses of Jehovah and all these people are really intense people, which I don't want to have around in my life. For many reasons. First, because I don't want to see anything about another religion. I already have one or another values. But second, because sometimes many people think that these values are going to somehow enforce their social environment. For example, if you are a boss, you don't want your employees being all the time by another employee talking about changing their religion, etc. Or if you are a parent, you don't want your child to be all the time with children with are like so proselytizing all the time talking about new religions. We think that this is important because most of the consequence of this is that probably you will have to close your circle of real friends, the closest circle with people which you really engage with, because you are not going to be able to break through the barriers of most people because they think you are intense, that they are propagating values that they do not like, and that you are like some kind of social like that intense people. Therefore, this is bad, obviously, because you have less relationship, but also it's more strong, the second argument, because now you will have to be even more within the circle of your community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that speech. I'd like to call upon the second speaker for the government.
So I think the crucial clash which is developing in this debate is between two different visions of proselytism. A proselytism was about flexibility and attempting to persuade people in a reasonable way, and a proselytism which consists of constantly repeating a single dogma in the hope that someone else will adopt it whilst hardening your own position. Obviously, both these types of proselytism have existed historically. We think structurally, ours is more likely to exist both in general and to exist in the modern world, and therefore overwhelmingly that's likely to be the type of proselytism people are engaged in and the type of proselytism which is affecting people's lives. We're going to talk about why that is later. For that, a characterization of proselytism. We don't think that modern proselytism tends to look like constantly shouting at people or haranguing them in public that they're going to be damned to eternal judgment unless they convert to your religion. It probably looks much more like looking for the opportunity when you know your friend is feeling a bit lost in their life and you can share with them the thing which is important, which gives you a sense of meaning. It looks like providing services to people you know are struggling in their lives so that when they're considering who's helped them, they'll be aware that your church is the person who helped them when they were down, and therefore they'll be potentially receptive to your ideas. Proselytism doesn't have to be done in a crude way, it can be a deeply delicate and subtle process. 3 points in this speech, but before that, rebuttal to what we get coming out of opening opposition. So I think the most important claim they actually make is that this is a clash between religions who see themselves as exclusively saved and religions which say, well, you know, it doesn't really matter if you're a Catholic, provided you're a good person. I think every religion makes some form of claim of preference for its believers. That the degree of preference it accords them might vary, but you would generally say that your believers are in a unique relationship with God. Why? Because you have to be arguing that you are providing the moral solution, or you are not really a religion. Therefore, regardless of whether you have an emphasis on faith, people are better equipped to access divine reward if they are working through your religion and a member of it. Therefore, any religion is necessarily making a claim to be helping its followers, and therefore a claim that other people are worse off. We think the crucial difference is between those religions which see other people as redeemable, like the vast majority of religions which currently exist, or those religions like, for example, some of the forms of Calvinism which have existed historically, which just says that some people are and aren't the elect, and therefore you should just reject those people who aren't the elect and not help them. Secondly, in terms of frustration, look, we would say that if you are constantly shouting at people that they are going to go to hell, and then they don't change to your religion, that is going to be a deeply frustrating experience.
if what you are trying to do is engage in meaningful conversations with people about something deeply important to you, we think that can be a very fulfilling experience, even if the result of that conversation is not what you'd ultimately hoped it would be. And sometimes you will convert someone, at which point you will feel a sense of profound elevation at having shared with someone the most important thing in your life. And sometimes you won't, but you'll still get a sense of fulfillment from having tried. We think people can be accruing a spiritual reward from engaging in proselytism, even if they're not necessarily successful in doing so, so it's more likely to be affirming than deeply frustrating. In terms of the analysis about why there is going to be a turn towards homogeneity and backwardness in religions which engage in proselytism, the first thing they notice is that you need a message. That's definitely true. What they don't show analytically is why that message therefore needs to be inflexible and certain. I would make a historical claim, which I think is accurate, that when religions have been trying to convert people and win people over, they do two things. The first is that they incorporate elements of those other people's ideas, because turning up to someone and saying, we have a completely different worldview, drop everything you believe in, is inherently unpersuasive. By contrast, highlighting areas of synergy between your belief systems is a more persuasive way to look at things, to talk to people. So for example, you can look at the incorporation of ancestor worship into Catholicism in China, or the incorporation of paganism into early Christianity, or similar, the way that religions have sort of syncretized over the course of history by adapting elements of each other's message. But secondly, when you are competing for followers and you are engaged in competition, that tailors itself to having an attractive message, which generally means one which is more flexible. Because although there will be some people who will be attracted to constantly being told they're doomed, the majority of people are going to find it more flexible to be told that even though there are some things they could do better at, they also have the opportunity to succeed and the opportunity to entertain some sort of enlightenment. So I think there's two claims there. The first is a claim about what is persuasive to people, and the second is an economic claim that you are going to try and appeal to people more by selling them an attractive vision and by telling people that they can be redeemed, rather than by telling them that they're constantly doomed and therefore having a homogenous message. Secondly, in terms of centralization, we would notice that actually decentralizing, because you require large numbers of people to engage in the focus of proselytism, or at least to fund it. Go for it.
Do you think most people join a religion after a long, confounding theological debate?
No, we think most people join a religion because their parents give them that religion. However, when people change their religion, then they generally do think about it at least quite carefully. Like, closing opposition might object to the level of certainty or thought people put into it. They probably put a greater level of certainty and thought into it than they would almost anything else. It's just that people aren't that good at thinking. They still think about it like at least quite a lot compared to other things. In terms of centralization, therefore, we think it makes it less centralized because you're dependent upon your followers. And even if you are centralized, it's the more pragmatic people who end up in the center, because they have to be those who are constantly engaging with other people, as described by Teck and which was never really rebutted. Thirdly, in terms of putting in lots of time and effort, they claim we put in lots of effort and they jump to it being unenjoyable. We have all put infinite amounts of effort into debating. We still find it at least reasonably enjoyable. People can put a lot of effort into it and find it a deeply fulfilling aspect of their life. But also, people can choose to what extent they choose to they pursue this. Like, people aren't dogmatic in the way they pursue their religion. They can build it around their life in the way they want to. Finally, in terms of stigma and how you putting off others, I think you are going to be more flexible in your implementation of your rules because you've got to keep your followers on side and keep them enthusiastic. And if you tell them they're all going to go to hell, then they won't go out and proselytize. But moreover, you're not going to, for the previously explained reasons about crudeness and proselytizing in an intelligent way, you're not going to tell people to constantly get their children to talk to everyone at school, because that would be actively counterproductive for exactly the reasons described by opening opposition, and therefore you wouldn't do that. So in terms of two brief further thoughts, firstly, that you have to be uniquely responsive to people when you require them to go out and proselytize, and therefore you're going to be dependent on them and you're dependent upon large numbers of people. But it also gives people a unique empowerment when they are the philosophical agent of transformation, i.e. you as the individual believer is the person who is charged with saving your fellow human and giving them the most important gift in your life. We think that gives people a great sense of elevation. But secondly, a claim on the good life, we think fundamentally life is frustrating and meaningless, and people find it really difficult to get things which cut through and make it feel like life is worth living. Feeling you have the ability to spread the most beautiful thing in your life, and you have the ability to help your fellow people by giving them something which is genuinely meaningful, and get the opportunity to engage in meaningful conversations about that, gives you immense power and dignity, which gives you great confidence as a believer and great enjoyment in your life. Very proud to propose.
Thank you for that speech. I'd like to call upon the second speaker for the opposition.
I'm going to do two things with this speech. First, I'm going to tell you why most of the benefits they claim are not unique to religions and strong communities and rather achievable by other means. Secondly, I'm going to tell you where do you get better relations. And thirdly, reduced individual liberty is harmful or not when it happens. First, on OG. Basically, they tell you there are a lot of benefits of joining a strong community. And I have two things to say here. First, most of the benefits they claim are perfectly achievable by really easy alternatives. So most of the things that Teck and Raffy tell you are not unique. For example, the satisfaction of life and elevation. It is true that you get when you spread the word and you believe it's good. But it's also true when you get it by charity or by doing people or making people that wouldn't have survived in other ways. So if you go to like any other charity and you make people feel better, you make people that they're going to survive, you make people that they're going to change their minds in other ways, or you make them eat when they couldn't, or you make them have a shelter when they didn't, probably the amount of satisfaction is almost equal. Second, consistency with your life, probably not very important if not that religious. And most importantly, strong support from the community. It is true that you can get strong support from your community if you are religious. It is also true that you can get that symmetrically from your friends if you spend time with them. So the point is that most of the things they say, and you can check your notes, are probably symmetric to very easy alternatives. What they don't tell you is that the most important benefits of religions are achievable in our sight. So the most important parts of religion are twofold. First, you have a moral code of conduct, which is good because it's easy to adjudicate whether something is good or bad. And secondly, you have the spiritual salvation that you know that there's good and bad after death. Those two things are perfectly achievable in our world. You can stick with those and still not engage in such a strong community, no Teck. So the point here is most of the things they say are perfectly not unique. Secondly, where do you get better relationships? So Raffy told you something very interesting, which is, look, probably you'll look to them either biased or complacent due to your beliefs. Javier rebuttal you, telling that, look, even when that's okay, you don't have the moral duty always to convert them because you can believe that even if they behave well as they are, they can go to heaven. What Raffy rebuttals is, look, but you have preference for them because they are part of your community. Note that by the same logic they gave you, when you fail at proselytizing, you look them even worse. You look at them and tell them, oh, but I didn't achieve, even if I was trying to save them, even if I was trying to do them good, even if I did my best efforts, I didn't make them. So the same analysis they gave you when your relations get biased, they get even more biased when you don't convince them. And here's very important, the POI that Raffy conceded. He says, look, many times you will fail. Why? Because many times the religion came from birth. Your parents grew up in the sense, so very few times they achieve what they want. So what I'm telling you with this is that the most times you achieve this, like you won't achieve this, and hence the logic that they give you on why you stigmatize them and you don't believe they're good and the bias and the complacent, it will be even harder. In that point, on the relations and how it works, we tell you one important thing, which is that it is much more difficult to engage in meaningful relations with others when you belong to strong communities such as this one. Why is this true? Because you are always going to disagree on core and fundamental things in your daily lives. You're going to disagree whether X is good or bad. And the most important thing, you're never going to claudicate on that fact because it's part of yourself. On the comparative, in our world, you are religious, but if you get to talk about, like, I don't know, pre-marital relations or abortion whatsoever, if it's not that core to you, you can concede some things. Whether you are as strong as a community, you need to defend the community in each single time because you are part of the proselytizing community, probably you won't be able to concede. Corollary of this is that probably you won't be able to engage in meaningful relationship with no one that's not your relation because you won't be able to engage in anything that is important to you which they don't agree. That is frustrating in a relationship. When you tell your friends you're always wrong, when you tell your friends that probably abortion is shit, even if they think otherwise, we think that it worsens your relationship much more than when they say, oh, biased and confident. Lastly, on reducing individual liberty. So, having told you that actual proselytizing plan having a strong message and at the opportunity cost of your time. Raffy's rebuttal is twofold. First, he says that modern proselytism doesn't imply that hard proselytism. It is true to a certain extent, it doesn't need you full-time doing it, but it's also true that, as I'll show later, it implies a strong need to maintain the message. What I tell you with this is there's a demand to be consistent with your regards to your feelings, to your thoughts, etc. If you're proselytizing, if you're part of the Jewish community, I don't know, in New York, if you're part of Williamsburg, you cannot go out of the moral standards of your religion because it's part of what you do. Your community defines defines itself by propagating that idea. Hence, that's the reason why you need to be consistent. Because if you're not consistent, it is very difficult to you to keep propagating that ideas. That is the precise logic what it gives you that the community presses you a lot. It presses you not to go outside and to do different things. So yes, it doesn't imply proselytizing at every moment of your life, but it implies that every minute of your life is probably defined by the fact that you're part of that community. A community that some of you, not every time, but most of your time, are saying that it's good to be part of the community. How does that deal with you having an abortion or with you having premarital relationship? The thing is that there are a lot of pressure due to this point. That's why it's so important. That's why they are high demanding. That's why it's bad closing.
When you're trying to sell your ideas and trying to recruit more people, you are much more likely to actually adapt and trying to actually move your religion according to.
Okay, so that's not very new. That's a rebuttal that Raffy gave also to this argument, saying that there's competition, and this is false to a large extent. So yes, there is competition between religions, but because of the fact that they told you the minute that you don't sweep religions when you're 30 and you're Christian, then you're like Muslim, that doesn't happen. Vast majority of the cases, it doesn't happen. So first, that competition is not as real as they present. This is not a perfect market with A, I choose to go to another option if my option is bad, probably it's not true. But B, and more importantly, that competition needs to engage with the fact that each conceit that you make in order to be more attractive, it's also criticized as fuck to the community you belong to. So if the Catholic Church suddenly say, look, we're fine with condoms, probably that is bad for them too, because most of their stigmas of their dogmas are being created to God, so they cannot do just cherry picking in their religion without being inconsistent. They have a need for consistency. They have a need to spread a word that is unique in order to have their message spread. Even if there's competition, we believe that that strong power they have not to have you out of the way makes you claudicate a lot of individual liberty. At the end of the debate, the comparative is most of the things they say are achievable in other ways, whether the claim that you lost part of your life and part of your religion is unique to our world, hence we think we win.
Thank you very much for that speech. I'd like to call upon the third speaker for the government.
Three things in my speech. Firstly, why practically it is more empowering to individuals who are members of these groups, why it helps them to achieve more political capital and makes their lives much better. Second of all, why morally it's unacceptable to be a part of a religious community that is not trying to spread the word. And thirdly, unique characterization of these closed religious communities and why they are very harmful, why they are more homogeneous, and why they are much more likely to be underground and religious. But before that, two pieces of quick rebuttals. First of all, with regards to frustration that we heard from opening opposition, I think Raffy's point rebuttal was good enough, but I would like to add much more. First of all, even if it's difficult, even if you're frustrated and you cannot reach every other person, once you reach one single person, the happiness you get is much higher, which gives you much more motivation to continue over the course of your lifetime. But even if that's not true, the fact that it's much more difficult nowadays to spread the word, that means there's a challenge in that religion, which incentivizes those individuals to actually question which parts of the religion these people are challenging and not necessarily being convinced, and hence create a mechanism for you to be able to change those unique parts. For example, if the abortion is a very unique point, then it's much more likely for you to find the sub-religious group that actually okay with abortion rather than not necessarily sticking with your own views. Second of all, they say that, look, you disagree with the fundamentals if you're trying to spread the words, and it's much more difficult for you to be a part of this religion. I don't actually get this point, because when you look at the Catholicism or Islam, if you see that some parts of these religious communities are discriminating against gay people, for example, you can easily find your own sub-community and that move Christianity that is much more accepting to LGBT ideas, right? You can find so many churches nowadays that are actually performing LGBT weddings in their own church because there's a demand, because they have been losing LGBT community because of those narratives, and now they have an incentive to change that and create this community. And even in Islam, you find so many subgroups that actually have female imams because historically they've been disenfranchising females in the power structures. Now, because of these questionings and because of those frustrations, because they cannot, for example, convince more women or LGBT people, they have incentive to create these sub-communities and actually improve and be more inclusive. No thanks. Let's start with why it's practically more empowering. A, because if more people are believing into your religion, which has similar worldviews to you, the better. Because more people understand you in a global scale. That means you're much more likely to find an appropriate community that you can actually belong and you can feel satisfied. But moreover, the fact that you are belonging to a group that is globally accepted and understood, that means that you are less likely to be discriminated because you belong to that group. That means you are not, when you're walking on the street or when you want to perform your religion, you're less likely to be attacked and less likely to be victimized and marginalized in comparison to their side of the world. Moreover, that means if we are living in a Western liberal democracies and in case the secular tides are increasing the government and somehow oppressing the religion and the way you can exercise your religious identity, now, because you belong to a bigger group, because you're trying to spread the word, you actually have a higher political capital. That means you are actually in the position to be able to change and actually create checks and balances against the secular tides that prevent you to be able to exercise your own religion. This is uniquely important because only on our side of the house, this individual, this religious individual can make sure that they can exercise their religion in a way that they do. But on their side of the house, they are a fringe group, they are marginalized, they are victimized, and more often than not, in the media they are portrayed as just a couple of cuckoos who doesn't let anyone inside their group. That means, as a person, since this is an active motion, this incentive of this religious person is uniquely important, which is something that opening government did not touch. For this person to be continue to exercise their own religion and find that community, find that empowerment, this is crucial to actually have higher numbers and have bigger impact. But moreover, it actually creates also more structure within the religion. This doesn't necessarily mean centralized or decentralized, but just the way it's organized is much more likely to have a formal structures in the sense that you're trying to reach more people. That means you're not trying to have fundraising activities, incentive to get donations. That means you're much more palatable to people to be able to attract diverse groups of people because you're trying to increase your sample size. And think of it as a political party, right? If you're in the center, that means you're trying to appeal to majority of the ideas or more ideas. You have more members rather than a fringe far-right radical party who's focusing on only one idea. That means when you have more fundraising and more donations, that means there are more schools, more hospitals, basically proliferation of services, more medicine, more shelter, etc. That means, on average, even if you belong to this individual as an individual, you have higher chances to get access to services on the secular world you may not have, right? That's a unique, another unique benefit the closing government is bringing to you. Yes, closing.
Judaism is not proselytizing. Are we a bunch of cuckoos who think everybody else is going to?
Thank you very much. I'm pretty sure like exceptions exist on both sides of the house, and I don't think Judaism necessarily the only closed community religion that is not necessarily, cuckoos. And I could also say that like majority of this case doesn't necessarily apply to Judaism. There are many other religious groups that are very much closed and very much cuckoo. Look at the self-harming Christians, for example, right? Second of all, why it's unacceptable to be a part of a religious community? Because you're basically selfishly benefiting from salvation, but you are not necessarily sharing the salvation with other people. We think morally, as a religious individual, you have a moral obligation to also save others. This is not opening governance that because you get a benefit. It's not about the utilitarian benefit that you are getting. This is about principally that if you're going to be saved, if you're only selfishly saving yourself, actually you are not fulfilling your own religious duty to be able to make sure that other human beings are also saved. And I think that's the perspective that we are holding. And lastly, what kind of characterization of closed religious communities we are talking about? So obviously these people think that they're chosen, they're special people, and they're born special, which incentivizes a closely knit, tight community. This has two implications. First of all, it is very, very difficult to get out, because only way for these communities to continue to exist is to make sure, because you're not recruiting, to make sure that members actually stay there. That means they're much more likely to be radical, they're much more likely to be oppressing, and they're much more likely to be hardliner. That means as an average religious individual, if you're somehow questioning or have some kind of doubts, you're actually being suppressed and oppressed much more, and you're not getting to let out. That makes it much more cult-like, and that makes it much more problematic. And second of all, it is much more homogeneous, right? Because you don't necessarily have that many of people, and you don't want to attract that many people. More often than not, these groups are much more homogeneous. That means it's much more likely to have an echo chamber, and much more likely to be actually prone to radicalization. Because if they want to spread the word, convert, then it means that they have to have a self-correcting mechanism. But if you don't have that duty, that means you keep believing your dogmatic views in more and more, which makes it much more problematic thing. So we have to look at what kind of religions we are talking about, and I do concede that Judaism may be a good example on their side, but you still have to engage with all the other subgroups and cult-like religious groups in order to win this debate. Thank you.
Thank you for that speech. I'd like to call upon the third speaker for the opposition.
So, 2 points on framing and then 2 things in constructive. The 2 things in constructive are going to be who are the people joining those communities, and therefore, and who are the people joining those communities, and therefore what do they look like and how do those power dynamics play out, and secondly, on the ability of the communities to support their people, both theologically and materially and socially. So, before that, 2 points of framing. First, governments think being religious is very easy. They seem to think that religious people are a bunch of sheeple which are just satisfied with the word of God and with the simplistic answers and never challenge anything and have no internal world to speak of, which is why they're like, oh, you'll be religious, you'll be happy, you'll be giving simplistic answers to people, and then you'll be satisfied. But questioning, fear, angst, those things are nascent facts of our human existence, and religious people don't feel them any less than people who are not religious. The question is, when they have questioning, when they have existential dread, when they have angst, when they have difficulties in life, how are they able to cope with these? And those are those things that are left unanswered by governments with their flat conceptions of religion. Secondly, which communities are we talking about? And this confusion has to do mostly with is most of my answers to closing government. Why? Because they've just confused 2 axes. One axis is piety. How extreme is your religion? How life controlling it is. The other axis is proselytizing. Those 2 axes are separate, orthogonal. They don't necessarily have to go together. You can have an extremely pious religion that doesn't proselytize at all. You can have an extremely pious religion that does proselytize, for example, Jehovah's Witnesses, for example, the Mormons, and you can have an extremely, a very loose religion that doesn't proselytize at all. For example, Reformed Judaism, for example, Buddhism. So you guys wanted to exclude 30 million people out of this debate. Now you're going to have to exclude 300 or 1 billion people out of this debate. So good luck with that. We found Buddhism, the second example for this, for non-proselytizing. So those 2 things are separate, and the fair apples-to-apples comparison that you guys have to make in panel is a non-proselytizing versus a proselytizing religion, where the religious piety is similar. Compare Lubavitch Jews, which are proselytizing, to just compare on a similar level to piety and not cheat by doing the diagonals. Okay, so how do the people joining those religions look and this answers pretty much everything, because everything had to do with strictness rather than anything else. So how do we talk about the people joining who are the people joining those religions? We say joining a religion is a major life event. You have to admit that you were wrong. You have to admit that you were going to hell. You have to abandon your initial assumptions about life. You have to abandon your initial assumptions about the world. And you break off almost any and every social, you break off a lot of social ties when you do, because a lot of people are not happy with someone near to them converting their religion. In fact, almost no one is. So therefore, we say it takes an extreme situation to be willing to do that, which is why we ask them in POI, who do you think is willing to do that? Is that me after you've sat down to me and explained to me why, Jesus died for my sins? Or is it more likely to be people in a moment of life crisis, people in a moment of extreme difficulty, willing to forsake everything to try one last moonshot, to try God's gambit, if you will. So therefore, and this is why the people joining religions, and if you look at the real life examples, are people from either of 2 situations. One, the situation when they are and most of the time both. One, a situation of extreme personal crisis where they've lost some of the things that bar them. They've lost family, they've lost employment, they've lost economically, etc. Or secondly, a situation where there's a big material power asymmetry between the converting and the converted. So this is like how all of Africa was converted mostly. The people proselytizing are just significantly richer than the people not proselytizing, give them a massive material advantage. This is why they gave us the China example as well. So, and so this impacts how everything else unfolds in this debate. The second thing that impacts it is that saving lost souls is always going to be a priority for the community, because it's like the 0 to 100 gamut, right? You save someone completely from the dead to be able to do that effectively. How do those things shape the services that the believer gets from the community and their life experience? We say, first, we say the religion has several tools which are very important in order to help its people. The primary and perhaps the most important tool is the central sermon. If you have like Sunday Mass in Christianity, you have like the Friday sermon in Islam, you have a central event which is most crucial. Why? First of all, because it's the most attended one. Second one, it's the one in which your community can most support you because the most people are there. Secondly, you have the ability to give people specific services, to give them couples counseling, to give them life counseling, to give them specific attention. Thirdly, you have the ability to have like theological groups and let people teach. And just briefly, you have a lot of those things, and also your social support. We think crucially all of those things become diverted into the very low level of recruiting those people who are maybe less educated, who came into the religion, and those people become top priority. What does that mean? That means the Sunday sermon doesn't develop a long time. It stays the same because the new crop of recruits is always the same. They always want to hear the same simplistic messages that brought them there. You'll be better economically, God will save you, it'll be fine, everything is going to be materially better for you. Now, unfortunately, when you're a real living, breathing religious person, you know that that's not fact. Even though you are a true believer, a lot of bad stuff has happened in life because bad stuff sometimes happens in life. But you get no theological answers because whenever you come to your parish, what you hear is the simplistic things that drew the people in. Yeah, go ahead.
But can you tell me what's the alternative for these lost souls to be able to have access to these kind of...
No, okay. Clear clarification. Those souls are not lost under the vast majority of non-proselytizing religions. Otherwise, they would have religious imperative to proselytize, right? Or it's not your fault and it's fine. Like, no religion tells you those people are lost and you should feel guilty about it. So except those who proselytize. So, first of all, you get no theological support, and that means when you come to question God, you have nothing, no answers for you. Second of all, it centralizes religion, because when all of the parish is excluded from religious discourse only happens in closed councils of like the wise men of the religion, because the discourse with the community is extremely low level. Thirdly, we say the support and investment within the community is significantly less, because you have limited resources. Where are you going to invest them with? Are you going to give couples counseling or personal help or personal direction or like profession-specific advice to the people who have been there for a while, who are going to stay there, who are not under threat of, so to speak, losing their religion? Or are you going to help the people where you get the highest return on investment of saving them from the loss? This means that being in a religion which proselytizes means being second-class citizen in that religion. You're always going to be prioritized lower than the people joining. You're always going to be prioritized, and you're going to see a race to the bottom of your theology and your religion trying to draw out more people. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that speech. I'd like to call upon the final speaker for the government.
I think it might be true that some members of religious communities struggle with not taking couples counseling. What I think they struggle with much more is, for example, their mosques not being built because there's no critical mass that would demand that politically successfully. And this is Melda's extension, right? It is to say when you make that community much more visible, much more vocal, feeling like they can speak out, when you get people who have maybe abandoned their faith, convert back to their former faith and go out and speak about it, who are, by the way, people who are hard to convert, right? Because oftentimes these are people who already believe that at some point or feel some sort of cultural attachment. that is the point at which you get very hardcore, tangible benefits, like being able to worship at all, right? Or being able to express your religion in public, or being able to protect it legally, right? I would trade that to capitalist counseling provided by my priest any day. I'm not sure about Noam and Tom, and they can explain why they wouldn't in their way. But before that, just a couple of points of engagement and closing opposition. So firstly, their response to our extension is weird geometry, right? I didn't understand a lot of it, but the takeaway point from Noam, I guess, is to say, what we're talking about is not necessarily the ability to proselytize, but piety and how intensely you are invested in your religion. I think that's untrue. I think Melda's quite clear to say that often, can you be online and explain it, because you had 7 minutes and didn't? Fine, okay, then stop fucking clapping. Right. I think Melda's quite clear in saying the number of people is the one that's going to make a difference, right? Even if their belief is not necessarily intense, right? The fact that they're going to go out and demand something from the MP, the fact that they're going to be investing maybe even like little amount of resources into their local mosque or their local church is the thing that's going to make a difference, right? I think that's insanely important, and I think it's missed by the closing opposition. I think the other thing they miss, and the other thing I think they mischaracterize, is to say that most people who are going to join are going to be so different to their religion, right? And going to be so vastly removed from it that you're going to have to spend a massive amount of resources trying to like just read like the first passage from the Bible over and over again for the next 10 years. I just don't think that's true. I think most people who convert are surprise people who are already proximate to their religion, right? Maybe they have like some ancestry in Catholicism, have heard something about it. Maybe they were Catholic in the past, and then they lost their belief because of either particular political stances that the church has taken, or maybe they just grew out of it, right? Those are the people that are easiest to convert. Therefore, the corollary of that is I think they're numerically the highest, like most sizable group in this debate, right? And I think those are not the people you're going to have to spend resources in explaining like what the Bible is to, but are people you can have like very engaging discussions with, right? Perhaps oftentimes more engaging theological discussions because they are Catholics, perhaps, but they come from a different perspective because they're bad at their religion at some point in the past, right? And those are the people who can bring in perspective that challenge like your theology as well. So I think that characterization is completely wrong. If they want their extension to stand, Tom's going to have to explain why they think that the most sizable group of new recruits are people who are completely oppositional to the religion to begin with. I just find it implausible. No, thank you. Okay, to talk about like our extension then. So, I think Melda brings you what I think is the most important material in this debate, right? Because this is an act promotion, right? And she tells you that the thing you care most about, probably, is how you are accepted by the community that you live in, right? And she says that proselytizing is a unique mechanism that's going to make you more accepted, right? This applies both to religious minorities in countries where the majority are oppressive, also applies to religious people in secular countries, where the rise of secularism oftentimes means that religious rights are not as protected, or at least there's not as much investment in the things that they would like to see. So why is this important, right? Because I think that the biggest threat to your own religious rights, and even personal safety, oftentimes is being alone, is being a small group that can be trampled on, that doesn't necessarily have a voice in politics, that cannot necessarily organize to demand things politically, or demand things as a voting bloc even, right? I think when you convert, I don't know, thousands of former Christians in your neighborhood into actively practicing, right? I think that gives you the ability for those people then to either invest into your local community or demand something politically, right? I think that protects your religious rights and oftentimes also makes you a visible minority that is not seen as otherwise, which also protects you personally, your personal safety, right? I think that the other way that this uniquely benefits you is that you become less unfamiliar. You're not seen as an outsider. Look at, for example, at Mormons like in Europe, right? For the first couple of years, I would wager to say that loads of people thought they were like a little bit strange, right? Were like probably averse to interact with them. As they were proselytizing, loads of people had personal one-on-one interactions with them, realized that they are quite pleasant, they have like interesting things to say, which means they are now much more of a community that's like reaping some benefits from the local community, and is also much less likely to be marginalized or to be persecuted, right? I think furthermore, you're much less likely to be persecuted if you're seen as a religion that doesn't see itself as exclusive and doesn't see the majority of the country as being inherently born into sin, right? This is admittedly building on material from opening, but I think it's a completely different impact, right? That is to say, if you're a community in a country with majority, I don't know, Catholics, right? They're much less likely to persecute you if you present yourself as someone who just happens to have a different religious belief that is not immutable and that they can also adopt, right? Rather than someone who's been born into a life of, objectively higher, more standard than they are. I think you're much more immune from persecution in that sense. Also think lastly, right, and this is important because Melda brings it at the extension, I think as you build, I don't know, more mosques, more churches, you also build things that are things that are seen to provide general utility to the country, such as, for example, religious schools, religious hospices, and so on. I think when you're trying to undertake those community projects, because just the number of people in your community is bigger, you are seen as a more productive member of that community. This means you're less likely to be persecuted or less likely to be seen as an outsider, again impacting on your personal safety, but also the kinds of services and provisions that your community can reap. I think at the end of the debate, as an individual, your highest priority should be whether you can meaningfully enjoy your religious rights, whether they are protected legally, whether you have resources and facilities to worship your God. And this is Melda is the only person in this debate that brings a mechanism for that. Go.
There's massive assurance in your case that implies that this is the only way to get your benefits.
No. It's not the only way. I just think it's sit down. I never said it's the only way. I just think it's a very, very good way. I think we can have more of that with ours, so that the House will not have to prove there's absolutely no other ways in which we can do that. I think that's at best, very poorly mitigatory POI. Okay. Lastly then, Melda also tells you that even on a moral standard, even if you don't buy anything was said, you have an obligation to proselytize, because if you genuinely believe that for everyone who's not religious, alternative hellfire awaits, or that God's not going to watch over them when the plane comes crashing, right? Then you're objectively a bad person if you don't do it, right? She tells you there's two levels in which this is true, right? Firstly, just because you want to be a moral person in a purely deontological way, right? Just because you believe that most religions wants you to be nice, it's quite a nice thing to save other people from hellfire, therefore it's probably a moral thing to do that you want to do yourself. But secondly, also just on a utilitarian and selfish basis, right? If you're saving many people from hellfire, you're much more likely to go to heaven yourself, right? Because it's quite a fucking amazing thing to do for other people, right? So I think God will probably appreciate it. Now, O's and perhaps Seal's response to this is say, but oftentimes you're not going to be successful in doing that en masse. Well, the great thing about God is he's not utilitarian, right? He appreciates the effort, right? So I think from a purely selfish perspective, right, he's still going to appreciate that, so you're still making yourself a favor, but at least trying to save millions of people from hellfire, right? So two levels. Firstly, you're better protected on a personal, legal level, but also secondly, on a moral level, and more likely to get into heaven. I think those are most of the things that religious people care about, and I'm glad to propose.
Thank you very much for that speech. I'd like to call upon the final speaker for the opposition.
Okay. Let's first discuss what is actually the way you should look at this debate. Because I think to an extent both government teams both exaggerate, especially CG, in what you can do as an individual, and both don't understand religion to a large extent. Then let's understand what is the most important aspect when you make the decision of which community to join. We like to say that the question of what does it mean about the community, what are the incentives of the communities towards its members, how does it treat them, is the most important question in this debate, considering that this is your source of truth. We're going to explain it in a second. Then we're going to discuss how does proselytizing actually affect the community and your relationship within the community religiously and just on a general level. And lastly, we will talk about religious imperatives that both governments just seem to assert that exist when obviously the debate assumes that not, but let's engage with the actual material though. There are clearly why, even if you think there's some imperative there, we're still in the debate on a theological level. Before that, a bit, and it's mostly in response to CG because they are the ones seeing the most in that, a bit of a clarification of what actually is happening with the debate. So the first thing to note is that CG, in order to prove any part of their case, required that you as an individual proselytizing would probably double the amount of people within your community right now, right? You need tens of thousands of people in order to change maybe one seat in any sort of parliament or even local elections. Forget about the fact that no one except Jesus has ever done that as far as I know in the history of the world. According to OG and CG, a lot of people within communities don't even do that themselves. They're trying to convince other people. Which means that, sure, maybe you'll convince throughout your life 10, 20, 50 people. From here to not being prosecuted legally because of that, the distance is huge. Note, moreover, that in response to us, Jure claims that you mostly try to engage with people who have similar beliefs to you, which means that in advance, they wouldn't vote against you. Then the second part of the extension is look, but with the interaction with the outside world and other religions, you tell them they still have a chance, they can be saved, as long as they're not Catholics
or not religions. Yes, you tell them they have a chance, but only if they join your religion. You know when you have more religious tensions? When you tell Catholics they are sinners. You don't have the interest to do that in their faces when you don't try to proselytize them and convince them to join your religion. Obviously, the people who hate most the Mormons are Jehovah's Witnesses who tell other people otherwise. You don't have that interaction and that tension in the world without it. You don't have that negative sort. You think that at best, you create no political impact and you create less hatred from other groups. You don't think you get any of the sort of benefits they talk about. So let's discuss why you think the community itself is the most important thing in the debate. Because opening opposition or right to an extent, there are a lot of things that OG told about are not unique to proselytizing, right? Like the feeling of elevation you get when you convince someone else is similar to the feeling you get when you just do community work and help religious authorities within your community and just feel that you help other individuals to get closer to God by your presence there. There are also truths by pointing out that, sure, when you succeed it feels great, but most of the time you're likely to fail, and you feel like you have failed your God, that you are unsuccessful in it, maybe you're not believing strongly enough, and therefore this is why God punished you by being unsuccessful, and you have all those doubts. We don't know specifically which of these are more likely to happen to you. But we do say the community is the most important aspect for a couple of reasons. A, because according to both governments, most people don't proselytize and don't do it most of the time. Meaning most of the time is spent within the community and doing things within the community, all the services that Tom talked about before. But second, note that your entire life revolves around that community. This is your sword of truth and answer to religious questions, which are literally more important than life or death. This is about eternal life. This is about what's right or wrong. This is about an entity that controls everything, but also because in a lot of these communities, you tend to rely on them very, very significantly. They are your best friend. They are your safety net, and this is why you need the community to be there for you to a significant extent. Note that comparing that to your relations with the outside world, or to the political influence that you have almost none of, this is the most important aspect of this point. So how is it affected by proselytizing to a large extent? We say a couple of things. So opening opposition and closing government that argue on which one is likely to be more oppressive. We are not sure even why that is necessarily a bad thing, but we also don't know which one is more correct. There are incentives for both sides to try and do that. But we tell you that in general, there are a couple of things. A, know that the community itself is directed toward the outside world, right? They are trying to convince other people to join, not to keep you in to the same extent. That means that on the trade-off, they are more likely to put money, put resources, put the priests or the people who are new in the community to try and give guidance to people who are new there and not someone who's been there for the last 5 years. They have to make sure they are appealing to them. Secondly, on your work when you are proselytizing, know that you are further away from your community for a large amount of time. If it is your job, if you are one of the, I don't know, 10, 20, I don't know what governments think it is, percent of the people who do it, that means that on your daily basis, you are far away from your community. You are far away from their services. So I think just on a general level, the community is not incentivized to the same extent to take care of you and to accept you and help you. I'll take you in a second, I promise. But secondly, to say, on the theological level, you are harmed significantly. Because note what government case implications actually are. Because when OG tell you, yeah, you try to be more flexible. When you're trying to convince and find the common ground, that means that you compromise on religious aspects. Note that in all tell you that you have to compete with others, you compete for that common ground. This is a race to the bottom in which every community makes more and more religious concessions to bring people in on the expense of your religiousness, on the expense of you following the rules, on the expense of making sure the community adheres to the doctrine that God, you believe, has given them, because they have to draw in masses of people all the time, and because they have to compete with other religions as well. This is why you compromise the religious and the theology itself when you do that. Before we respond to the OG about asking yourself, OG.
So proselytizers in the community need to believe genuinely the message they are preaching to be effective at it. And if the community doesn't provide them the level of service that they're promising to new members, the proselytizers in the community is going to be terrible and ineffective, which is why there isn't an incentive to do that.
No, this isn't comparative. It's true they still have some incentive to care about the people who are in there, but if you ask the question, who is more important? The person who's been in the community for 5 years, he's more capped from the entire world outside, he has no relationship to the community, or the person who's just now joined the community and is unsure, obviously all the resources are always going to go to the new members. Sure, there is a risk of losing someone if you give them nothing, but you need to give them only enough to keep them in, on the trade-off of getting also new members in significant numbers. Not that if they send you away from yourself and tell you that this is the word of God, then again they change how you view religion yourself. So say this is completely incorrect. But then OG tell, look, But when you proselytize, you ask yourself. And this is exactly where Noam analysis comes in. This is just not what it looks like. There are not debates about what theology is. It is convincing people that they are sinners and religion would help them. You don't get to ask questions to that extent. But on a third level, we just say that the new people who are joining are less likely to be as religious as you and are more likely to corrupt the religion. When opening opposition is calling government that they're not completely oppositional, that is true, but they're still further away. So say that all of those levels, you are harmed by your ability to access the community, to get theological answers from the community, and to live as a religious person in a good and fulfilling way. For all decisions, please, applause.
Feel free to stay here and we'll go.
now is we have the call and feedback, 15 minutes, then 15 minutes break, and around, or a shorter break, coffee break.
Thank you, Eren, for that debate. It was a good debate, but one hell of a difficult debate to call because just so much random different framing and characterizations of the debate that we had to go through lots of things to come up with a consistent view. We had different views, but we eventually came to a consensus. So in the end, the win goes to opening government, the second to closing opposition, the third to opening opposition, and the fourth to closing government. To start with the top half, opening government versus opening opposition, and why opening government beats opening opposition. So let's start with each of opening government's claims and compare them to what we get from opening opposition. So the first one of these is based on the premise, which is important as we get later in the debate, is that individuals don't just live in religious communities, but in the modern world, this is between the two speeches, their social relations outside of those communities matter as well. There are two interpretations as to what these individuals will look at when they look at other people, that they could say them as either inferior individuals who cannot be saved, and they'll focus inwards, or instead that they'll just not care about them at all. Let's compare that with the characterization we get from what these religions who do not proselytize think about other individuals. We first get, you can still find these individuals potentially to be worth saving and savable. This is fine, but of course it's difficult to know which one of these two characterizations matters the most. In that context, what we get from the DPM speech, which is, yes, both of these characterizations are potentially plausible, but even in your world, it is probably the case that religions need to say there is something about you which is different. There's still a hierarchy, a mitigated hierarchy, but one which nonetheless exists. However, opening opposition then responds with perhaps a stronger response, which is, and if you fail to convert them, then you will be even more biased against them. So while the first response to some degree mitigates, the second suggests a harm. In comparing that to what we get from opening government, we're kind of stuck in that, yes, there are going to be some circumstances where you could feel a little bit worse about them, but do you necessarily feel worse about them than if you don't think of them as equal in the first place? Your response seems to operate within the world where you believe you previously could save them, now you realize they are hopeless. So again, these two categories. If you believe you could save them, yes, there is a slightly greater harm. If in the cases you don't believe you can save them, opening government ends up having an advantage in that case. It is difficult to then note who has won the specific issue, but in the end it didn't become overly material, so we did have to adjudicate on it. But I do think it's important to realize the way that played out, given a lot of time was spent on that in the top half. The second claim we make is about the individual themselves, and why it is potentially useful for them to be able to strengthen their own value. In the first way it's made, it seems to be very much about the individual who proselytizes, which gets you somewhere but doesn't get you very far. As closing opposition note in a point of information, how about if you're not the individual who proselytizes? There's a second part of that argument in the first speech, and again made with more structural detail in the second speech, which is, as a result, these religions end up being less faithful or more likely to modernize. In the top half, at least, there seems to be an idea that insular religions are not good, and you rather have more modern religions. We get enough reasons for opening opposition as to why that's a case to believe it. Then the question is, how do we compare whether you become more open or less open? We get two justifications for opening government. One is this, what arguments actually work, and here are some examples of the way in which you use synthetic beliefs from other religions to create yours. And secondly, just on the economic level, it's not really an economic argument, but whatever, that you're more likely to try and move towards trying to convince others. That seems to be quite a plausible interpretation. The one we get from opening opposition is, because you need a clear message and a clear dogma, the community seems to turn inwards. And while I think this is internally consistent, when comparing these two explanations, and both are consistent, the question is which one do we find to be more powerful and more plausible? Again, in that context, I think opening government have enough justifications in the second speech about the way modern communities operate. Some of this is a little bit undesketched in opening government, so it's a little bit hard to be definitive about this. But it does seem more plausible that you end up with a more decentralized religion rather than a more centralized one, and the mechanisms opening government give us for modernization or moderatization seem to be more plausible than the arguments we get for the most extreme versions. What we then have to look at is the other kinds of arguments in this debate. And while we agree when it comes to the individual benefits, opening opposition are probably correct when they note that these satisfactions you can gain from you can gain in other ways. That is mitigatory, because obviously you still end up with the benefits. And absent another major harm, we thought they had taken out your two biggest harms in this debate. And what you're left with is smaller arguments about sometimes feeling worse about yourself, which are all fine, but sometimes you feel better about yourself. So lots of the other claims in the debate then became squared out, and your mitigation to you can get their benefits otherwise ends up being just that in terms of mitigation. So by the end of the top half, we were able to believe that opening government had given us a strong enough reason why these religions, in order to attract more individuals, are likely to become more moderate and less insular. This is shared as a goal in the top half, or at least it's a negative from opening opposition, and that seemed to be the one major issue which was clearly won by opening government when we look through it, which is why they then beat opening opposition. Closing government. So closing government was the team we had the most discussion over. Let's quickly talk about what we don't particularly value in terms of what you bring, and then let's look at what we actually looked at and spent a lot of time on. So in terms of some of the responses we get to opening opposition, on the notion of frustration, effectively what you had said had already been covered by opening government. When it came, if you convince one person they feel great, that'll come out effectively in the DPM speech anyway. What you then have is the claim at the end about morality, which is the most fascinating claim. It's a really interesting claim, but one which really isn't really made in the extension. It's just that it is really bad on a principle level. We don't save others. Plausibly, if you had fully made this, it could get you very far in the debate. But it just becomes a line, and in the summary speech, when it is being rebuilt, it seems to be much more about the way God will look at you rather than a more justifiable argument from a more neutral philosophical position. So that material doesn't quite work. So then there are two other claims. The smaller one of these is I think you give us a better explanation of how these religions end up modernizing by looking at the creation of sub-communities. And while this is fine, it is difficult to see this as firstly getting you much above opening government, because implicitly, effectively, what you're saying is they've explained that these religions end up being decentralized, they've ended up being modernized, but you take me through a more concrete process of how that operates. And while I think opening government were at times very theoretical, nonetheless, the actual analysis you give doesn't really push that argument much further. So, the big claim you make, and you make very well working from a premise, is that numbers are important for political capital, for your ability to feel safe, your ability to do anything. This is well made in the extension and very well made in the summary speech as to why this matters. The difficulties, the premise underlying this is you're able to get lots of people to convert. Now, there is very little justification from the government bench as to why there will be large numbers of people shifting. And indeed, I think implicitly in opening opposition, and then explicitly in the closing opposition summary, annoyingly, but happened, there are reasons why that will not happen. So opening opposition are very clear that they think it is unlikely that you're able to convince many people to make the shift from one religion to another. I think you at least had to do some contestation that you would get the volume or numbers you needed to get the effect you wanted. Because as we look through this case and we're looking for, do these arguments still apply if 2, 3, 4, 5, even 1,000 people get shifted? I'm not sure you really give that because your arguments are a bit more grand than that. They are about political capital. Yes, there's an argument about normalization, but it's unclear if normalization works if it's only a handful of people, or if it does, it seems to be very limited normalization. It was then an issue that you can respond to what opening up had said about why it's difficult, and then a more annoying issue because closing opposition explained this explicitly. And the difficulty there is that explicit explanation comes in the summary speech. However, it is hard then to believe it wasn't said because it does deal with the premise underlying the case. And even then when comparing you with opening up, I think there is enough in their case as to why conversion is difficult, that it is not quite a sustainable assumption to say, to work your case on the fact that lots of people will be converted. So, while it was very well impacted and very well explained, it works from a premise which isn't proven and had been contested by both opposition teams, but particularly strongly contested by closing opposition, which meant you can struggle to beat them. And at that point, your additions to opening government and the other ones just are not sufficient to beat them, even though they do add specificity to them. In comparing you explicitly then with opening up, partly I think that they have that implicit response. I mean, you have a chance at a POI to respond explicitly, and you don't, which is probably something which is a negative there. But when we look at them, what they have fully proven, irrespective of its standing or not by the end of the debate, there is still just more material in opening up. They still do have the material about, in some religious cases, you're going to feel worse. They still have the material about some communities are going to turn a little bit more insular. And yes, if your extension stands, you deal with that, but if it doesn't, you don't, and since it didn't, that material from opening up beats what we get from closing government. Closing opposition. So, closing opposition were interesting, but let's just talk a little bit about the frame in this debate. So, what you need to make us believe is that the community impacts are by far the most important, because the external impacts are really dealt with by your side, which is fine. In terms of the reasons why the community impacts are most important, we have two slightly different frames from closing opposition. The first is that for people who are in the religion, they still have questions, so we need to care about those. And secondly, more explicitly in the summary speech, is that your life revolves around your community. They are going to be your safety net. They are going to thus be the most important. While I think both of these are clever frames, I'm not sure you do quite enough to justify them to the degree you need to, which is to say, from the very start, opening up government had questioned this by noting that people end up living, very few people live in these religious communities, and in many of these cases they have lots of secular friends or friends from other religions. I don't think opening government do a great deal with that, but I think you just don't give them enough credit to note that they made that. That's one issue. But all that means is that even though I can value the community more, I'm not sure if I can value it absolutely in this debate, because there does seem to be questions on it. Following from that, the question is, what are the harms to the community itself? So first, it seemed to be a harm as a result of the resources you needed to shift to that community. This is a little bit odd, partly because I'm not quite sure in the extension speech and the examples you give why that's the case. And that you say, look, these are people in huge existential crises who might be easy to change, or you have a mass material change of power, but fine. There seems to be a reason why you need to deliver resources to a group who you're trying to convince. The difficulty then is opening government has stated at the very first speech, which is, yes, you might have to give them some resources, but the way in which you're going to convert people is making your own community look like it's great, so other people need to join it. And I don't think, again, you respond to that. So I believe what you're saying on the margin, that there are fewer resources for members of this community than there otherwise would be. I'm just not sure how much of a harm it is unless you explicitly respond more to what we get from opening government. And your explicit response is, it is a marginal harm, but again, it's not very clear how that margin operates or how large that margin operates. The other harms which you bring are, it is bad for the community itself. When there are these other individuals involved who may be less loyal to the community, I think this is just a little bit underexplained to give it a great deal of credit. And the final ones, which is, you may have to give up parts of your own religion or the religiosity of the community, which is interesting, but again, quite hard to give you a lot of credit for this in this debate, partly because I don't think you fully explain why it is so important that religions remain to some degree pure or dogmatic. And second, it is at very least, at least a little bit of tension with opening opposition, who seem to be very much opposed to that in the first place. So while I think by the end, we thought your frame had given us a reason to care about the community, even if not absolutely care about the community, the harms to that community are slightly fewer resources, both materially and spiritually, weren't that great, and most of those responses have come out from opening government implicitly or explicitly already. So that's where opening government beats you. In terms of closing government versus you. I think in the end you do manage to knock down their extension pretty clearly, and their response to your case is effectively that extension, so once it's knocked down you have beaten closing government. In terms of comparing you with opening opposition, so we spent a bit of time thinking about this, but I think in the end there are two things which closing opposition are still able to do. I think from closing opposition we're still able to get a very general harm to almost any member of that community, and second, a reason why that should matter. So from opening opposition, where I think we get lots of arguments kind of spread thin, I'm not sure why any single one of them matters that much, which is, to be concrete about this, when it comes to some people feel less good about themselves because you failed, you care about other members of the community, fine. The fact you lost that argument doesn't necessarily matter in the comparative, but when we're comparing it to these people are actually materially harmed, or they'll be materially harmed in all circumstances, that seems to matter more. When it comes to making the comparison of what community we should care about, implicitly in opening opposition is a justification that we should care about those religious people and their community themselves, or the religious person should care about the community themselves. Obviously they should care about themselves, presumably, but I think we get a reason why that's more community-based from closing opposition, which I think again gives more relevance to what we get from opening opposition. And I think finally, I think just some of their responses added to that end up being very lethal to some remaining material from both government teams. Admittedly, they don't beat all of those arguments. I think you guys probably need to do a bit more to respond to some of the more subtle claims from opening government. And I think added to that, we thought that closing opposition are therefore able to beat opening opposition. Are there any questions? Great, then we have like a 10-minute break. Feel free to talk to me as we walk.
The preferred pronoun is just she. With me judging is. Hola, she or they. Can I get from each team speaking order and preferred pronouns? Opening up.
Miloš speaking first, he or they, please. Speaking second, that'd be here.
Oh.
Joe speaking just he.
Jason speaking second, here, then, please.
CG.
Noam speaking first, no preference.
Tom, no preference.
Eli first, he or they.
Right here.
Is everyone aware, you are aware of who wants to be stricken and what doesn't and stuff?
Yeah, we know. If there's any other team has issued streaming, you're all good at being streamed, great, then we know everything.
All right, then without further ado, I'd like to open this debate and give the floor to the Prime Minister.
We in the opening government believe that Keynesian economics can only work insofar that you actually have the need for these roads, have the needs for these, investments in the first place. The problem is, once you already have developed enough cities, enough roads, enough infrastructure and stuff like that, the additional marginal benefit of investing in the economy like this is going to fruit you less, economical benefits under our side of the house. We believe that in this sort of scenario, then the transition, the rational transition of, countries like China and what countries that develop needs to become, more fiscally conservative in a sense. But notice that this is not, this is not act erosion, because so this means that the majority of impact that we're going to prove to you is going to also rely on lives of people in China, also lives of people over the world who can suffer an economical crisis, which is very likely if we continue along the path of spending more that we can actually save and stuff like that. A couple of points in my speech. One is why countries in one belt, one road, and countries that China has influence over will be fucked over more. Second of all, how this interacts with dollarization and why this necessarily leads to economical crisis, or at least crisis of liquidity, which is very harmful. And fourthly, why the environment will get the brunt of it and why we cannot afford this in the status quo. So why is the risk of collapse first very, likely? At least economical turmoil, then going into another crisis. So we believe that this debt is required of a large sum of money, which is not trivial by any means. It is also, there is also a large domino effect that can happen in this sort of scenario, where a lot of countries are connected with China, either by China holding their debt, or China having investment in their country, or they're owing money to China and stuff like that, which is the risk of collapse, is also risking to collapse everybody around it. Also, that, growth is necessarily slowing down. This is not something that, you can keep at 7 to 8%, which was the highest that China has, which necessarily means that at some point, this is the absurdity of capitalism, sometimes you cannot grow more than something, than a certain percent. But still, on our side of the house, we don't believe that growth is 0%, growth is lower, obviously, but this means that China, with the other our side of the house, thinks much more, strictly whether the project is worthwhile to invest in, whether, spending this money is actually going to bear you fruit, and not, investing in a, country like Montenegro, who everybody said that it's not going to be able to return the money and stuff like that. And this becomes even more important when I go into my next speech. So notice that the Chinese foreign policy, and the thing that is likely to be cut under our side of the house, is a lot of spending on foreign, policy, which is like a Belt and Road Initiative and stuff like that. The largest issue... Yes.
Which of the policies in the info slide do you support and why?
We support everything.
No, the issue is that the most likely thing that they're going to cut is they are going to cut spending. The most likely scenario where they cut spending is to cut it on large projects that are inefficient, either inward inside of the country and building a lot of infrastructure there and loaning to their own, companies and stuff like that, which is happening, or secondly, to the foreign countries and governments and stuff like that. I think China has been doing this a bit recklessly in terms of, noticing and accepting things that will not necessarily bring them that much money, but will bring them influence and stuff like that. We believe that under the status quo, when you have a loss of belief in Chinese currency and stuff like that, and loss of belief in Chinese economy, which can happen if that starts going up, we believe that this breeds more meddling, more tensions between China and countries that owe money to China, because this is their only way to get liquidity to actually pay off the debtors and actually continue on the path of not economic crisis, which means overall for the countries that are involved with China, this will be much worse insofar that China will push much more for regime changes, meddling, horrible policies that will benefit Chinese government but not the governments of these countries in a sense of delay. But notice that also, why are they not doing it now? Oh, they could do it on both sides. Notice that this is a risk strategy because it breeds antagonism. But this is something that becomes much more significant when this, is the thing that is going to, make your economy collapse or not collapse in the rest of the house. There's risks connected to this, but if they do it without any reason, they would, have suffered harm. But if they have to do it because they have to have liquidity, they have to have money to pay it off, that means that it's much more interest of them to start bullying countries and be horrible, which is horrible because this is not an actor motion. Second of all, dollarization. This is maybe I should have started with this, but it's fine. We believe the majority of debt is usually correlated between the foreign currency. And currently, the largest trading currency in the world is dollar and stuff like that. And it's not likely to change in the future, which means that everything that China has is already correlated. It's almost always correlated with yuan and how yuan interacts with the dollar. If people start losing, the belief that the Chinese government isn't going to print as many, is going to control their monetary policy in a good way, or that they're going to be able to pay their debts. This means that devaluation in comparison to dollar happens, which means that it expedites the crisis that is already coming, which means that after a certain point, you reach a point of no return where people stop believing that yuan is going to be a fruitful currency, because in the future China will have to print more money, do horrible stuff and stuff like that. This is horrible because every loan that is now connected to yuan, similarly, which is connected to One Belt, One Road, is also going down with this and fucking over these countries in the beginning. And also this means that there is a lot less foreign loans and foreign investment wanting to give money to China with the rise in debt and with the threat, and also this is a correlation with the threat of US actually meddling and starting to fuck you over, because this is a vested interest of the US under the status quo, and it will probably continue. So this is why US might be able to do this, but China can't do this under the status quo in this sort of situation. But notice that usually the expense, where this comes at, the expense of is if you want to push for economical growth despite the rising costs, you need to devalue the cost elsewhere and push for growth elsewhere. This usually means environmental degradation, which is horrible, because China is on the path of bettering the environment, because people have pushed for horrible smog against horrible smog that is happening in Shanghai that we all experienced if we went to Sewell and stuff like that. And we believe in under this sort of situation, it's much more likely for China if they cannot sustain, if they have to push for returning money after some set of time, to reverse the policies, to open more coal plants and stuff like that, which is horrible, because if we believe the climate science, and we should, in the next 10 years, if we don't curb our emissions, this means we fuck over the whole world, and especially the developing world, who will be feel the world will be worse off under this sort of situation. So under their side, we have a couple of problems. First of all, the risk of economical crisis toppling down a lot of people, which we are bound to have because the economy operates on boom and bust cycles. If it comes from China, it will fuck over many more countries. And secondly, if we don't curb the environmental degradation, which is likely to not happen if this policy doesn't, likely to happen if this policy doesn't pass, means that we irreversibly damage humanity and make us. So this is where you should go to opening government. Thank you.
Thank you for that speech. I'd like to welcome the leader of the opposition. that speech, I'd like to welcome the Deputy Prime Minister.
Let's be very clear on two things. The first one is, what do we support? Opening opposition correctly point out that they do not have to defend every single policy that China enacts in the status quo. In a similar fashion, what we can say is that we would probably prioritize curbing back policies which have the most detrimental harm in accordance to the logic you hear in our first speech. What is this? Probably one of the examples would be the curbing of the massive overproduction of steel and coal in the global economy. Probably it will be a curbing of housing loans, which have grown exponentially in China, especially over the last 5 years. Less so than shadow banking, which has decreased, in fact, over the last 2 to 3 years. But as Miloš says, we would, in fact, do both. The second thing, then, therefore, is what is the context this debate is based in? Because what you hear in the previous speech is a gross mischaracterization of both the state of the Chinese, but also the global economy. Now, in terms of the global economy, well, China's expansionary policies made a lot of sense in the decade of the global recession. At this point, you have growth rates that's largely 3% a year in the Western world, at the same time in which Chinese growth has anyways slowed down. Secondly, but the only reason they give us on this, but this might be what's actually keeping up global growth. But to an extent, the Chinese investments do incentivize growth. They disregard the analysis Miloš gives at the beginning of his speech. I mean, spending uncontrollably in building roads, building houses, building infrastructure makes a lot of sense at a point where you have very few of those. When the economy is relatively developed, it makes less and less sense. That is why you have numerous ghost cities, an illustrative example of what I'm talking about in China. But crucially what this means is the construction companies which built those ghost cities cannot sell those apartments. They did take on debt to be able to build those apartments. Now there are two options. Option one, those companies will default. There is a limited shock to their suppliers. Or two, and what exists in the status quo, the Chinese government essentially forgives or pays off the debt on their behalf. Now this makes sense at a point in which you have growth which is based on a strong multiplier. Analysis he gives, not responded to. However, when your growth is based on also largely financing vanity projects with limited ROI, there's only so much money you have. The only real response we get to this is China has significant FX reserves. At least two responses to this. Firstly, a lot of these risks in the economy are systemic, as we point out. So, because a lot of them are internal, which means if someone can pay their debt, it cascades down the economy, which means a lot of these risks are very, very correlated. But secondly, just a point of numbers. Chinese foreign currency reserves have been decreasing. They're around $3.1 billion. I googled this yesterday. Check if you don't believe me. The level of debt, as you saw in the info slide, is somewhere north of 40 trillion. There is a question of scale. Considering my explanation of risk, you have a very, very high level of risk. Now, the one response they could make, but they haven't made it implicitly, but if you read into your notes, you can believe it, is, but this is different once they're investing in developing countries, because there, the multiplier logic I described could still apply, at least for those countries. A few things I want to say here. Firstly, a lot of these projects aren't financed on an economic basis, but are more financed on a political basis. That's why a lot of these countries have not been able to pay off Chinese debts for a lot of these investments that were part of One Belt, One Road. Eritrea being a large example of this, where a few major infrastructure areas were nationalized by the Chinese government. The problem is, sure, you're able to get your debt back that way, but you built a project that was relatively unsustainable to begin with, so hence you won't be recouping that investment in any possible way. Secondly, there's a lot of other bad things to this, like propping up dictatorial regimes, like low benefits for the local populations, which they do not take into account. Then the final point on a risk of a global trade war. If anything, I would point out that the trade war with China is exactly a result of this kind of policy. So when US politicians, and it isn't just Donald Trump, a lot of reputable politicians beforehand have pointed out that China is effectively a currency manipulator, the reason from where that stems is this sort of policy. So if anything, ramping back on this would not only contribute to a more sustainable global system, but would contribute to a disengagement in harsh relations with the People's Republic of China. So therefore, on a lot of issues which exist. One thing I do want to point out is on our side of the house, you will still have a large level of growth in the Chinese economy. Why is this the case? A few reasons. One, as I pointed out, they did conveniently build a lot of infrastructure over the past several decades. Secondly, you have a large domestic demand that is fairly organic. So capitalism, for all its worst things, has managed to pull out 800 million people out of poverty in the PRC over the last couple of decades. But this also means there's very few left to pull out of poverty, which means you again get a declining ROI, as we point out. I'll take closing in 20 seconds. What this crucially means then is that you have a level of demand which is able to keep this level of growth. Trivially also, you just have a lot of people. 1.3 billion people makes up for a lot of demand. You have a relatively strong private sector in the firms that are not exposed to the kind of over-leveraging we have described in our speech. So you will get a lot of growth. You will get a lot of growth happening on both sides. It will just be slightly lower on ours at the expense of overall stabilization. Closing.
That is only problematic if you can pay. We on closing opposition believe in modern monetary theory. You can always just pull in more money to pay the debt with.
Yeah, I mean, then you end up, yes, and that's an interesting theory. One thing I will point out is a problem with it. In a largely export-driven economy like the Chinese one, you will get branded a currency manipulator, hence you will end up with huge tariffs on your goods. So sure, you can print the money, but it will essentially be worthless in the economy you want to describe. But it's still a really interesting theory, just poor economic knowledge. Anyways, further on this then, what essentially the result of the policy, one other thing I do want to point out is in terms of internal Chinese stability. Something Miloš points out that never gets a response to, which is a lot of, so one point he makes is on the environment and how overgrowth in China is damaging to the global environment. And as much as the argument is boring, like all arguments about the environment, is not a reason why it shouldn't be credited. The second thing I will point out is that the broader populace is also to an extent supportive of this, where they are willing to accept lower economic growth for, let's say, less smog in their cities. So you would have a large buy-in of the Chinese population. That means the CCP will have no sort of large issues in implementing this policy. So overall, the Chinese economy is drastically over-leveraged. It is at risk of default of large companies in the public sector. Probably the only way to solve it is, as closing off points out, there are many issues which I described in the answer to my POI. Very proud of the role.
Thank you for that speech. I'd like to welcome the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you. I want to talk about three things in this speech. First, I want to talk about the plausibility of default. Second of all, I want to talk about the international effects of this policy. And lastly, I want to talk about domestic Chinese effects. To begin with, plausibility of default. I'm going to engage with each argument that they provided as to why they think default is going to happen. The first reason that they provided was that there's too much investment in fruitless over projects, and as a consequence, you're going to default as a result. The difficulty with this argument is, as Siri concedes himself, that they have securitized a significant amount of this debt. So there are physical objects which are the collateral for that debt, which they can claim in the instance of a default or a failure to pay a loan. Siri's claim here is that these aren't productive assets, but I want you to consider the wide range of these kinds of assets. Includes things like Sri Lankan ports, which are essential for shipping in the region. Includes things like the development of industry, which is Central Europe, which is an underdeveloped region which has massive potential for growth. So it's not enough for Siri to just assert to us that these are bad projects, and furthermore, if things get really bad, you can just sell off that asset in the future to recoup that debt. So that wasn't a proper response. The second thing that they identify in their thanks is that they built too much infrastructure within China itself. Look, China's already caught on to this. When ghost cities started to appear in the 1990s, the Chinese government started to step back because they realized that they couldn't populate all the infrastructure spending that they have. No, thank you. So that's just not true. That is not the status quo. And furthermore, I think it's completely reasonable for John and I to say that we should support economic growth in different ways. So for instance, training workers in order to build a more productive economy in the long run. What was the solution that we provided on our side of the house? I think this is fairly sensible. In the case that this debt is USD, you can sell the USD denominated debt that the US government already owns you to be able to pay that off. No, thank you. In terms of printing out RIM, I think that's a fairly sensible solution because in many of these circumstances, inflationary effects aren't as large as they suggest. No, thank you. Their claim is that the inflation means that they will have tariffs put on them. But I think this is remarkably unlikely for a couple of reasons. The first reason I want to point out, no thank you, is because in many of these circumstances, China was previously a currency manipulator, but only ever switched for their own domestic reasons as they transitioned towards a more skilled economy, and external pressure never bent them. The second thing that I want to point out is that the implication of their policy is giving that win to Trump, so in the long run they're going to lead to those same types of tariffs which are going to be equally harmful and massively damaging. So the takeaway at the end of this argument is that default isn't that likely and we can solve it in other ways. Why then do we need to preference our side? Because even if we need to back off eventually, problems do exist in Europe. They say that they don't, but look at populism leading to massive trade tariffs around the world, Brexit, and other trade wars, which are likely to inflame the economy at the current situation, particularly for investors who see other countries like Hungary as an investment risk, given the fascism that is rising. Claim number 2, international effects. I want to start off with the easy claims to deal with on the opening opposition side. First, we say that this leads to bullying countries. This is the status quo. Regardless of whether or not they're invested in OBOR, they will always act in a geopolitically manipulative way. And the reason why is because, as identified, OBOR is a political project as well. So bullying will happen regardless. For instance, in Australia, the Chinese government literally funded political parties to try and change the democratic outcomes of those situations. So I think that this kind of interference would happen regardless. But the second thing that I want to point out is that OBOR is actually massively beneficial because it facilitates global trade. Even if they take losses in the short run, both personally and other surrounding countries who are part of OBOR, the connection of that trade route means that there's radically more infrastructure to trade along the route itself, meaning that Sri Lanka can easily trade to Europe and Africa, which facilitates their growth in the long run. No, thank you. Lastly, I want to point out that it's probably too late for us to back out on OBOR. Many countries have already reoriented their economies by putting massive amounts of government spending into building infrastructure or into this project, so that will just be a sunk cost that is wasted and still hurts those countries, in fact, more so if we back off now. Next, we talk about the environment. No thanks. I think that the easy response here on the environment is that China is actually one of the most environmentally responsible countries in the world. They've signed the Paris Accords, no thank you, and actually complying with them, and they have the greatest amount of investment in green energy in the world. And do you know what happens when you reduce their economic growth? They have less money to put into green energy. No thank you. Green energy is a better solution because the collective action problem which faces the world will exist regardless of whether or not China decreases the emissions and perhaps this stalls it from doomsday in 10 years to 12 years. The more viable solution is to allow every country transition into a better system. So, what did we tell you in John's speech? John's speech was very particular because it explained to you the massive harms that accrue from this policy. That the reduction of production in steel and oil, for instance, isn't one that is fruitless, but rather is one that's going to lead to direct knock-on effects, where other countries who buy those goods, and are thinking for manufacturing of their own goods, will no longer be able to facilitate their own trade. So that has a massive effect on the economy. Policies like cracking down on the shadow banking industry actually means that people who have their mortgages leveraged into shadow banking will lose those mortgages, and therefore that will cause a massive decrease in consumer confidence and consumer investment. Policies such as, the policies that are likely to come out from the open government are likely to cause larger financial harms in the long run and decrease the amount of investor confidence writ large. Closing.
The productivity of the Belt and Road Initiative depends on all of it succeeding. The things are not separately as valuable, and so when one of them fails, that leads to the collapse.
No, that's incorrect because the infrastructure still exists. Even if the industry within a particular country fails, the way of trying to move goods between them still exists, and that means that surrounding countries who rely on that trade network are still able to leverage that benefit. What is the harm in international sphere? I think that the problem is that this causes a massive justification for the trade war. So this means that populists like Trump are likely to be able to sell this narrative again and again, which reduces economic growth again. And particularly given the fragile state of the economy, this will lead to significant knock-on effects that will hurt everyone. Lastly, on domestic Chinese effects. They claim that investor confidence is going to fall. I have a few different responses. First of all, I want to point out that you can create massive growth within China by this policy because even though this may be a short-term hit, things like printing out more yuan will actually decrease the cost of them exporting goods, which means that there's more foreign investment that goes in because they become a more productive manufacturer. So it's actually likely that you get increased investment because they become better exporters. But moreover, we told you that this leads to less loans. When state-owned enterprises and other banks start to fail, that means that they become reluctant to provide loans in the fear that they might fail. So that stalls the entire Chinese economy, which is, by the way, a massive purchaser of the global economy, both collapsing the Chinese economy and international economy. The last thing I want to mention is that this is probably quite bad because Xi Jinping is going to lose a lot of domestic popularity, and when transitions happen, that leads to lots of corruption purges. Their claim is, but we reduce smog so people will be happy. The only way you reduce smog is by cutting a massive amount of cars in Beijing and Shanghai, which would never happen because that stalls that economy. What is the takeaway from top half of this debate? While opening government has good intentions, the consequence of this policy is billions of Chinese people suffering and a massive reduction in consumer spending both in China and abroad, leading to financial recession everywhere. That leads the debate. Thank you.
Thank you for that speech. I'd like to welcome a member of government.
All good. So far we've heard a lot of analysis on why economical collapse is bad. And while that analysis is very engaging, it is hardly on clash in this debate, because both sides seem to agree that economical collapse will be a highly undesirable outcome, and so all that's left to debate in this debate is on which side is economical collapse more likely. Please note that any attempts to frame out economical collapse as an edge outcome or a black swan event are relevant on both sides, because both sides have conceded that China is teetering on the verge of economical collapse, and the question is, what do we do about it? So, therefore, my 2 points will be why China will be in economic collapse should the status quo continue, and secondly, why China won't collapse economically under our side of the motion. How convenient. Before that, a few points of rebuttal. So, the first idea is that there won't be a collapse even if this happens, because there is collateral value in these bonds. First of all, note that a lot of the logic and arguments that you get from OO about losing trust in the Chinese government, losing trust in its fidelity to investments, etc., happen significantly more under our side of the motion when it downsizes more significantly. And so, therefore, saying there exists collateral is actually even truer. That sort of collapse happens significantly more on our side. Secondly, please note that collateral value is greatly diminished, because they run to say, but it's still valuable, right? A road is still a road, but still good is not good enough in economics. Someone bet a sum of money on this project, because a debt is essentially a bet. Someone bet on this project making X amount of money, and if it makes a tenth of X, then it is useless, it is worthless, and it leads to economical collapse. And let me tell you, that road between Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan is not as useful when Belt and Road doesn't happen. That port in that port in Africa is not as useful when Belt and Road didn't happen. And secondly, we get this idea of green energy. We think this is really just trying to run as far as and fast as they can from the debate, because transitioning to green energy does lead to a slowing in economic growth, and therefore cannot be a policy supported under their side. And the idea that Xi Jinping will fall was a throwaway point on their side. So if you didn't spend time on it, I won't either. Okay, so why will China collapse should the status quo continue? We say this is a highly complicated project, BRI, Belt and Road Initiative, highly complicated project, likely to collapse. Why is that? Firstly, an undervaluation of cost. Why is that? First of all, risk assessment is incredibly hard. Second of all, please note that the risk assessment here depends on the cooperation of these governments, and those governments tend to be unstable. It's extremely hard for China to quantify how likely a government is to fall. Thirdly, note, even if they were to quantify it initially, that chaotic system has already shifted, because one of the things that destabilizes those very countries is opposition to Belt and Road within them. And so, therefore, instability increases even further. fourthly, note there's an information asymmetry with 3 actors, and 2 of them are predisposed to lie. The 3 actors are the government receiving this project, which has the incentive to say it's simpler, it's easier, and has all the incentive to do that because they want the port to happen. And they believe once the project will start, it will be finished to completion. Second of all, the contractors. They want to be on their next step in the party. They want to succeed. And since this is a very long-term project, being good in the beginning is all it takes. It's just like the banking crisis. You have an incentive to lie because you're measured short-term, and short-term low valuations are a success. Lastly, please note another chaotic effect here is the desire of other superpowers to thwart the project, therefore tempting countries away from their engagement in the project. Same thing happens with an overvaluation of the benefits of the project. Again, it's extremely hard to predict value. There is an interest of both of the actors which possess the asymmetrical information to lie and say that the project will be more valuable than it is. The numbers of growth that we foresee for these African, for Namibia are higher than the ones that are going to be there, etc., and the interest, again, of the contractors and heads of project. Now, what's even more dangerous about this is that those risks interact. They don't add to one another, they multiply with one another. And that is because of the inherent interdependency of the Belt and Road Initiative. Because if you want to get something from A to B, from A to Z, you had better have B, C, D, and all of the other links along the way in place. For example, if the Pakistani passage falls through in the Belt and Road Initiative, dramatic swaths of the East African part of Belt and Road Initiative become almost completely irrelevant. And so those risks interact in a way that a lot of crucial links, should they fall, make the other links completely lacking in value. And so therefore, we think it's extremely hard to evaluate the cost and benefit of this project. And when a project's benefit doesn't meet its cost, that's when you have risk, because a debt is essentially a bet that with the money you took, you can make more than bringing that money back plus interest. But if you didn't make as much money as you expected to make, you can't deliver on that obligation, and you have to default on that debt. I hope that was also intelligible to the average voter, which seems to have been forgotten in this debate. Secondly, we say a lot of the things that they even agree with about the diminishing productivity of China's steel and coal becoming less and less efficient, a lack of creative destruction and a lack of ability for the Chinese economy to adapt, and the trade war with the United States are also things which would harm China's ability to funnel money from other places into that project. I'll talk about why we get stability on our side, but before that, closing.
Yes. Also, all debts need a collector. If you're right, and collecting the debt would crush the entire world economy, who's collecting that debt?
So, how does that default work? That default works is by selling that collateral to those people in like debt arrangements, but unfortunately now those people are left with half an airport, or half, what's the word for it? Harbor. Half a harbor, and half a harbor ain't worth shit. And so, therefore, those people are stuck with giant white elephants after they made dramatic public, political, and monetary commitments, now defaulting in their own economies, unable to fulfill financial commitments that they made in front of their suppliers. Why do we not get collapse on our side? This has a lot to do with flipping the analysis that we just heard. Because first of all, right now everybody knows that China fudges the growth numbers, so when the growth numbers actually become lower, that risk has already been taken into account by global markets to a large extent. Second of all, because a collapse is a black and white process, there are no control processes. But when you have a controlled demolition, then or a controlled retraction, then every project that closes, you can have international, regional, and national steps trying to oversee that, trying to undo that. So, for example, if we're closing a bunch of ports in the East African coast, we can have other superpowers investing into them. So we think, and thirdly, we say, all of the other actors, just like Schulman said, have an incentive to support a gradual slowdown in order to avoid a collapse, and so they would be on board with that. But unlike with a collapse, they actually have the tools to do so. Thanks.
Thank you for that speech. I'd like to welcome the member of the opposition.
So far, governments have talked to you about how this is an impending economic collapse, and how when it blows up big. Opening opposition then comes and tells you that calling the bluff now, China saying this would happen, would make this blow up big and cause the same harms. So in order to crush this deadlock and win this debate, we need to prove to you why China can actually keep this, what they call pretense, and actually keep the collapse away for at least as long as opening opposition says is needed for the global economy to diversify and protect itself, if not longer. What we're going to tell you in extension is that in economies the size of the US or China, who span the entire globe, where so many other countries are dependent on them, the simplistic economics of this project might not work, don't necessarily apply. Because there is a principle of monetary policy where when I control my own currency and I'm not a creditor of someone else's currency, that means that the only thing I have to balance my currency against is the supply of demand of my goods and services and the things I sell. As long as we can show you that China is able to do this, it continuously does this for years without the likelihood of it significantly slowing down, we still easily take this debate. Before that, just a little bit of rebuttal. Two things. First of all, it is unclear to me why Noam says that all of top half agreed China is on the brink of collapse, when opening opposition's entire case is that China has guarantees to take a hit and not collapse, it can survive this, and that rather doing this is what causes the collapse. That is the first thing. Second thing we say is that Noam keeps telling about the interaction of risks and how these failures of BRI could cause a cascade failure. However, it is unclear why that is true when Noam himself says everybody knows that China is not entirely honest and taking this into account and knows that there are risks involved because of unknowns. Because he says that if we do a controlled implosion then people can recover because he took this into account in the risk management going into this, which implies that this is not as dangerous as he says, but he doesn't prove why a controlled implosion is possible, not weighing this against opening opposition. Let's now complete the gap in opening opposition as to why we think that the current situation is sustainable for the foreseeable future. First of all, we say, the important question is, let us define what does it mean sustainable, because governments kept saying, this is unsustainable, we can't keep it for longer, but then never told us what it is that's going to make this collapse. We say that China so far have been able to continue to keep the yuan strong not exactly by having nobody with an incentive to actually call in on debt or renege on any deal with China. Why? Because this doesn't happen only because, yes, opening opposition said that people would do it when they think the economy is collapsing. But we say, furthermore, when China keeps printing money and keeps initiating infrastructure, it creates an incentive not only for the growth that they get, but rather for the demand for Chinese goods and services and infrastructures that drive that growth. They create this incentive so that no country actually at any point should renege on them because of these backfires. No, thank you. Because when they said, oh, but if they continue doing this, they will be branded a currency manipulator, doesn't sound that threatening when they say they're already branded a currency manipulator. We say that massive tariffs harming them would only happen if people can make do without them. Why do we think it is unlikely? Not yet. We say that, first of all, China has been doing this for years. How? In massively investing in production, moving on to green production nowadays, but I think opening opposition kicked that bullshit out of me. But massively investing in production, whereas the Taiwan is buying Chinese product. Doesn't necessarily have right now an alternative supplier which they can just go and say, oh, we'll tariff this. Just as the opposition to Trump's trade war is, he puts the tariffs on China. People say everything will cost more because nobody produces like China. There is no alternative. Second of all, they expand into Chinese services where they leverage their political capital and this investment to ensure that countries buy from their services in tech, in industry, creating the economy to be more intertwined. In Chinese infrastructure, which they keep talking about, oh, maybe Kazakhstan, maybe Africa might get into it. Italy just signed on to this. Like, the European Union is being pushed to become even more entangled in this, at which point they are more likely to support this too big to fail and not renege on those deals and back out, which makes it more likely that the growth would be sustainable because nobody have ever had the incentive. Because if they say that Keynesian economics doesn't work, we're willing to take a step further into neo-Keynesian economics in saying that Keynesian economics doesn't work only if you could get people to only if people stop buying the products, only if you could get people to stop participating in the economy. Whereas in the case of the Chinese economy, people just keep opting in, at which point it becomes more likely. If closing tells us that people know that there are risks and need to hedge their bet, we say that continuing to have this economy going strong rather than imploding this is what makes it more likely that this economy is likely to continue and not implode on its own, and that this is what gives time for opening opposition in this case to be true, at which point they are contingent to the extension of the opening.
Cool. This just means on our side of the house that you reevaluate new projects based on profitability and stuff like that, but projects still happen. The difference is you don't fund it with inflation, which also fucks over other parts of your industry, which you have to import resources from and risk hyperinflation.
Thank you. We think that while evaluating good new projects based on profitability may sound nice, the ability to have new projects, the ability to continue to grow and provide infrastructure, because they keep being flippant about the Belt and Road in the sense of what does the railways from Kazakhstan to Uzbekistan help? Well, even if it doesn't help China, they're building roads and infrastructure in places in the world where none existed. Nigeria has the ability to develop and get oil where previously it did not. They're building a lot of this infrastructure not only for the benefit of China, but for other people. If they say, oh, but they're going to evaluate productivity, to evaluate profitability, we say the ability to evaluate productivity and to also have profitable endeavors, which would help China's economy and the future sustainability in that sense, are contingent on the ability to create projects everywhere, which continue to fuel and sustain the demand for such Chinese projects. The ability to create 10 projects that would help people on the ground, which enable that massively profitable project, is something that requires that, because in order to reach the point where it is profitable for China to now build, for example, oil extraction in the country, they first need the country to have infrastructure. We say that ability is something that massively benefits the world. It's likely sustainable because nobody in the world has the incentive to actually opt out and take the entire economy with it, as they tell us, which makes this whole thing not the crazy endeavor they say, but rather a smart one.
Thank you for that speech. I'd like to welcome the government whip.
Okay. Opening government correct that there is a dominant effect that is likely to happen if China collapses. Or correct that it might be the case that when we back away from our promises to the shadow banks, it might also happen. Therefore, maybe we should ask ourselves, what is likely to happen on both sides of the house? So the first question is going to be, what is the likely scenario in which is China likely to default because of its debt? Secondly, because I will also attack that, are we capable of stopping that? And thirdly, what are the harms of economic slowdown and does it lead to collapse? And if not, how can we manage those sort of risks? Before that, a couple of points of relation to the mess that CEO called an extension. So basically, most of the analysis is just saying, like, on why we are likely to control this is like, well, we printed money until this point. Why not continue that? Maybe because we've taken unprecedented amounts of debts and promises that were never taken before. Sure, that policy might have worked when we didn't have those grandiose projects, or in the 1950s when we're a developing nation and other countries weren't dependent on us, it was actually a thing. Then they have like a weird thing about the incentives and keeping buying. Okay, let's understand how currencies work because clearly none of the opposition teams understand that. If you keep printing yuan and people have more yuan, that means that they can pay more yuan to get stuff in them. That means that the value of the yuan decreases because people have more yuan to pay for the value that was before 30. They couldn't only pay 30, and I can pay 40 because you just added more yuan to the system without creating any value. So when they buy ATV, when a factory imports stuff, that means they can pay more, and therefore the value of the yuan decreases. So you create exactly the devaluation that might also lead to the collapse we'll talk about in a second, but you don't just maintain the current status quo because you just print more money. They just don't understand how money and currency works. They also don't explain it in an extension with and respond to besides saying incentives in something. And then the last brilliant piece of analysis on why it is likely to be controlled. Well, you know, Italy just signed in, so the EU would bail them out. What? A couple of things. A, the fact that Italy signed a deal in the future does not mean that the entire EU would be on board to just taking China out. But a more broad level, not a specific example that they might have invented, might not. Note, if those countries were capable to any extent of bailing out the project and paying it, they would have done that themselves. They needed Chinese debts to do so. Which economic international body would lend money to Italy to bail out China and the Belt and Road? Sure, they might slow down the costs and say, look, if you abandon the project, we'll give it that. No one would say, yeah, sure, the EU will give you like $5 trillion in order for Italy not to collapse just because they were stupid. It is so unlikely that anybody, because of the interconnectedness, will decide to bail them out, but they will collapse just because of the interconnectedness. So it is a harm that they are interconnected, not a benefit. Not that, oh, I'll take you later, I promise. So firstly, what is the likely consequences under R when that continues? So, opening argument is to say, look, over is just unstable. Then opening argument is to say, look, they can just take over their money and see how they join the wagon and say, but you didn't prove like it's very, very likely to collapse. It's too bad that Noam actually gives you a couple of very strong reasons to the lab that you are going to collapse with the investment and describes you exactly what it looks like. None of those were actually responded. So what do we tell you? A, you need almost every single link to succeed. If you don't have the corridor between Pakistan and China, you didn't bypass Malaysia and the narrow straits, and therefore all of the economic flows can't go directly over land in a safer route. So all the other ports and roads are worth nothing. If only you have the roads up until close to China, but not Chinese, none of the global goods that are supposed to go there will flow. So it is useless for the other countries to have it. The point was to trade through China and with China because it's a large economy. Secondly, it tells you there is an inherent inability to evaluate these projects. Now, Eli tells us, look, but they take it into account. A couple of responses to that. A, it is a risk that is just impossible to evaluate because of the complexity of it, because every single link might fail, because you don't know the value of it once it succeeds, even if it succeeds, because you don't know the exact value. Is it $1 billion or $2.5 billion? With the United States, we may not know Donald Trump. What will happen in the EU? Such a global scale project is just unlikely to be so. But lastly, note, it is not an economic decision. There is also politics involved to a very large extent. Political decisions are likely to make shorter decisions, try to build the port now, and bet on it succeeding, even if it is very unlikely. So we say that they are likely to undervalue and sell for short. And when the money is supposed to flow back, you have too little of it. Lastly, we just told you, there are a million obstacles to success in each individual country. These are just local resistance we see everywhere in Africa, in Thailand, in Pakistan for those projects. Say that there's lack of knowledge of what is actually needed in order to set up the project. You don't know the terrain, you don't know the political groups, you don't know the difficulties. There it is hard, and you are pushing to sign more and more countries as fast as possible. And lastly, we say just intervention with Western states that slows it down. And what are the consequences of that? The default book? Because they say, but why does it default? You have a company. Other companies have betted on the project succeeding. They have raised money. People have spent their money. VCs have funded companies on the basis of we'll have a port in 5 to 10 years. Then that port does not exist because of any of the reasons. All of the money that they invested in goes to nothing. It has no value now. They can't pay back the loans and give them back. All of the jobs that they promised people aren't there. All the investment that the Chinese have made and counting on them in order to invest and grow more don't exist. At that point, things start to collapse. You don't have the money to keep investing. You don't have the money to pay back. And as Noam already told you, your collateral is useless. Nobody has anything to do with that road or that half-built port at the point of collapse. So we say that under our side of the house, you will collapse because of the debt, and you will default, and all the consequences are going to happen. Before we continue, I'll take opening opposition as I promised.
So, One Belt, One Road debt isn't large enough to blow up China. You never explained why it was. But even if it was, it doesn't sound like strategic brilliance to suppress global demand and make the value of your assets worth even less if the thing you're most concerned about is losing the value of a port.
Okay, so here we get just to the second question of can we stop this? So a couple of things. A, it is a very large part of it. There are trillions of dollars of investment that were made in the last couple of years, and it is likely to grow even more. So it is at least 10 to 15% of that investment is the likely result of stopping that. But then I will say, look, the damage will happen anyway, right? You've already promised that, so we're going to collapse. A couple of responses. A, know that a lot of the process and procedures are on their way. Negotiations are happening currently. We haven't actually put anything on the ground in most of these areas. But secondly, this is just like a basic sunken cost fallacy, right? Cut your losses. Don't go knee deep into the mud just because you've had 1 foot in. But lastly, you now tell us something critical, right? Because opening opposition challenge say, look, but a lot of damages are happening anyway because you backed up from your promises. Forget the fact that there is no analysis on why collapse happens just because you let one shadow bank collapse in the Chinese sector. Noam tells you why you are more likely to control this sort of scenario. Exactly because people already don't believe that the Chinese economy is growing at 7%. Exactly because it's a more gradual process than the collapse that is likely to happen on defaulting on loans. So you have more ability to play around with that. For those reasons, very proud to propose.
Thank you for that speech. For the last speech of this round, I'd like to welcome the opposition whip.
Imagine a country that had its debt balloon up from around $2 billion within 50 years to around 23. Imagine a country that keeps depleting all of its natural resources in order to invest. Imagine a country that clearly does not invest enough in and of itself in technology. That country is called Earth, and no one here is afraid that Earth is about to explode, that Earth is not able to sustain itself economically, that Earth might have too much money or so on. The reason is that once you start talking about those kind of economies that are so big, when we're talking about China, we're talking about like 12% of the entire Earth. Regular economic structures just don't matter anymore. For example, so let's take their example. If my port is indeed half a port and it is worth nothing, right? Maybe then it is very unwise of me to just take it back and cut my losses. Maybe what I would do is come to a deal with China in which I would buy Chinese goods. I'm sorry, they would give me Chinese goods to make up for that port and so on. The idea is again that you could always, maybe China could lend me a political favor and negotiate a trade deal between me and a third country and so on. The idea is that once we're talking about those scales, the amount of, as they tell us themselves, the amount of opportunities, of risks, and of rewards is so hard to measure up that it's very weird to say, oh, we're on the brink of collapse. Instead, what we're giving you is what can actually be done, and we're doing it on 2 clashes. We'll talk about exactly about the risk of collapse, while we have a simple mechanism that is likely to work. Then we'll talk about the so-called the so-called shortcomings of MMT and explain why they are relevant. Before that, a few points of rebuttal. They tell us, for example, which body would bail out Chinese enterprises in Italy? A, an international body that is afraid of starting the chain reaction that we talked about. Perhaps the US, which has still 20% of the world economy, and it would definitely affect them as well by that. Maybe the government of Italy itself. Perhaps, perhaps as we told you, they trade Chinese goods, or they take a trade deal instead. Those are exactly the kind of things that happen. We're talking about such global scales. Secondly, they tell us that the risks are impossible to account for. Okay, why are the rewards possible to account for? We're saying that just like you could have an unforeseen event in which you are only stuck with half port, you could also have an unforeseen event in which a new technology developed in, say, developed in Norway enables much better drilling in Nigeria, giving you a lot more goods than you would previously expected. There is no reason to assume that their side of their pessimistic side is more likely on that idea. Let's talk about so let's talk about first of all collapse and risk and so on. We agree. OG comes and tells us you're spending too much money. You can't keep it up. O comes and says a few good, we think, mitigatory points. They say, well, maybe you do have enough collateral and reserves. Maybe some policies don't, you could have some policies that wouldn't harm growth as much. And obviously, we completely agree with O. The problem is that, as CG themselves say, you still are in debt. It is no way going to cover everything. People still, as they told us, made a bet that someone needs to collect. And we're saying, you're right. But when we are talking about a bet of $34 trillion, suddenly the rules of betting becomes very, very different. So here's an example. The US, for example, have a debt of $16 trillion. No one in the world is betting that the US would fail. To say that there is no good reason to believe the US is way stronger than China. However, it's just about the matter of perception. So if you can keep that perception going on, this is all you need. People, as we have heard themselves, want to believe that everything is going to be okay, want to believe that it's going to be fine. So what do? We tell you, many people wouldn't collect on their debt. They don't think they can get anything right now, exactly because of the sunken cost. And this is exactly why they would wait for the future. They would bury the loss to some extent on themselves. Secondly, as I told you, you could always print more money. Now they're telling us you cannot print more money. We'll get to that in a second. But the question is not if you can print. The question is, if you print more money, would people take that money? And the answer is yes, they absolutely would, because you have good things to do with yuan. You can invest in Chinese bonds, you can buy Chinese goods, and so on. Therefore, thirdly, we told you that since China still has all of its political might, they can still, again, delay to a large extent using that political might. So if what they want, and this is important to CG, if what CG wants is a controlled explosion, we're telling you we have a good way of providing that controlled explosion using our method. Because what's happening is that slowly but surely, we agree, China can only keep on investing to the terms that people still trust it. And if people slowly start to lose trust on it, then again they slowly start backing out, and that is fine. You don't get that huge chain event. It does happen when you have a concrete, as we hear, let's give all the credit, it does happen when you have a concrete policy that says, oh shit, we're in trouble, now get up, right? Then we say, stop changing. So let's talk about MMT, why it's still working in spite of the so-called shortcomings, and we'll take a second.
All mitigatory solutions CO suggests are excellent strategies for preventing OO's collapse when gradually downsizing. They are impossible to execute in the midst of a global financial economic crisis.
Good, then, that we're not in the midst of a global economic crisis. We don't understand what is happening. Let's talk about MMT. So it is impossible for a few reasons. There would be currency would be blamed as a currency manipulator. One, we tell you, literally status quo. More than that, we're saying, it is literally China's policy to keep its yuan low so they can keep on selling more goods. So when they're saying, oh no, we would have inflation, it is in fact China that is making sure they are inflated to an extent today. So they might just not have to do it as much on their side. But let's talk about the cuts, because they're saying, oh, but what about all the, why would people still use the yuan? It would be worthless. But then again, MMT comes to the rescue in a few ways. What do they think? That it is about what you can do with your power as China. It will tell you, it's not only your political might that you can broker, trade deals and so on. You can make sure that you get cheaper goods in other means. It means that, for example, if what you want is to import certain stuff or sections, then the BNL comes incredibly powerful and so on. But we'll tell you, you know what they can also do? Use taxation. What is taxation? Taking back the money so there isn't too much inflation. It is the easiest thing to do. For all those reasons, we beg you to oppose.
Thank you for that speech and thank you all for that debate. If you can move outside, shake hands, we'll call you in about 50 minutes with the results.
So the plan for now
with the domino effect leading to the same type of default. So I think a few things were decisive. Firstly, there's an explanation in OG that basically goes along the lines of saying it's unlikely for China to be able to sustain growth in the way that they have been doing it formerly. That's because lots of people have already been lifted out of poverty into the middle class. So it wouldn't be that much of we wouldn't be able to make that much of a difference when it comes to buying ability in the middle class. The other thing is those people are also reasonably able to spend, even if that's not a massive growth, as in those people are not sitting on their money, they are probably able to sustain some point of demand, which means Chinese industries don't have to go bankrupt. And that, in combination with the circumstances, I think circumstantial evidence, which is also what I'll get to in a bit, why CG manages to take it over you guys, circumstantial evidence is saying a lot of the projects that China invested massive amounts of money into are not going to turn out well, as in both because China doesn't have the money to bring it up, CF, the massive debt that they're in, so, and I'll get to the alternatives from Ola in a second, but also because lots of them, there's no other alternative funder, right? It's not as if, I don't know, the Eritrean government can just pull out the money, because if that would be true, you say they would have done that anyway. So I think the claims we get from OO in response to this are, first of all, there's a massive reserve of US dollars that they can spend to mitigate most of these effects. So I think the response, it becomes a numbers game thing. I'm willing to buy that the entirety of the USD reserve that China has is not sufficient, or at least wouldn't undo the worst of the damages that they say it would do. I'm happy to hear afterwards if you guys are all lying to me. So that's the first. Then the next response is to say, well, they could probably just take the collateral. So here we want to run into a problem, which is it kind of falls nicely into the context that OG sets up, right? They say the collateral is valueless or near to valueless because it's not a finished port. If it was, they wouldn't have to default, they wouldn't have to take the collateral. So either they don't default, in which case they would probably keep doing it in OG as well, is the way they managed to frame it, or it will default, in which case the collateral isn't worth anything either. So what it ends up meaning is we are sort of convinced that it's more likely that Chinese population will be able to cushion the debt, at least the worst of the debt, the worst of the crisis when it comes to domestic industries not going bankrupt. Conversely, we're not totally convinced that there is a natural point in time where the global economy would come to a point where it would be able to cushion the debt and would want to cushion the debt in the way that you need it to in order to, at some point, evade the crisis that OG says would happen anyway. So, same argument, we're like going for the same impact, just ever so slightly more, I think, well positioned in time on an open government. I am not mentioning all the environmental damage or political stuff because I think most of you seem to agree by the end of this and by the end of closing that it was probably irrelevant, like environmental degradation is obviously super important, so this is not ignoring the argument, but probably a result of all of the other things happening, right? If they default, they will stop caring about any investment in green tech. If they have to restructure debt and those are not profitable industries, etc. So they seem to be direct results of, in the same way that the arguments about political stability seem to be, because obviously, if crisis, international partners will respond in the same way. So, to bring in closing government, you step into, I think, the reason we found this an interesting discussion on top half and resolve the problem, to say that it's not suggestive material in closing government as to BRI being maybe prone to failure or projects not being profitable. You explain why deals were always struck and are being struck in a way that means that they're imminently likely to fail, more likely than to do well. So that helps a bunch, right? Because the tightest call on top half is whether or not, like most of the projects, and or debts that China owes to foreign governments will fail. You do a lot of work in saying why it will. And you tie most of this on BRI and say domino effects from there. So you explain why the risk assessments are hard, unpredictable, why they're more unpredictable than just any other risk-taking, because it's government you have no knowledge about, that all have incentives to overestimate the returns, etc., etc. You say that also leads to basically that lose money there, lose money to pump into steel and coal industries, blah, blah, blah. So I think in a similar way to this being issue on top half, I think more work could have and should have been done in explaining why cutting debt in the surgical precision that you say will be cut wouldn't have any of these effects. But what it definitely does do is say any point at which we can halt whatever debt we're getting ourselves into is a better point to halt than later. I think that also makes you more able to pivot yourself into the gap in opening opposition, where it's like at some point the global market will just pull itself together and like be willing to repay the debt. You say, you cast that more doubt on it, as saying, especially if China continues on the route it is on now. And additionally you say like, well, I mean, obviously if there were alternatives to Chinese funding, other countries would take it because they know to an extent of the risk. So there's one thing that keeps being pointed out in your case that I think was a bit cheeky and also overreading into this. It's a thing where everyone keeps referring to your comment when it's like, oh, the global market has taken into account a bit of risk when it comes to Chinese investment. So you draw a very big difference here, I think, and it should have been more explicit. But you say that's true for the way China interacts on global market because there's always an overestimation of values in the sense that they can manipulate with currency. Over is different from that because everyone wants to overvalue. It means there is no such risk calculation because the contractors and the local governments are doing the exact same thing. So I understand why that would have been the problem. I don't think it was because that's not the argument you were making exactly. So I think that's an explanation for you and Dahan. Then lastly, to bring in close composition. I think there's basically about 2 or 3 things you do. The first one is you say, this is the big one. You say no one's going to claim debt on China. No one's going to do that because obviously everyone's going to bankrupt. So I think there's a few ways in which most of the debate manages to sideline this. The first one is everyone just contests that there is some kind of, and this is implied, right? But there's this like mismatch in incentives. Obviously, the global market doesn't want China to bankrupt, but individuals have built ports and debts that is unpaid want their debt back because they have nothing else. And at the point where your responses are largely, I think, intuitive ones that we need more substantiation for, i.e. the EU will do it or the Italians will bail themselves out, it just becomes wildly unlikely that your big stopgap, i.e. China has such a stronghold on the economy that no one will ever touch them, would actually work. And at that point it becomes very, very similar to the OO case, right? Because then we're back to unsustainable, or like growth being unsustainable, but actually more driving of global growth, et cetera, without actually having a solution to the fail-safe that opening opposition didn't have either. And I think that's an explanation of the clash of the ground, i.e. why you don't add anything to the likelihood of, or you don't change anything about the likelihood of global crisis. But it's unfortunately also what a lot of your responses are based on. So when you respond to, for example, CG, they say, you point out this conversation in Top Up where they talk about collapse and there's collateral, and CG says they'd still be, there would still be debt. You say, but at this scale you never get default, so the rules of normal economy don't apply, which is again back to the problem we had in your extension, which means you don't really have a different leg to stand on for responses to any of the GovTs. That's the most important stuff. If you have any questions, ask either me or William. Otherwise, good luck.
robimy?
No.
Ona gdzieś tam w połowie zdania zaczynamy. Są tylko imperfekcje.
No tak, że od tego. Poza tym, że to się pewnie słownie nie będzie zgadzało.
Nie, nie wiem.
Bardzo przesady nieraz już się tak zdarzało.
Kurwa, no ja go zrozumiałem. Że on mówi już teraz, że jest. Że dziękuję i następnego dnia.
No ja też tak zrozumiałem. No i teraz to jest 18:30. No to powinniśmy zaczynać kolejną rundę, a nie stołówkę zaczynać. Tak?
Nie, on mówił o 7, czyli o 19, że zaczynamy no to i tak. 20 minut.
No. No kręcone. Szkoda, że tutaj się to nie nagrywa na któryś komputer przestanie, nie?
No jakbyśmy kamerę zostawili włączoną, to by się przynajmniej na kamerę.
No tak. Ale wiesz, bo często jak jest jakiś tam lekkość czy coś, no to się tu nagrywa, a tu są.
No dobra, słuchajcie, to tak, 17:05 wracamy mniej więcej. U was będzie 15, więc jak już chcecie kończyć z jedzeniem czy coś, spokojnie. Sorry za dezinformację.
Żeśmy się zakręcili właśnie do tej
Coffee break will be better.
Oczywiście.
Dzięki.
Bardziej tam, nie?
preferred pronoun she. With me judging is. Can we go through the round here? Speaking orders, preferred pronouns. OG.
John speaking first, thank you.
Jason speaking second. Herenh.
OO.
Sorry, Stephen, Herenh, please.
CG.
Teck going first. Herenh, please. Thank you very much.
Raffy, Herenh, thank you.
And Xiao.
And first, Herenh, please.
Lower second, go first.
Perfect. I'm going to use the app. We'll make this noise. Now, without further ado, I'd like to open this debate before the department starts.
I think everyone intuits that it is unfair and a bit evil when we can stand here living an extremely high quality of life and there are people in the world who live in complete destitute poverty. I don't think anyone's going to disagree with that. I think what this debate asks us to focus on, though, and the bit that is difficult, is to sort of posit the question, even if we broke that down, even if we could get to a stage where a lot of these differences are far less extreme, what should we aspire to live in our life, and what are the moral responsibilities that we have with respect to how much we keep for ourselves and how much we distribute to other people? So to clarify some of the stuff in this debate, I think we take a relatively expansive view of what the basic needs of people are. So it's not just like you have a heart running water and you're going to imminently die. Probably have like a healthy and happy social life, like you are a fulfilled and contented person by some definition of that, to the extent that is an important bit of your basic needs. And to the extent we need a definition of immoral, I think I'm going to claim that my best definition of moral is just that you feel bad about something. Like, it doesn't need to imply that you go and do something actively. It doesn't mean to imply there's some kind of like moral law of the universe that is casting down on you. My definition of immoral is that like, if that is the state of the world and you're not doing anything actively about it and you don't have a reason to justify it, then you should feel bad about that and you should consider that a wrong that you're committing against other people. Now, I want to highlight something that I think is going to be incredibly important in this round, which is to say that just because something is immoral does not mean that it is the only immoral thing, and it does not mean that it is the only thing that you need to spend time fixing, and it does not imply that remedying that is the most important thing for you to do. If opening opposition or closing opposition proved to you that it might be better if society was structured around, like vastly increasing technology, or do something that was like incredibly valuable because that was going to improve the quality of life for the most amount of people in the future, great. They've proved that that moral duty is more important than the moral duty that we're talking about. We are highlighting a very specific question here, which is in the absence of all other things, in the absence of any stronger competing moral claim, should you view that state of the world as unjust and something that you should feel bad about? And we're going to claim the answer to that is yes.
Clarification. When you say people should feel bad, are you defining solution as we think people should literally feel bad, or is that just an indication of a vague sense that you think it's not?
I think I do literally mean like you should feel bad. Like my sense of how I know whether something is moral or immoral is not because there's like a law written down like up above. It is because like I know in my heart that it's like pretty shitty that I have stuff and have a happy quality of life and other people do not. Maybe have a more sophisticated notion of what immorality is, but I think that's the most real to most people by and large. First of all, on utility. I want to point out, first of all, that almost always, any marginal stuff that you have above the borderline, even if you cannot perceive it at the time being, both generates more happiness for you, but less happiness for you than it would if it were given to some other individual. And second of all, almost always, even if you cannot perceive it, is the result of something that is arbitrary and pretty unfair. And therefore, presuming that all people have an equal right to happiness and that we should value all people equally, that is an incredibly strong indicator that the only acceptable end state of the world is when everyone is fully equalized. What are the reasons that people often posit that there are arguments as to why you may actually be entitled to keep stuff that other people do not have, or keep stuff beyond what other people have? The first reason I can think of is that people say, you've earned it. Well, let's step through the reasons how people actually tend to earn it in the real world. Often it could be inherited. If it's not inherited, then often it's the function of things like the birth lottery, that you happen to be a very well-spoken or social person, a very intelligent person, even if that is not something you can actively perceive on a very granular level between someone who is at the the 52nd percentile of talent in a particular thing and someone who was at the 49th percentile, all of these things incrementally add up and feed into the state of the world where your happiness and the things that you get to enjoy in your life, even if you feel like you put in the groundwork yourself for it, are just a function of things that are by and large beyond people's control. We're trained in society often to feel very viscerally about that and think that, no, I did the hard work, I'm entitled to that thing. But when you really, really break it down, it's often extremely difficult to say, well, if that other person had had exactly the same situation as I had, they probably would have ended up wealthier, well, I would have not had. And once you realize that and take that veil away, I think it's difficult for you to not feel some sympathy for them, not for you to not feel as though it's unjust that you get to keep that stuff and think that it would be more right for you to give it to other people. The third reason why often there's like an injustice to saying I've earned it is that there are just imbalances in the way that people treat other people. Even if you had exactly the same situation coming into the world, the fact that people are racist or people treat people in bad ways in a way that you can never fully perceive or never fully recognize means that often those people do get screwed over. You may say, I work equally hard to them, but I was just smarter, so I deserved it. Well, maybe you didn't appreciate that person's teacher, was more negative to them in a way. And here's the thing, right? Because you can't ever really fully perceive the set of circumstances that has caused your hard work and someone else's hard work to result in different outcomes, I think it's extremely difficult not for you to fulfill the sort of definition of morality I think is most real to people. It's difficult for you to not feel a bit shitty about having stuff beyond your basic needs when other people might not, or other people have less than you if you've got above your basic needs. Because it's impossible for you to say the extent to which that is a totally arbitrary thing. The second reason that people often give as to why you might have specific reasons to give stuff, keep stuff for yourself, or use stuff to your own interests is things like, well, I love my family very much, much more than I like other people. Realistically, proximity is not equal to, again, that those people are more important to you or more valuable than other people, right? It could equally be true that if you'd never met that person, they didn't come into your life, you would not care about them at all. And again, from behind that veil, it's difficult for you not to feel bad about that state of the world where you keep resources that could go towards other people. Second of all, I want to talk about consumption. So this is a set of arguments that go, even if, like, this is not an imbalanced thing or like an unjust thing, it is bad to just use resources at all. Before that, closing.
Given that not just wealth, but also other social constructs and interactions are impacted by the lottery of birth, do you believe that capitalizing on any kind of privilege is exclusively immoral?
So I didn't catch that.
Do you believe capitalizing on any kind of privilege is exclusively immoral?
It's not exclusively immoral. Like I said at the very beginning, if you think you can do something good with that injustice and like use it for a better or higher moral purpose, then fine. If you have no reason to do so, then, probably bad luck. Consumption. I think that taking resources above and beyond what you need, first of all, does harm to the environment by and large, or uses up things that future people might want to use, and they have moral rights just the same way that we do, to the extent they will try and use the resources of this earth, and if we overuse resources, we will negatively impact their life in the future. We have a moral duty to them. But also, I think, even if everything that I have said is untrue, like we lived in a perfectly fair, like no randomness society, and there were no future people to consider it, I think a society that is structured where people are happy or tolerate having more than what they need is inherently a bit evil, right? Like, having yourself placed above other individuals and above what you basically need is sort of the foundational thing for people engaging in things like strife, political strife and conflict, because you think you are better than other people. There are people who need to be beneath you. That you need to have a society in which I have a lot and other people do not have a lot. It's only when you properly equalize and accept that sort of like injustice to you, having more than what you fundamentally need, that you can break down a society that's constructed around having some people who are beneath you and having some people that you oppress. I agree, this is like a really difficult thing to reconcile, but I want you to like ask a very simple question. Like, if you had two complete like vacuous, like grey, empty individuals, and they had nothing different for them, like, would you want them to have more than the other? Like, probably not.
Thank you for that speech. I'd like to welcome the leader of the opposition.
It's incorrect for the Prime Minister to set this debate up by saying if one is healthy, happy and content, then
everything above that is something they need to share. Because the fact is, the majority of us are not going to be happy or content with the absolute bare minimum which you actually do need to defend in this debate, right? Any wealth above, like, sustenance. It's a real Peter Singer-esque burden that you're going to have to deal with. So let's clarify then, what is this debate? What we say on our side of the house, that we stand behind the fact that it's okay for you to have wealth, it's okay for you to use that wealth, and it's okay for you to have more than others. We also, however, say we do support redistribution by governments, but not on the grounds that differences in wealth are immoral, but rather that we can enable more people to be happier and enable greater efficiencies in education and services, etc., by sharing that wealth. We're very happy to say that. So I want to deal with two independent points of rebuttal before substantive. So the first one is that we hear that proximity is not a fair criterion, right? The fact that someone's far away from you doesn't mean that you shouldn't care about them in the same way that you care about your family. The first thing is we say we dispute that. We dispute that on the first ground on the basis that we think that you do have a great responsibility to people who are closer to you, great responsibility for people who you interact with, and certainly a greater responsibility for people who have given you things, right? Whether it's your parents or your teachers or your state. Because you've benefited directly from those individuals, right? Conversely, with people who are far away, their situation can be incredibly unfortunate. And as you correctly point out, no one's disputing that in this debate. But it fundamentally wasn't your fault. And this is where there's an important conflation. There is a difference between acknowledging something is bad and that it would be a good thing to help, it would make me a morally good person to assist, but it's not to say the same that it is immoral for me to continue living my life in a way which isn't just directly geared towards helping that person. And the simple reason for that is it wasn't my fault. It is not my fault that there are people struggling with poverty or disease across the world, right? That is not something which I myself was responsible for. Therefore, it's incredibly unfair and we say wrong for you to criticize me as an immoral person, right? Let's be clear about something, right? Calling something immoral, calling someone immoral is a very high bar, right? You're saying that you are unjust, you are someone who is doing something which is just outright wrong, and we say that's not a sufficient bar that they've proven thus far. Second point I want to deal with is this issue about feeling bad, because in response to Sellers POI, the answer is yeah, we do want you to feel bad about it, right? We say you're not immoral, and we certainly don't want you to feel bad about it, and why is that? The first thing is because you're not going to be happy or content if you're constantly walking around thinking that you are to blame or you are immoral if you're not doing everything you can to help every other person in the world. Because the fact is, even if you're the most altruistic and most morally good person the world has ever seen, there will still be millions of people suffering and struggling, right? And you're saying I should continue to feel bad about that. That is an awful burden to place on an individual who might be doing things to help that situation or might just be living their lives and not harming anyone directly. Secondly, what we say is actually it leads to inefficient altruism. If you walk around with what John says you should do, which is this constant feeling of guilt, constant feeling of I need to do more, constant feeling of I'm an immoral person, you try and outlet that as quickly as possible, right? You give people handouts, you give people the items of possession which you have, because that's the easiest way for you to deal with that burden. We say that's incredibly ineffective. What is far more effective is you live your life, you accumulate wealth, and if you then decide that yes, I would like to help people, you help them in an efficient way. You give money to charities, you set up funds in the way that Bill Gates has done, in a way, by the way, he would never have been able to accumulate that wealth at all if he took your principle from day one, right? He needed to live a bit of a life of luxury, being able to build a monopoly in order to help those people. So, first point of substantive, obviously some of this has already been covered, but the first point I really want to talk about is we're going to be bolder, right? We're actually going to outright say, why is it it's actually actively moral for you to accumulate and retain that wealth? Three reasons here, right? The first one is, when we were born, yes, there is a birth lottery in the sense that I didn't choose to be born to my parents. But that doesn't mean I don't have a burden. Because the fact is, I didn't sign up to any kind of agreement when I was born that said that I'm going to make sure that I help people to the best of my ability, right? I didn't do that. So how on earth can you then impose that burden on me, right? Because this, as I've explained in the example I gave previous, is an overwhelming burden. Yes, sorry, Teck, go for it.
No one chooses or opts into a moral system. Any moral obligation exists not because people have consented to it, but because we acknowledge that's a feature of the world we live in.
No, that's not true, because what you're presupposing is that your form of morality you're imposing on us in this debate is one that says consent isn't necessary. We say consent is necessary for morality to be determined or not. The second reason we say for this is that you can't, and this is building what I said earlier, you can't be immoral for doing things you've not contributed to directly. If you punch me in the face, that's a bad thing. That's an immoral thing. You could have avoided doing that. You could have avoided imposing harm on me, right? But the fact that there are millions of people in the world that are struggling for things which have got nothing to do with you has nothing to do with you, right? So it's illegitimate to then say that it's immoral for you to accumulate and use wealth in that situation where there are things which are outside of your control. The second thing I want to look at is actively to explain why mutually beneficial trades are always moral, right? Because on their side of the house, if I, for example, have a farm and I grow more apples than I need to, right? I'm not allowed to sell the apples, or if I am allowed to sell the apples, I'm only allowed to sell it in order to give money to charity directly, right, or to help someone. What we say, however, is if I'm able to trade my apples with sellers' bananas or something, right? And then we both benefit from that. We both now have two sets of goods. We both now have more than we had to do to begin with. I've improved his life and I've improved my life. But importantly, many of these decisions, when you look at on a bigger scale, lead to far more benefits, right? Lead to more people being employed, lead to more people being paid a salary, lead to more people being taxed, lead to more people being risen out of poverty, and that can only happen when those individuals make those decisions. The greatest number of people being pulled out of poverty have been in the last 20 years, and a huge amount of that is due to capitalism. And we can't stand behind that and stand behind enabling people to make profits in order to develop and research and employ people if we're saying the underlying actions those people are taking are immoral. That would be absurd. So when you look at this debate, and when you consider this debate after the speeches, what we need to consider is, firstly, were we to blame for the harm that these people are suffering from? No. Were we ever signing up to something that says we would help them? No. And can we actually help them by doing things which we say are perfectly moral? Yes. Very proud to oppose.
Thank you for that speech. I'd like to welcome the Deputy Prime Minister.
As any good philosophy round should go, I'm going to start with an intuition pump in this round. It may be immoral to kill one person, even if you save 5 people with it, because the act itself was a harm that was done unto them. In the same way, there are different competing moral considerations. John and I aren't saying that the only moral consideration that exists in the world is the fact that you are wealthier than others and have more than your basic needs, but it is a prominent one. When all the claims that we get from open opposition talk about trade and other abstract ideas, I think it misses the crux of this debate. Because it is true that there perhaps may be other competing moral ends, but in the abstract sense, when we say this act is immoral in the vast majority of circumstances. And that was a claim that we provided in open government. I'm going to engage with a few different things. First of all, I want to deal with the purely principled philosophical question of this debate, then I want to move into some of the more practical implications that come out from the opening opposition side. Let's talk about the principled issues at a large and broad perspective. A few claims that we get from the opening opposition team. Claim number 1. That proximity does in fact matter, but in many circumstances, these are people who have helped you and have made your life significantly better, and you haven't done anything to hurt someone else. No thank you. A few different responses. The first thing I want to point out is that this is clearly a silly intuition pump, because we have clear limits to these obligations. So for instance, in the case that you choose to use nepotism, like maybe someone like Lee Chin-wee would, that leads to significant harms, even if you're benefiting a particular individual. That is to say, those moral obligations do not trump the broader fact that you are hurting other people as a consequence. The second thing that I want to point out is that there's a significant activation distinction that they try and rely on. They say, you did nothing to hurt anyone else, and therefore you're not responsible. But the claim from open government is that the mission in and of itself is a harm that is done unto them. I want to posit a few different reasons for that. First of all, that passively observing the state of the world, like when a murder happens beside you, is something that we would commonly describe as immoral. And the reason why is you could have done more. The fact that you didn't choose to stab that person in the heart does not change the fact that you could have saved their life, and those consequences are what are most prominent. But the second thing is that the active mission distinction completely falls apart in this debate. A few different reasons. First of all, because there are some things that you were responsible for in some kind of way, in the sense that perhaps you gained massive wealth from slavery, you're a white American, and the fact that you aren't acting is complicity. The fact that you are acting means that you are contributing to that oppressive system, and that the fact that you have benefited off of it means that you have a reciprocal obligation to return that money and ensure that other people do well. The second thing is that the idea of acts and omissions are in and of themselves incredibly vague. So for instance, if you hit someone because you failed to brake, that can either be called a failure to drive, a failure to drive well, or that you kept on holding down the pedal on a car. These distinctions are remarkably vague, and in legal scholarship, we acknowledge that. The last thing that I want to note here, no thank you, is that if your child is starving, you can still ensure that they have their basic needs. That is fine with our side of the house because we are fine as long as everyone has their basic needs. But the question is, when that child is past their basic needs, where do you allocate that money? And we argue that you should allocate that money to someone else who is more deserving and more in need overall. Sure.
Is it immoral to not work as much as you possibly can?
Absolutely. Yes, you have a moral duty to everyone else in this world. You have a moral duty to ensure that they have a better life overall. We argue that this is the same thing as the active mission distinction. And just because you don't intuit it, doesn't mean that you aren't contributing to the pressure that people face when they aren't able to access clean drinking water as a consequence. Now, I do want to put a limit on this. If you working more would not improve the world, then you don't have an obligation to work more. But given the fact that you have the ability to improve the world on our side of the house, that is a massive benefit that we are able to claim overall. The next thing that we get on the philosophical issue is that you don't consent to this, and as a consequence, you can't be held responsible. This is ludicrous. I don't consent to being born into a society where we ban murder, but when I do murder someone, that is certainly wrong. No, thank you. The issue of consent is irrelevant because there are some objective moral wrongs, that you caused harm to someone else. And more importantly, that person did not consent to your existence, infringing on their own existence. So if their argument is on consent, that is at best symmetrical and doesn't actually engage with the vast majority of circumstances that we're talking about. No, thank you. Let's engage with some of the practical issues that they bring up. Practical issue number 1. They say that mutually beneficial trades are very good, and therefore you should be allowed to do this. As I pointed out before, this is obviously an issue which we aren't talking about in the abstract. But let's engage with it as if it was still a valid claim in this end. What I posit is that the system of inequality that we've created means that it doesn't actually improve people as beneficially as possible. So this is going to be a Marxist argument, but the fact that some people are able to accumulate wealth means that they control governments, that they can choose where the redistribution of funds go. That also conveniently outframes our arguments about redistribution writ large. And that means that those benefits accrue to a very small class of people. Think about the Afrikaans in South Africa. And so to say that that is mutually beneficial when you're systematically oppressing a certain class of people is something that isn't kosher in this debate. So I think overall, even if you buy this argumentation, you can't accept that it leads to people improving, or at least the meaningful people that we care about improving, because those are the people who are hurt overall. No thank you. The next thing that we get is, you should not feel bad all the time. But, okay, when John said you should feel bad, that isn't to say that you do feel bad as a consequence of this debate. When we say a murderer should feel bad, we're not saying that every murderer does feel bad. It's just that when you commit the act of murder, you should feel bad on a moral perspective. No thank you. So I think that was just a silly straw man of what John told you. Next. The claim that I'm anticipating, that we're going to hear from No Thank You, the back half, is the idea that you should use the means that we have to make the world better. So I want to add some constructive material here just to start off with. First of all, I want to point out that the vast majority of people misperceive their capabilities and the things that they want to do. No, thank you. So for instance, when you accrue wealth, you might believe that you're going to help other people. But the fact is, the psychological biases that we have mean that our empathetic gap only extends to certain people. Our empathy primarily goes to people who look like us, people who we can proselytize like we talked about in round 2. Those types of people are self-interested ends, and as a natural feature of humanity. So for them to claim that misses the reality of this debate, and if they want to make this debate about practical consequences, and misperceive that in the vast majority of circumstances, the accumulation of wealth does not get distributed. CF, every single billionaire in the world that hasn't donated their entire wealth, which is the vast majority of them. The final thing that I want to point out is their claim generally that no one is happy as a consequence of this policy because you aren't able to meet a minimum threshold of thriving, etc. I kind of engage with John's argumentation about why it's the case that this is part of our basic needs to be happy, etc. First of all, even if that's not true, suffering is far more damaging to most people than being able to watch TV or feel slightly more happy. Because suffering is all-consuming. You feel hungry and want to alleviate that. But the second thing that I want to point out is that it's not always true that accumulation of wealth is good in societies for happiness, because of jealousy. The fact that you have some phenomena of keeping up with the Joneses, where you look at other people and the comparison makes you harmed. As such, I think the claims posited are clearly immoral and that we need to stop environmental damage and civil war. Very proud to explain to you.
Thank you for that speech. I'd like to welcome the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
I'll talk to you about three things in the speech. First, what the government's burden is, why they have not lived up to it, and rebutting kind of the things that we have heard from the government. Secondly, about autonomy, and why this is a terrible motion morally, as well as practically for we believe that we should have people feeling bad. And thirdly, allowing for actual social progress, and why this is just a terrible idea, both morally and practically. But let's start with the government's burden. Look, government need to convince you that all wealth beyond basic needs is immoral. They can talk about things like the accrual of very few in apartheid states. Note, that is not our burden to defend those, because we can easily and happily say that we think it's important to have a welfare system, we think it's important to have an equal system, we think we can even support vast redistribution of wealth, just not to the extent that literally when Bill Gates has more than he needs to buy his next meal, he will have to give it away. Secondly, they try and run by you this idea of a birth lottery and saying, look, if you inherited it, then you didn't earn it, fine, donate inheritance, this is not what this motion is about. But then say, look, but there's so many things, it's hard to tell how much of it is you, right? It's hard to tell what you've earned from the state, and so on. We think that's a reasonable statement. We think, therefore, it is hard to tell what percentage you are responsible for and how much have you earned. We think it is implausible to conclude that, therefore, you have zero influence and your actions and your choices have zero effect, no thank you, on what the results of your life is. And therefore, we think it's plausible that you have earned, to some extent, some of your wealth. Then they say, they try to avoid any problem with the idea that this is immoral by saying, look, there are other considerations. Right? And sometimes those other considerations win, but whenever those other considerations win, that's not a hit against the motion. But note, we believe that when you make everyone better off, it is not that there is an overriding principle that defeats it. We think you're doing a good thing. If you have a mutually beneficial trade with someone, and you say, okay, give me that money in return for me working more, give me that money, so on, we think you've made the world a better place. It is not that you have harmed someone by making some wealth, but still it's worth it. We do not think you did a bad thing. Okay. They then say, look, this is, they say, I ask them why, do people have to work as bad? And they say, yes. Why do they say yes? Because they realize that their case is extremely inconsistent if they say no, right? The idea that I can trade my time for money, but that would be immoral, but then not doing that productive work would be somehow moral. But wow, that's a burden to take, and I'll talk about this more in my points. But note what they are saying. They are literally saying that every single person in this room morally should be forced to work how long and as much as they need until they cannot work any further. This is not a statement about how some of the most extreme rich can live in excess at the expense of others. It is genuinely a statement that says that people have no right to autonomy, and as a result are tools in the optimization of other people's happiness. I'll go on to that more in my second point. But lastly, they attack us on this idea that they don't think act and omission are different. We disagree. And they say sometimes it's vague, sometimes it's hard to say. That's fine. We're okay with sometimes that being vague. What we are not okay is with the statement that a baby that has just been born is an immoral baby because they live in a world where they have received a silver spoon. We do not accept even more the specific definition of OG, which comes up and says that therefore we think it is better, we think it is good, we want that baby, no thank you, to feel negative feelings and feel bad. Just like we should never harm a baby, we should never wish upon that baby harm just because it was born into a richer family. Let's talk about two things. No, thank you. One is the first is autonomy. Look, first of all, note that again they agree to principally slave labor that people should be should work as much as necessary, otherwise they are immoral. We think that people have an innate right for autonomy. This applies not only to their work, but also to their money. They have autonomy over their body, they have autonomy over their choices, and they have autonomy over their actions. That right is more important than the things, the little items and products that we're moving around between people. How do we know that? We know that because the vast majority of people would not let go of their autonomy and sell themselves into slavery to get slightly better products. They retain, and it is important to us to retain the basic right that every person born retains. Not only, it's much more important than the kind of conceptual products of wealth that we have only in civilized societies. As an innate right, as people born anywhere, they have the right, no thank you, to express their will and do what they like. Note that if what they do causes less harm, no thank you, then the importance of that autonomy itself, we do not accept that this is an immoral act. We think that people, it is unworthy to claim that by not sacrificing a huge harm for a smaller benefit, you're doing something immoral. And much like, as a government shouldn't punish individuals who do not work as much as hard as they want, or do not donate all of their wealth, so should we not wish upon them harm in other ways, even if it's magically rather than through government autonomy. No, thank you. Lastly, let's talk about allowing for social progress. Because Stephen already explained to you that mutually beneficial trades cannot be immoral. They are better for everyone. We want people to do them. We don't want them to feel bad while they're doing this. But this isn't just a small-scale question of whether we trade apples and bananas. This is the basis of a functioning and successful society in two ways. One, but first, opening.
So if everyone worked for the benefit of others, the burden and infringement of autonomy wouldn't be very high. Just because you live in a world where most people are immoral doesn't mean that your actions yourself stop being immoral.
So first of all, it's not relevant what would happen if everyone were to do this, because you think that each person is individually immoral, so it would be okay to enslave that person because he alone cannot do as much as solve all the other problems. So we don't think that is a response. So first of all, capitalism on the basis of that trade, allowing people to work under the incentive of getting something in return and not donating that, necessitates that people are able to aggregate wealth. That means we don't want them to feel bad when that happens. That will take down our economic society. But even more so, know that wealth is necessary for the most important things we want in life. We think that art and philosophy and all higher efforts only occur when people are genuinely comfortable. We think that it's not a coincidence that the vast majority of medical advancements only happen in developed countries. We think it is incredibly important that people are A, incentivized, which is what I talked about in capitalism, but B, allowed to have that wealth. Again, note, we're not confusing this debate with a debate where we're talking about government action. We are saying it is incredibly important. It is the best thing that they can do is to allow themselves, without feeling a single bad feeling, to look after their interests, to be productive for society, to improve our world. And since we need that, we want that to happen, it is the farthest thing from immoral. Please oppose.
Thank you for that speech. I'd like to welcome the member of government.
We good? What does it mean when we say something is immoral? As hinted at the point of information we offered, it cannot be about consent, because if this were true, none of us ever consent into a system of morality. No moral statement could ever be made, because you could always use Steve's argument that, as a baby, or as a young adult, you never consented to agreeing that murder was wrong, or theft was wrong. The reason morality is a very fundamentally different thing from, say, the law, or like judicial systems, or the rules of society, is that it's not directly prescriptive. It's an evaluative task. It asks us to evaluate the features of an act, and as a result, come to a decision about how we feel about it. And I think that's what OG is going for. But the key thing here is it's not just about feeling. It is about the most reasonable understanding we have about what we owe each other, and as a result, where that shakes up on one side or the other. So we disagree with opening opposition, and I think they themselves disagree with this case when they make arguments about the world being beneficial or better off. We are going to buy into a broadly consequentialist and utilitarian world. The claim we are going to make is the one Jason tried to make at 707 without much justification. Namely, that utility isn't absolute in the way an economist, as much as it pains me to say, would think, and that because we are social creatures, given that utility is judged subjectively and relative to other people, the act of accumulating utility destroys utility in the lives of others, and that is a moral harm. In the same way it would be if you had stolen their stuff and reduced their ability to obtain that utility. But before that, I want to rebut a few things that Sewell says. The main thing is here, he uses the phrase, this means that morally you should be forced to work all the time, and that you have no autonomy. It would be akin to slavery. I think this misses the distinction, and I think Ojia are right. The distinction here is there is a difference between morality, which is what you should do, and the law, or ethics, or like, not ethics, but like political, like, what's the word, political theory, right? Like what you can do. And here's a good illustration of this. You would say morally, if you walked by someone who was drowning, you could save them at absolutely no cost, it would be morally wrong not to save them. Like, some version of this must be true, right? But that would seemingly break autonomy, because you would technically be free, even if the cost of autonomy is smaller, to just keep walking. Likewise with whether you pull the lever. But the fact that we still make moral statements suggests to us that autonomy isn't what we use to decide these issues. We decide, if you had autonomy as a human being, what should you do with that autonomy? And that is what a moral system is. But you guys are nodding. I'll just point out that we're established with the burdens here. They said literally, comically, it's whether you feel good. So, the claim we're going to make. Utility isn't absolute. I'll posit that beyond your basic needs, where I think it's quite clear, no thank you, how obtaining a bit of resource to fill a basic need would directly make your life better, you wouldn't be starving, or you wouldn't be denied participation in some meaningful way. Making your life better in the pursuit of happiness beyond that point is about a subjective pursuit of a good life. So sure, some people will do it differently, but let's be honest, there are only so many ways you can pursue a good in your life, and it will not be 6 billion people, and any number of people each pursuing their own good life. There is an extent to which they will pursue similar conceptions of the good life. Within that, the second key feature I want to point out is that men are social creatures. We live in communities because that is the cooperation that best allows us to achieve basic needs and or capitalism. No. The result of that is that in that community, no matter how big or small it might be, whether it's a commune or a city or like the country, your idea of good is often defined relative to what people around you have. You often make comparisons to others, and in some cases you're encouraged to do so as a means of encouraging you to produce more wealth or to consume more things, which is how others might produce more wealth. Those are some structural reasons to think this might happen, but I think an innate biological reason is the fact you live with those individuals. You see yourselves as equal, and as a result, the pursuit of happiness should, to you, be equally successful. As a result, when you don't have the wealth that others have, even if they did work for it, mind you, you feel in some way less than others. You feel in some way, despite perhaps having started at the same starting point with the same resources, your life is less happy to you, objectively, than it was before. There are 2 things you can do. One, you can try and copy them. But I want to know that this is a race to the bottom, in that your life is now worse because you work longer hours, hypothetically, you spend more time foraging for bananas, like whatever illustration you want to use. The point is you don't end up happier than you were before. You end up as happy as them because you don't have the same as them. But you're not any better off net than you were before. No. Second, you might not be able to do that, in which case, not only are you hindered by the lottery of birth, which OG says is unfair, I think it's worse because you just feel helpless. And that helplessness is a huge harm that would not have come about if we did not try to pursue this in the first place. And note, that pursuit was the harm directly generated from someone else trying to build up their wealth. So, I think this meets the test that Steve levies. I mean, not the consent stuff, because that's wrong, thank you, but it does meet the test of, did your action willfully create consequences to others? I think the answer is yes, and as a result, we can say that it is immoral. It leaves others directly with less than they would have had. And it's not less in an absolute resource sense, but it's less in an important sense of what matters within us as human beings, how we subjectively perceive the world, which I think, as most of you would agree, is how we evaluate whether someone is doing well or not, whether they are flourishing or otherwise. Go.
Text loves talking about a specific, rather minor harm of me working and then being able to afford, I don't know, a hamburger. But your burden is to show that I have to remove all of, or according to your metric, it will always be utilitarianly bad for me to ever eat one.
Yeah, because any time you try to pursue more than that, you make things worse for others, and the best case scenario is everyone does the same thing, and you're all roughly the same state as you were before. So, I want to point out one last thing here, which is that when Steve says in his speech that obligations exist to people who are closest to you, we agree. And that's why the harm of our case is that this sort of effect might not be known to people who live half the world away, but they sure as hell have the largest effect to people who you are closest with and arguably have the strongest obligations to, which, if anything, magnifies the impact of our case vis-a-vis what opening up have talked about. So, last of all, opening up have like the 3 criteria that's left over from Steve's speech. I've dealt with the fact that the consent stuff is very weird in the context of morality. The direct action stuff dealt with in our extension. I think OG's case, to be honest, also deals with that criteria. The last one that deals with is the idea of mutual trade for advantage. Sure, but the debate is about what advantage looks like, right? If you were going to trade the bananas and apples, then more people could have basic needs because one person was good at growing apples and the other was growing bananas. That's fine. We still think all the harms of our case, and to be fair, opening down to the crew, when you make those trades, and there is no other in that particular action moral way of redistributing those returns. But the last thing I want to say here about opening up case is the reason why you have obligations to whatever individuals may be, even if you didn't consent, even if you might not have directly caused that action, or it's ambiguous what the level of directness was, and they might have mutual advantages, is because those obligations are reciprocal. In the same way that we say you shouldn't murder someone, that's wrong, it's because that obligation will exist on that person as well if they were in your situation. That's what makes moral statements, that allows us to make moral statements, because it means that even if in this particular world that doesn't exist, it doesn't matter. Because one is in an alternate world where positions were flipped, they would have that obligation to you. Meaning that whether or not you consented to it, it's ultimately fair, it's sustainable, it's viable, and it is how we should think of morality. Morality isn't just a way of justifying what we do now. It's a way of identifying what is right. That's why we propose.
Thank you for that speech. I just welcome the member for the opposition.
No time for fancy introductions, Madam Speaker. There's lots to be said and rebuttal will be integrated. 3 points in extension. First of all, why we believe that essentially the implication of the entire government bench is that seeking to be happy is immoral and that's abhorrent. Secondly, going a step further than opening opposition, claiming even if it is your fault and you are complicit someone else's suffering, why it's still not immoral. Thirdly, going beyond the scope of this debate and explaining why essentially under the logic of both governments, life and the human condition would be immoral and why that's also an abhorrent proposal. First things first, happiness. Happiness is your primary need in life. Everything we do in order to be happy, because happiness is what fulfills us, and happiness is something based on which we evaluate our lives. Now, as OO correctly points out, the bare minimum is very often not enough, because you want to be able to send your child to college, you want to be able to go to college yourself, you want to be able to go outside the bounds of your city and experience other cultures, different meals, and simply have fun in life. You very often do not feel fulfilled if you do not, and we would like to posit, regardless of what Teck says, even if other people around you are in a similarly bad and gray state, you still on an absolute level aspire to more, because as a human being you are aware of other possibilities even if people around you are not fulfilling them. Here's the problem. Happiness is the most basic, biologically conditioned human need. In other words, you never chose to desire happiness. You were born with the desire to achieve happiness, which was then socially imprinted and entrenched even further within you, and determines your quality of life. Unfortunately today, happiness is correlated to money and wealth, and you need to spend money in order to achieve happiness. You never chose the correlation, like you never chose to be born in a system that prioritizes money. However, you still need to do that in order to achieve happiness. Therefore, the implication of both government cases is it is immoral to seek happiness simply because you happen to find yourself in a system that has a means of transaction that you dislike. Why is this very important, and where do we go beyond opening opposition here? It's because we claim, look, morality necessitates agency. That's why in courts, we reduce the amount of culpability people have when we believe that they did not have full control over their actions. It is important for us to be able to think that someone knowingly made a decision. Teck's example reinforces that, because his person is perfectly healthy, has no cost to saving or not saving a drowning person, therefore they have full autonomy, and then we judge their morality. That's why it's a thought experiment. So if you never chose to desire happiness, you are biologically conditioned by the way you are created as a human to desire that, and you also do not choose the system within which you realize that need. This means there is essentially no agency at the end of the day. Add to this also the fact that very often people simply psychologically are conditioned to want more. We believe we cannot judge the morality of an act if the quality of life of a certain person and whether their life is happy or sad and how they perceive it is ultimately conditioned exclusively by that. In other words, we can have a discussion about whether money is a good form of transaction. We do not believe we can judge people for therefore using money, even though we might dislike it, because if you do not use money, you cannot buy food. If you cannot buy food, you will die. So therefore, even if using money is being complicit in the system of money, it's still necessary in having the agency to choose that. But secondly, let's go beyond what opening up wants to say here. So even if it is your fault and you are complicit in somebody else's suffering, let's make an analogy here. So if I'm paying taxes to the United States of America, I'm probably complicit in police brutality, I'm probably complicit in other countries being invaded and imperialism being perpetuated. However, if OG wants me to feel bad about this, what are my alternatives? I can either stop paying taxes, which essentially means I end up in jail, or second, I can move, to which there are probably very huge barriers. Like, for example, my family, my friends are here, my finances might not allow me to do that. It is immoral to force me to abandon my routines which bring me happiness every day, and again, this is linked to happiness. So, given you'd probably not impose that burden on other people, you'd probably not impose this one as well, because the barriers are higher, because everyone is conditioned to desire happiness in the same way. Everyone had equally no agency to be born into this system. So what is the logic here? Even if you are complicit, given that you cannot stop being complicit or it will destroy your life, which is equally valuable within the equal moral active framework of utility that Teck brings us, and given that your individual actions probably cannot change the system, i.e., if I were to move from the United States, there would still be imperialism, the capitalist is very logical. I would not help anyone, however, my life would be destroyed on the other hand. And that's a very good comparative to make here. If I move on, I'll take over.
Yeah, I'm sure slave owners would have said it would have been a huge burden for them to let their slaves go. It doesn't mean we think they're good blokes.
I do not see how this is necessarily related, because, look, here's the difference. We believe that the pursuit of happiness is legitimate as long as it does not directly harm other people. So I'll make an analogy for you here. If I enslave somebody, I directly caused harm to them. I chose to coerce them into a position of slavery. In this situation, there is a mediator. So the construction of wealth and of society throughout the past 300 years has primarily been due to landed gentry, corporations, and governments expropriating their people's money, which then created echelons of power, which are transgenerationally distributed. But this was not of my doing. I was born into that world, and by the fact that I exist, I'm necessarily complicit in its benefits, but I did not directly choose to expropriate the proletariat of, like, pre-Soviet Russia, for goodness sake. Moving on. Beyond the scope of the debate that happened up to now, everything is zero-sum, and everything is impacted by the lottery of birth. Very simple analogies. So if by the lottery of birth, I'm more extroverted and more handsome, I will probably have more friends and more chance at achieving a romantic relationship. So under the logic of both governments, this would probably be immoral, because according to what Teck says, I am reducing the utility of another person by capitalizing on my privilege to have utility. So even though John defines like romantic and social relationships as being part of basic needs, note basic needs are also a spectrum, so they're inconsistent in all cases. Because in every case, within the spectrum of basic needs, someone is fulfilling their basic needs more than someone else. To the extent to which that is true, any kind of seeking happiness in life is necessarily immoral, because it necessarily decreases utility and it necessarily capitalizes on benefits you have given to the lottery of birth. It applies to every single facet of life. So if that is true, then there can be no a priori moral responsibility apart from the fact that we do not directly cause harm to others, because any action that we do is necessitated by some kind of privilege and precipitated by some kind of privilege. The last thing I want to note here, if Teck claims that utility is an absolute, on their side there is less absolute utility, because all people constrain themselves to a certain smaller, bare minimum level of utility. Note that things being zero-sum does not mean they're equal in relations. So for example, the government expropriating your wealth via taxes reduces your utility by, I don't know, 5, but then using that to provide you with hospitals increases everyone's utility by 20. So being zero-sum doesn't mean it's equal. Therefore, Teck has less absolute utility on this side as well. So maybe not everyone's magic is good for us.
Thank you for that speech. I'd like to welcome the government witness.
which is what if it's mutually beneficial for them to exchange their apples and their bananas and be better off together? I think we solve this problem because we show that it is necessarily not mutually beneficial, and in Teck's analysis, we show that the process of capitalistic accumulation, even if it's only marginal, perhaps if sellers' only possession is a hammock, we would still feel jealousy for that hammock in a way which would prevent us from optimizing our enjoyment of life, and which would eat away at our sense of our personhood relative to seller. So we think, therefore, that we solved the debate in closing government because we demonstrated that it isn't a clash between a utilitarian worldview and a principled worldview, but in fact that inequality is necessarily a utilitarian harm. And that's what Teck showed in his speech, and we received no responses to from closing opposition. So, three things in this. Firstly, responses to closing opposition. Secondly, responses to opening opposition. And thirdly, explanation further of why Teck's extension has already won this debate. No thanks, I'll take you later. Firstly, in terms of responses to closing opposition, the main thing we would note is that extension comes down to saying this is not reasonable. It is not reasonable to expect people to sacrifice their own happiness. We say morality has nothing to do with what is reasonable. We hold people morally responsible for participating in a genocide, even if not to have done so would have caused them to be murdered. We think the fact that they do that horrific thing to someone else, even if it is the only reasonable thing they can do from the purpose of their own interest, no thank you, is not something they are morally justified in doing and is immoral. Therefore, we conclude that morality has nothing to do with reason. CF, give away everything you have and follow me, Christ type. Secondly, the pursuit of happiness secondly claims about the pursuit of happiness being immoral. We are very open to the claim that the pursuit of happiness is immoral in some circumstances, or even in many circumstances, especially if the effect of everyone pursuing happiness is there is a net lower level of happiness for everyone involved. I think that's what Teck's extension generated. Firstly, about the level of happiness being a primary need. The first thing to note is that opening government already said that the level of basic need would result in people having a level of basic happiness. Now, it is not necessarily clear to me that they are correct when they do so, but I note that opposition have never actually contested that claim, and therefore it does have to stand at this stage in the debate, or at least be a reasonable thing which hasn't been rebutted by closing opposition and therefore troubles their case. But I would also note that bluntly, it seems pretty plausible that, is us flying round and round Europe debating against each other, working very, very hard on the pursuit of very competitive careers, necessarily making us happier? It's not intuitive to me that this. Maybe it would just be nicer if people weren't so competitive about the way they pursued the accumulation of wealth in general and stuff specifically. Secondly, it is immoral to seek happiness. I really think that the slave owner POI from opening government is very good here, because their claim is that pursuing happiness is the fundamental act of humans, and therefore it must be moral. There is no reason why the fact that it's the fundamental act of humans means that it is moral. It can be you are pursuing it in an immoral way, and I think the slave owner example demonstrates that very intuitively. And finally, they say that you can't judge people for things they do which are necessary, or which they do because it's the pursuit of fundamental human functions. I think if I'm starving and I kill opening government to take their stuff, that might be necessary for me, and it might be reasonable. It would still be immoral. And therefore, I think in the same way, harming other people, even if it seems reasonable to you, is immoral. And their final claim, which I think is a good intuition part, but ultimately nothing more, is it can't be immoral to chase happiness in other ways, like the pursuit of debating competitions, or other forms of life happiness. To the extent those things are competitive, we think that is immoral. If you give us the win in this debate, we will have committed a moral harm against the other three teams in this debate. But do so anyway, please. Firstly, into the second, go for it.
CG's evaluation of morality concludes that only utilitarianism matters, and never any autonomy, obligation, or moral desert. And magically, even if I produce medication and keep my salary, it is always bad for total utility. Why is any of this true?
So I think the reason it's true, or at least the reason it's true in such a large majority of cases that we should assume it's always true, is because of the way human nature works. I think this is what Teck explains and is never rebutted, which is that people judge themselves relative to each other, because that's the way we've evolved, but we're social animals. And therefore the act of looking at someone else and seeing that they have something, even if the wealth differential isn't that big, quite a large amount of stuff which you don't have, causes you to evaluate yourself against them and to change your life priorities in such a way as to pursue that stuff. That is necessarily harmful to you. It might not be a big harm to you, but it is a harm to you. And therefore you are inflicting a harm on someone else. Our claim from government is that inflicting a harm on someone else, even if it isn't the largest harm in the world, is immoral in some sense, and therefore the motion has to pass. Opening opposition's response might be, but it's not a big harm, it's definitely still a harm, and therefore it's immoral to inflict it upon them. And like, in terms of weighing up the other stuff we get coming out of opening opposition, the first thing to know, I think, is that Sellers' burden-shifting stuff is brilliant, and demonstrates why closing government wins this debate, because it shows why opening government have failed to meet their burden, which is to prove that there is, not just that this would be intuitively objectionable, rather what Teck shows, and shows successfully, which is that people are worse off as a result of this if you are harming someone else. Secondly, in terms of autonomy. Firstly, I don't understand why people have a right to autonomy. They tell us people inherently do. People are just boundaries of chemicals, like this building. Does this building have a right to be autonomous? Not particularly. Therefore, why should I, which is just a different sort of chemical? Secondly, they say it's because people feel they should have autonomy. That's not universal. A Maoist peasant does not feel they should have autonomy. But even if they did, people could be wrong. There's no reason why the fact that everyone feels something gives that a sort of moral value of any sort. They say that there is an intuition pump, that if you are all benefiting mutually, then that can't be harmful or morally wrong. Firstly, Teck shows you why you can't all be benefiting from the fact that one of you is harming someone else makes the act immoral, and uncontested analysis why you necessarily are. But secondly, it could strike me that the settlement of the US or Australia was overwhelmingly on-net beneficial for the average person, because it costs a huge amount of resources. Doesn't mean that it wasn't immoral because of the effects it had on the native population. So the fact that people have been lifted out of poverty, great, they were lifted out of poverty in an immoral way, and we have deep moral qualms about that fact. The fact that capitalism has been net beneficial is not a moral get-out-of-jail-free card. I think what opening opposition hub is a number of really beautifully framed assertions. And what Teck has is analysis as to why someone is harmed. Harming someone is necessarily immoral, therefore if every act harms someone has to be immoral, vote CG.
Thank you for that speech. For the last speech of this debate, I'd like to welcome the opposition.
So, panel, I usually dislike morality motions, and you can probably tell how I feel right now because of this. Because I think this was very good before my speech. So, let's start with the slave owner's burden. That's the same thing as pushing the burden on us to defending exploitative billionaire who stole his first million literally in this debate. This is the biggest wealth a person can have, and that's owning a different person's life. That's not what we have to defend in this debate. We have to defend that you are legitimate and morally okay to seek further than your basic needs. Not okay and legitimate in seeking literally to own another human being. Secondly, when they try to push the burden here and they talk about genocide, look, they say morality has nothing to do with agency, but that's not true. In war, we literally allow humans to kill other humans because it is self-defense. The reason this does not apply to genocide is because it's inherently disproportionate. You never need a genocide in order to defend yourself, and you're always doing this not to defend yourself, but to cause harm to other persons. Even genocide perpetrators are sometimes acquitted if we decide that they have no agency and that their life would otherwise not exist. It's not moral to steal wealth from all of the people in this room. That's something we don't have to defend. But having more than you actually need as a basic necessity is something that's moral, so that others in this room might have something less if you decide to do so. On closing government and their idea of utility is subjective. Cool. But that means that it's a lottery of birth totally. Because your utility curve is something that's biologically and physiologically determined. That means that the same event does not cause the same amount of happiness in other peoples. Meaning that the same amount of basic necessity, which has to be the same for everyone according to opening government, does not cause the same amount of happiness in people. Because some people's utility happiness curve consisting to the basic needs is lower than with other people. That means that your happiness curve that's predetermined before determines your happiness in their world. And you cannot do nothing about it because you are immoral if you try to compensate that your happiness curve consistent of material wealth might be lower than other people. So you need to have more than your basic needs in order to reach the same amount of happiness as other people. This is the same with people who have 1 to 5 happiness and people who have 3 to 7 happiness. People who have 3 to 7 cannot go lower than 3, but people who have 1 to 5 can go lower than 3. This is why on their side of the house, even if this is true, the utility is not something that's good on their side of the house. On open government, a lot of their claims are based on the idea that wealth happens only for the rich, only for the privileged, and only for the groups that oppress each other. But let's flip that. They also have to defend this idea that groups who were disprivileged, are not morally justified in seeking more than they had during the time that they were oppressed by the group who actually wanted them to have basic necessities to survive. So in post-apartheid South Africa, they would want these groups, they would want people who were oppressed by the regime and kept their bare minimum not to seek something further. Or when they seek something further, to get ahead of the life that they had before when they were oppressed and kept to basic needs, they would say that this is immoral if we talk about this. No. When we talk about comparative with with opening opposition here, like positive externalities, donations, and benefits of trade, they help each other and are a counterbalance to some of the stuff that we hear from governments in this idea. But they depend on the idea that it is still a criteria in this debate, an important criteria, that we help each other, that we help other people by maximizing our wealth, and that this is important to acknowledge in this debate. Our case goes above this, because it shows why we don't have the agency and are forced to act on the pursuit of happiness for the urge. So even if what opening opposition doesn't, is not true when they say they prove that we help other people, we say this is still morally legitimate, because you are helping your very basic urge for happiness if you go beyond necessity.
Yes, so it's true that some people might feel jealous if Sewell has a hammock, but it's probably far worse that there's money sitting in his bank account that isn't able to be used for a beneficial trade, that he's not actively spending on saving people's lives or doing stuff. That feels like a much more important practical harm to people and something that seems important. Wouldn't you agree?
Right. Repeat from the hammock part.
Like, what do you care about more? That Sewell has a hammock and people are jealous at it, or there's money in his bank account that he could spend helping people's lives right now if he wanted to and chose to do so?
I don't know, probably that he has millions on his bank account, but I don't know what this doesn't respond to stuff I've been saying. Right. So if morality is inherent to human beings, we have to go, and this is what both of them are saying. We have to go through social contracts to evaluate morality. This means that all of the constraints and negative externalities in modern societies of acquiring wealth are a product of that society as a mediator. This is what Tim talks about. As opposed to that, we can say that in any society, and this can be an unmonetized society, this can literally, everyone's been talking about money, this can literally be a society where you don't have money, where you acquire wealth in different stuff, that in any sort of this society, we are programmed to seek happiness, and that means, for example, that you go beyond your basic need in this aspect. So in a primitive society, this means picking apples and stocking them at the risk of someone else not being able to pick them up, because, if you pick them up and stock them, and you can eat for maybe 5 more days, as opposed to filling out your basic need of eating today in this regard, this is something that's immoral. But you're increasing your basic survival instinct, and this increases the happiness to you. It's important that you cannot choose whether you're going to be happy or not. You have the urge to do this, and your basic necessities is something that constrains you in this regard. But what's also important to recognize here is that human nature dictates that we are not satisfied with what we have. Which means that on their side of the house, if you take their measure, and that is doing your basic needs, these needs probably have to stay the same. Because if these needs change with time, or they allow that these things progressively go further and further and further, then they are susceptible to a lot of attacks. They attack us here, where people accrue wealth and stuff like this. So on their side of the house, if this doesn't change, that means that progressively your happiness is actually going down, right? Because you are constantly having your basic needs met and stuff like this, but you feel more because you are becoming content with this. This is the basic analysis and mechanisms they choose why it's immoral to have wealth, because people accrue more and more and more, and they're greedy and stuff like this. But if you flip this, if you talk about why people are necessarily not happy with having the same amount of wealth over time, their basic needs, that means that under their matching, the utility and happiness of all of the people is gradually decreasing as long as they do not improve in life and stuff like this. This is something that's also connected to this. So at the end of this debate, we show you that there's something more basic and primitive, like really biological and physiological, that drives us to have more than we actually necessitate at the very low. But we also show you that in terms of like utility and stuff like this, their world is a world where everyone is equally unhappy, and that happiness decreases over time, meaning everyone is equally unhappy and unhappier as life progresses and stuff like this. That's why we were very proud to oppose.